Section 1 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 11. Northern Department. General Carleton superseded. General Burgoyne vested with command for operations in Canada. Ticonderoga abandoned by General St. Clair. Affair of Fort Stanwix. Of Bennington and various other important movements of the two armies until the Convention of Saratoga. General Burgoyne repairs to England on parole. His reception there. Reflections and observations on the event of the Northern Campaign. From the time that Quebec was invested by Montgomery and Arnold at the close of the year 1775 until the termination of General Burgoyne's campaign in the autumn of 1777, these successes, the expectations, and the disappointments from that quarter had been continually varying. Sir Guy Carleton, the Governor of Canada, and who for a number of years had been Commander-in-Chief of all the British forces through that province, was an officer of approved fidelity, courage, and ability. He had successfully resisted the storm carried into that country by order of Congress. He had triumphed in the premature fall of the intrepid but unfortunate Montgomery. He had driven back the impetuous Arnold to the verge of the lakes. He had defeated the operations of General Thompson in a bold and successless attempt to surprise the British post at Trois-Rivières. General Thompson was there made a prisoner, with all of his party who escaped the sword. This happened about the time a detachment was marched northward under the command of General Thomas. He died of the smallpox, as related above, when most of his army was destroyed by the sword, sickness, or flight. Though General Carleton had occasionally employed some of the Indian allies of Great Britain, he had, by his address, kept back the numerous tribes of savages near and beyond the distant lakes. He rather chose to hold them in expectation of being called to action than to encourage their ferocious inclination for war, which they ever prosecute in those horrid forms that shock humanity too much for description. Whether his checking the barbarity of the savages, or whether his lenity to the unfortunate Americans that had fallen into his hands operated to his disadvantage, or whether from other political motives, is yet uncertain. However, he was superseded in his military capacity, and the command given to General Burgoyne, who had re-embarked from England early in the spring, and arrived at Quebec in the month of May, 1777, with a large and chosen armament. General Carleton felt the affront as a brave officer, conscious of having discharged his trust with a degree of humanity on one side, and the strictest fidelity to his master on the other. He immediately requested leave to quit the government and repair to England. Yet he did not at once desert the service of his king. His influence was too great among the Canadians and over all the Indian tribes to hazard his absence at this critical conjuncture. His return to Europe was therefore postponed. He encouraged the provincials to aid his successes, and exerted himself much more than heretofore to bring on the innumerable hordes of the wilderness. In consequence of this, they poured down from the forest in such multitudes as to awaken apprehensions in his own breast of a very disagreeable nature, but he cajoled them to some term of restraint, acted for a time in conjunction with Burgoyne, and made his arrangements in such a manner as greatly to facilitate the operations of the summer campaign. General Burgoyne was a gentleman of polite manners, literary abilities, and tried bravery, but haughty in his deportment, sanguine in opinion, and an inveterate foe to America from the beginning of the contest with Britain. This he had discovered as a member of the House of Commons, as well as in the field. On his arrival in Canada, he lost no time, but left a sufficient force for the protection of Quebec, and proceeded immediately across the lakes at the head of 8,000 or 10,000 men, including Canadians, and reached the neighborhood of Crown Point before the last of June. There, according to the barbarous system of policy adopted by his employers, though execrated by a minority in Parliament, he summoned the numerous tribes of savages to slaughter and bloodshed. A Congress of Indians was convened, who met on the western side of Lake Champlain. He gave them a war feast, and though his delicacy might not suffer him to comply with their usual custom, and taste the goblet of gore by which they bind themselves to every ferocious deed, he made them a speech calculated to excite them to plunder and carnage, though it was speciously covered by some injunctions of pity towards the aged and infirm, who might experience the wretched fate of becoming their prisoners. Yet he so far regarded the laws of humanity as to advise the savages to tomahawk only such as were found in arms for the defense of their country, and gave some encouragement to their bringing in prisoners alive, instead of exercising the general massacre usual in all their conflicts. Nor would he promise a reward for the scalps of those who were killed merely to obtain the bounty. Having thus, as he supposed, secured the fidelity of savages, whom no laws of civilization can bind, when in competition with their appetite for revenge and war, he published a pompous and ridiculous proclamation. In this he exhorted the inhabitants of the country, wherever he should march, immediately to submit to the clemency of his royal master. To quicken their obedience, he ostentatiously boasted that he had but to lift his arm, and beckon by a stretch thereof the innumerable hordes of the wilderness, who stood ready to execute his will, and pour vengeance on any who should yet have the temerity to counteract the authority of the King of England. He concluded his proclamation with these memorable threats: "I trust I shall stand acquitted in the eyes of God and man, in denouncing and executing the vengeance of the state against the willful outcasts. The messengers of justice and of wrath await them in the field, and devastation, famine, and every concomitant horror that a reluctant but indispensable prosecution of military duty must occasion, will bar the way to their return." Footnote: see Burgoyne's speech to the Indians and his singular proclamation at large in the British Remembrancer, the Annual Register, and in many other authentic records. End of footnote. After these preliminary steps, General Burgoyne pushed forward with his whole force, and possessed himself of Ticonderoga without the smallest opposition. This was a strong post commanded by General St. Clair, an officer always unfortunate, and in no instance ever distinguished for bravery or judgment. Though the Americans here were inferior in numbers to the British, they were not so deficient in men as in arms, more particularly musketry and bayonets. But their works were strong, the troops healthy, and they had just received a reinforcement of men, and a fresh supply of everything else necessary for defense. In these circumstances, there could scarcely be found a sufficient excuse for calling a hasty council of war, and drawing off by might 5,000 or 6,000 men on the first approach of the enemy. The want of small arms was the only plausible pretense offered by the commander to justify his conduct. This deficiency St. Clair must have known before the 5th of July, when he in a fright fled with his whole army and left everything standing in the garrison. Footnote: about this time, a misfortune befell the Americans not far distant from Montreal, at a place called the Cedars. There, Major Butterfield, with his party, were compelled to surrender prisoners of war. This party, captured by Captain Forster, who commanded the British, consisted of 400 or 500 men. It was warmly disputed afterwards between Congress and the British commanders whether the Cedars men, who were permitted to depart on parole, should be exchanged for British prisoners taken under Burgoyne. End of footnote. It is not probable that the Americans could have long kept their ground against the superiority of the British officers and the number and discipline of their troops, yet undoubtedly measures might have been early taken by a judicious commander to have retreated if necessary, without so much disgrace, and the total loss of their artillery, stores, provisions, their shipping on the lake, and many valuable lives. The order for retreat was unexpected to the army. They had scarce time to secure a part of their baggage. The flight was rapid, and the pursuit vigorous. The soldiers having lost all confidence in their commander, the outposts were everywhere evacuated, and a general dismay pervaded the fugitives, who, in scattered parties, were routed in every quarter and driven naked into the woods. After 2 days wandering in the wilderness, the largest body of the Americans who had kept together were overtaken and obliged to make a stand against a party that much outnumbered them, commanded by Colonel Fraser, who had been indefatigable in the pursuit. The action continued 3 or 4 hours, when the Americans, though they fought with bravery, were totally routed with very great loss. Colonel Francis, the gallant commander of this party, was killed, with many other officers of merit. 200 or 300 privates were left dead on the field, thrice that number wounded or taken prisoners. Most of the wounded perished miserably in the woods. The British lost several officers highly esteemed by them, among whom was Major Grant, a man of decided bravery. Yet General Burgoyne found to his cost his incapacity to execute the boast he had some time before made in the House of Commons, that so little was to be apprehended from the resistance of the colonies, that he would engage to drive the continent with 500 disciplined troops. General St. Clair had made good his own retreat so far as to be 6 miles ahead with the van of the routed army. Such was his terror on hearing of the defeat of Colonel Francis and some other successes of the Royal Army, that instead of proceeding to Fort Anne, as intended, he shrunk off into the woods, uncertain where to fly for security. Another party of the Americans who had reached Fort Anne were attacked and reduced by Colonel Hill, with 1 British regiment. They set fire to the fortress themselves to prevent its falling into the hands of the victors, and fled with the utmost speed towards Fort Edward on the Hudson. General St. Clair and the miserable remains of his army, who escaped death, either by fatigue or the sword, after a march of 7 days through mountainous and unfrequented passages, harassed in the rear, and almost without provisions of any kind, arrived at Fort Edward in a most pitiable condition. General Burgoyne was too much the experienced officer to neglect his advantages. He pushed forward with equal alacrity and success, and in spite of the embarrassments of bad roads, mountains, thickets, and swamps, he reached the neighborhood of Fort Edward within a few days after the broken remnant of St. Clair's army had posted themselves there. On his approach, the Americans immediately decamped from Fort Edward under the command of General Schuyler, whom they found there, and withdrew to Saratoga. He had been making some efforts to collect the militia from the country contiguous to aid and support the routed corps, but on their advance he did not think it prudent to face the British troops. End of section 1. Section 2 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 11, Part 2. A share of the public odium on this occasion fell on General Schuyler. His conduct, as well as the delinquency of General St. Clair, was very heavily censured. They were both ordered, with some other of the principal officers of the late Council of War at Ticonderoga, to repair to Congress to answer for the loss of that fort, and the command of the Lake Champlain. On the other hand, it was no small triumph to General Burgoyne and his army, thus to have chased the Americans from the province of Canada, to find themselves in possession of all the lakes, and to see the British standard erected on the Hudson, which had long been an object of importance with administration. Exaggerated accounts of the weakness of the Americans, the incapacity of their officers, and the timidity of the troops were transmitted to England, and the most sanguine expectations formed by people of every description through the island. They were ready to imagine that hunted from post to post, both in the northern and southern departments, the spirits of the colonists must be broken, their resources fail, and that the United States, thus repeatedly disappointed, would lose all energy of opposition, and soon fall a prey to the pride and power of Great Britain. But notwithstanding the unhappy derangement of their affairs at the northward, and the successes of General Howe at the southward, there appeared not the smallest inclination among the people at large, throughout the American states, to submit to royal authority. The untoward circumstances that had taken place neither exhausted their hopes nor damped the ardor of enterprise. The dangers that lowered in every quarter seemed rather to invigorate the public mind and quicken the operations of war. On the defeat of St. Clair and the advance of the British Army, the eastern states immediately drafted large detachments of militia and hastened them forward. Congress directed General Washington to appoint proper officers to repair to Saratoga and take the command. They also appointed a court of inquiry to take cognizance of the delinquency of the suspended officers, but their influence was too great with the commander-in-chief and some principal members of Congress to subject them to that measure of degradation which was generally thought they deserved. They were dismissed, though not with approbation, yet without any severe censure, but as the conduct of St. Clair was disgraceful, and that of Schuyler could not be justified, they were neither of them appointed to active service. General Gates, a brave and experienced officer formerly in British service, a man of open manners, integrity of heart, and undisguised Republican principles, was vested with the chief command to act against Burgoyne. On his arrival at Saratoga, he drew back the army and encamped at a place called Stillwater, where he could more conveniently observe the motions of Colonel St. Leger, who was advancing to the Mohawk River to invest Fort Stanwix. This post was commanded by Colonel Gansevoort, whose bravery and intrepidity did honor to himself and to his country. General Arnold was sent on with a reinforcement from the Continental Army and a large train of artillery to the aid of General Gates. He was ordered to leave the main body and march with a detachment towards the Mohawk River to the assistance of Gansevoort. But before there was time sufficient for his relief from any quarter, this gallant officer found himself and the garrison surrounded by a large body of British troops, in conjunction with the formidable appearance of savages, yelling in the environs and thirsting for blood. At the same time, he was threatened by their more enlightened, yet not more humanized allies, that unless he immediately surrendered the garrison, or if he delayed until it was taken by storm, they should all be given up to the fury of the Indians, who were bent upon the massacre of every officer and soldier. St. Leger, by letters, messages, and all possible methods, endeavored to intimidate the commander of the fortress. He observed that the savages were determined to wreak their vengeance for the recent loss of some of their chiefs on the inhabitants of the Mohawk River, and to sweep the young plantations there without distinction of age or sex. He made an exaggerated display of his own strength, of power and success of Burgoyne, and the hopeless state of the garrison, unless by a timely submission they put themselves under his protection. On this condition, he promised to endeavor to mitigate the barbarity of his Indian coadjutors, and to soften the horrors usually attendant on their victories. Colonel Gansevoort, instead of listening to any proposals of surrender, replied that entrusted by the United States with the charge of the garrison, he should defend it to the last extremity, regardless of the consequences of his doing his duty. Their danger was greatly enhanced by the misfortune of General Herkimer, who had marched for the relief of Fort Stanwix, but with too little precaution. At the head of 800 or 900 militia, he fell into an ambuscade, consisting mostly of Indians, and notwithstanding a manly defense, few of them escaped. They were surrounded, routed, and butchered in all the barbarous shapes of savage brutality, after many of them had become their prisoners, and their scalps carried to their British allies to receive the stipulated price. A vigorous sally from the garrison, conducted by Colonel Willett of New York, and his successful return with a number of prisoners, gave the first information of the failure of Herkimer. This, instead of discouraging, inspirited to fresh enterprise. The valiant Willett, in contempt of danger and difficulty, hazarded a passage by night through the enemy's works, and traversed the unexplored and pathless wilderness for upwards of 50 miles to the more inhabited settlements, in order to raise the country to hasten to the relief of the garrison and the protection of the inhabitants scattered along the borders of the Mohawk River. General Arnold had marched with 1,000 men for the relief of the besieged, but though in his usual character he made all possible dispatch, the gallant Gansevoort had 2 days before his arrival repulsed the assailants and obliged them to retreat in such disorder that it had all the appearance of a flight. In consequence of this, St. Leger was obliged to relinquish the siege with so much precipitation that they left their tents, stores, and artillery behind them, and their camp kettles on the fire. This movement was hurried on by the sullen and untractable behavior of the Indians, which rose to such a height as to give him reason to be apprehensive for his own safety. His fears were well founded. Their conduct had become so outrageous that it was not in the power of Sir John Johnson, Butler, and other influential friends of the savages to keep them within any bounds. They frequently plundered the baggage of the British officers, and when an opportunity offered the slightest advantage, they murdered their British or German allies with the same brutal ferocity with which they imbrued their hands in the blood of Americans. The next movement of importance made by General Burgoyne was an attempt to get possession of the little obscure town of Bennington, lying in the Hampshire Grants among the Green Mountains, and made considerable only by the deposit of a large quantity of cattle, provisions, carriages, and other necessaries for the use of the American army. For the purpose of seizing these, as well as to intimidate the people in that quarter, by the magnitude of his power and the extent of his designs, he detached a party of Hessians, with a few loyalists and some Indians, to the amount of 1,500, and gave the command to Colonel Baum, a German officer. He was commissioned, after he had surprised Bennington, to ravage the adjacent country, and if possible to persuade the inhabitants that he was in force sufficient, and that he designed to march on to Connecticut River in the road to Boston. He was ordered to inform them that the main body of the British army was in motion for the same purpose, that they were to be joined at Springfield by a detachment from Rhode Island, and that by their irresistible power they meant to bring the rebellious Americans to due submission or to sweep the whole country. Footnote: General Burgoyne's instructions to Lieutenant Colonel Baum. The object of your expedition is to try the affection of the country, to disconcert the counsels of the enemy, to mount the Rydesville Dragoons, to complete Petrie's Corps, and to obtain large supplies of cattle, horses, and carriages. The several corps, of which the enclosed is a list, are to be under your command. The troops must take no tents, and what little baggage is carried by the officers must be on their own battalion horses. You are to proceed from Battenkill to Arlington, and take post there till the detachment of the provincials under the command of Captain Sherwood shall join you, from the southward. You are then to proceed to Manchester, where you will again take post, so as to secure the pass of the mountains. On the road from Manchester to Rockingham, from thence you will detach the Indians and light troops to the northward, towards Otter Creek. On their return, and receiving intelligence that no enemy is upon the Connecticut River, you will proceed by the road over the mountains to Rockingham, where you will take post. This will be the most distant part of the expedition, and must be proceeded upon with caution, as you will have the defiles of the mountains behind you, which might make a retreat difficult. You must therefore endeavor to be well informed of the force of the enemy's militia in the neighboring country. Should you find it may with prudence be effected, you are to remain there while the Indians and light troops are detached up the river, and you are afterwards to descend the river to Brattleboro, and from that place, by the quickest march, you are to return by the great road to Albany. During your whole progress, your detachments are to have orders to bring in to you all horses fit to mount the dragoons under your command, or to serve as battalion horses for the troops, together with as many saddles and bridles as can be found. The number of horses requisite, besides those necessary for mounting the regiment of dragoons, ought to be 1,300. If you can bring more, for the use of the army, it will be so much the better. Your parties are likewise to bring in wagons and other convenient carriages, with as many draft oxen as will be necessary to draw them, and all cattle fit for slaughter, milch cows excepted, which are to be left for the use of the inhabitants. Regular receipts in the form heretofore subjoined are to be given in all places where any of the above articles are taken, to such persons as have remained in their habitations, and otherwise complied with the terms of General Burgoyne's manifesto, but no receipt to be given to such as are known to be acting in the service of the rebels. As you will have with you persons perfectly acquainted with the country, it may perhaps be advisable to tax the several districts with the portions of the several articles, and limit the hours for the delivery, and should you find it necessary to move before such delivery can be made, hostages of the most respectable people should be taken to secure their following you the next day. All possible means are to be used to prevent plundering, as it is probable that Captain Sherwood, who is already detached to the southward, and will join you at Arlington, will drive a considerable quantity of cattle and horses to you. You will therefore send in these cattle to the army with a proper detachment from Petrie's corps, to cover them in order to disencumber yourself. But you must always keep the regiment of dragoons compact. The dragoons themselves must ride, and take care of the horses of the regiment. Those horses that are destined for the use of the army must be tied in strings of 10 each, in order that one man may lead 10 horses. You will give the unarmed men of Petrie's corps to conduct them, and inhabitants whom you can trust. You must always keep your camps in good position, but at the same time where there is pasture, and you must have a chain of sentinels around your cattle when grazing. Colonel Skene will be with you as much as possible in order to distinguish the good subjects from the bad, to procure the best intelligence of the enemy, and choose those people who are to bring me the accounts of your progress and success. When you find it necessary to halt a day or two, you must always entrench the camp of the regiment of dragoons, in order never to risk an attack or affront from the enemy. As you will return with the regiment of dragoons mounted, you must always have a detachment of Captain Fraser's or Petrie's corps in front of the column, and the same in the rear, in order to prevent your falling into an ambuscade when you march through the woods. You will use all possible means to make the country believe that the troops under your command are the advance corps of the army, and that it is intended to pass to Connecticut on the road to Boston. You will likewise insinuate that the main army from Albany is to be joined at Springfield by a corps of troops from Rhode Island. It is highly probable that the corps under Mr. Warner, now supposed to be at Manchester, will retreat before you. But should they, contrary to expectation, be able to collect in great force and post themselves advantageously, it is left to your discretion to attack them or not, always bearing in mind that your corps is too valuable to let any considerable loss be hazarded on this occasion. Should any corps be moved from Mr. Arnold's main army in order to interrupt your retreat, you are to take as strong a post as the country will afford, and send the quickest intelligence to me, and you may depend on my making such movements as shall put the enemy between two fires, or otherwise effectually sustain you. It is imagined the progress of the whole of this expedition may be effected in about a fortnight, but every movement of it must depend on your success in obtaining such supplies of provisions as will enable you to subsist for your return in this army, in case you can get no more, and should not the army be able to reach Albany before your expedition should be completed, I will find means to send you notice of it, and give your route another direction. All persons acting in committees or any offices under the direction of the Congress, either civil or military, to be made prisoners. I heartily wish you success, and have the honor to be, sir, your humble servant, John Burgoyne, Lieutenant General, Headquarters, August 9th, 1777. End of footnote. It is astonishing that a man of General Burgoyne's understanding and military experience should issue orders so absurd and impracticable. He must have been very little acquainted with the geography of the country, and less with the spirit of the inhabitants, to have supposed that a detachment of 1,500 men could march from Saratoga till they reached Connecticut River, take post at a variety of places, levying taxes on the inhabitants, making demands of provisions, cattle, and other necessaries for the use of his army, without any resistance, thence to proceed down the river to Brattleboro, and to return by another road, and take post at Albany, and this business to be completed in the short term of a fortnight. Nor did he discover less ignorance if he expected that a detachment was to leave Rhode Island and march through the country to Springfield on the same design, and from thence to meet Colonel Baum at Albany. End of section 2. Section 3 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 11, Part 3. It is impossible to suppose that so renowned a commander as General Burgoyne could mean to deceive or embarrass his officers by his orders, but if he flattered himself that they could be executed, he must still have cherished the opinion that he once uttered in the House of Commons, that 4,000 or 5,000 British troops could march through the continent and reduce the rebellious states to a due submission to the authority of Parliament. In this march, Burgoyne ordered all acting in committees or in any other capacity under the direction of Congress to be made prisoners. These pompous orders and bombastic threats were far from spreading the alarm and panic they were designed to excite. The adjacent country was immediately in motion, and all seemed animated with the boldest resolution in defense of the rights of nature and the peaceable possession of life and property. When Colonel Baum had arrived within 4 miles of Bennington, appearances gave him reason to apprehend that he was not sufficiently strong to make an attack on the place. He judged it more prudent to take post on a branch of the river Hoosick, and by express inform General Burgoyne of his situation and the apparent difficulty of executing his orders with only 1,500 men. In consequence of this information, an additional party, principally Waldeckers, was sent on under the command of Colonel Breyman, But before he could surmount the unavoidable impediments emerging over bad and unfrequented roads and reach the camp of his friends and his countrymen, a body of militia commanded by General Starks had pressed forward, attacked, routed, and totally defeated Colonel Baum in the neighborhood of Bennington. General Starks in his early youth had been used to the alarm of war. His birthplace was on the borders of New Hampshire, which had been long subject to the incursions of the savages. When a child, he was captured by them and adopted as one of their own, but after a few years restored. He led a regiment to the field in 1775 and distinguished himself as a soldier. On the new arrangement of the army, he retired as a citizen. His manners were plain, honest, and severe, excellently calculated for the benefit of society in the private walks of life. But as a man of principle, he again left the occupation of the husbandman when his country was in danger. On Burgoyne's approach, he voluntarily marched to the state of Vermont at the head of the militia and immortalized his name by a signal success at Bennington in one of the darkest periods of the American War. Bennington, the present scene of action, was the first settlement of the territory of Vermont, which was as recent as the year 1769. This was made by the possessors of the tracts called the New Hampshire Grants, a robust and hardy set of men, collected from the borders and under the jurisdiction of the provinces of New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New York. Rough, bold, and independent, these people, generally denominated the Green Mountain Boys, were brave and active, not only in the present conflict, but were eminently useful to their country by their intrepidity and valor to the conclusion of the American War. Footnote: General Burgoyne observed in a letter to Lord George Germain that the Hampshire Grants, almost unknown in the last war, now abound in the most active and most rebellious race on the continent, and hang like a gathering storm upon my left. It was several years after the Confederation of the 13 American states before Vermont was added to the Union. The inhabitants kept up a long and severe altercation with the several governments who claimed both territory and authority, until on the point of decision by the sword, both parties appealed to the General Congress. This was a business that divided and embarrassed, and was not terminated until the agents of Britain interfered and offered advantageous terms to the Vermontese if they would withdraw from the Confederated States and become a province of Britain. From their love of liberty and their attachment to their country, these offers were rejected, though they complained heavily of the delays and evasions of the Congress. Rough as their native mountains, and strong and flinty as the rocks that surrounded them, they bid defiance to dangers, and equally despised the intrigues of Britain, the subterfuges of the claimants on their territory, and the suspension in which they were held for a time by Congress. They resisted obstinately the interferences and the claims of the neighboring governments, their alienation from them, and their hatred to the state of New York in particular, daily increased, and in spite of all opposition, they continued their claims and supported their rights to be considered a free, independent, and separate state, entitled to the same privileges as the 13 old colonies. Colonel Ethan Allen, one of their principal leaders, a man of courage and ferocity, a pride without dignity, a writer without learning, a man of consequence merely from a bold, presumptive claim to a capacity for everything, without education, and possessed of little intrinsic merit, wrote to Congress on this occasion and observed that Vermont has an indubitable right to agree to terms of a cessation of hostilities with Great Britain, provided the United States persist in a rejection of her application for a union with them. But not disposed to yield to the overtures of the British government, he added, I am as resolutely determined to defend the independence of Vermont as Congress are that of the United States, and rather than fail, will retire with hardy Green Mountain boys into the desolate caverns of the mountains and wage war with human nature at large. After long suspension and many impediments, Congress thought proper, in order to prevent the effusion of blood among themselves, which this occasion threatened, to accede to the reasonable demands of these legitimate sons of freedom, who chose delegates for Congress, maintained their independence, and were a strong link in the confederated chain against the encroachments and the power of Britain. End of footnote. Governor Skene, a singular character, who had been a colonel in one of the king's regiments, had obtained a commission from the crown to act as governor at and about Lake Champlain, had assumed a jurisdiction over the Hampshire grants, and acted as companion and guide to Colonel Baum in the expedition. He fled on the first appearance of danger, as did the Loyalists, the Canadian provincials, and the Indians. Baum was wounded and taken prisoner, and his whole corps captured by this small body of American militia. Colonel Brayman, who arrived in the afternoon of the same day, escaped a similar fate only by flight, after a short and brave defense, and the loss of most of his men. This memorable event would perhaps at any other period have appeared of less moment, but when so renowned a commander as General Burgoyne, in the zenith of success and the pride of victory, was threatening with the aid of his savage adherents to execute all the deeds of horror, and joined by his employers, a repulse from so unexpected a quarter was humiliating indeed. It gave a new turn to the face of the campaign. The success at Bennington took place on the 16th of August, 1777. On the first rumor of this action through the country, the Loyalists, who in great numbers still resided among the opposers of royal authority, affected everywhere to cast over it the shade of ridicule. They alleged that the Royal Militia of Hampshire, and Starks their commander, must have been too much awed by the name and prowess of General Burgoyne and his experienced veterans to attempt anything of consequence, nor were they convinced of the truth of the report until they saw the prisoners on their way to Boston. But the people at large, who appeared to have been waiting with a kind of enthusiastic expectation for some fortunate event that might give a spring to action, at once gave full credit to the account, and magnified this success in strains of the highest exultation and defiance, and in the warmth of imagination anticipated new victories. It is certain that from this moment fortune seemed to have changed her face. Whether the spirits of the British officers and troops flagged in equal proportion as the enthusiasm for glory and victory seemed to rekindle in the bosoms of their antagonists, or whether General Burgoyne was restricted by orders that obliged him in some instances to act against his own better informed judgment, his success terminated with the capture of Fort Edward. By some of his letters written soon after this to the minister of the American Department, the situation of the British Army began to appear to General Burgoyne exceedingly critical. He intimated his apprehensions, and with an air of despondency, in one of them he observed that circumstances might require that he and the army should be devoted, and that his orders were so peremptory that he did not think himself authorized to call a council of war with regard to his present movements. It was doubtless thought necessary at all hazards to prevent the forces under General Gates from being at leisure to join General Washington. It was also a favorite point with the ministry that Burgoyne should push on to Albany, but however dubious the prospect might then appear to himself, or whatever might be his own expectations, General Burgoyne thought proper to pass the Hudson, and about the middle of September he encamped on the heights and plains of Saratoga. Supported by a number of brave, experienced, and most approved officers in British service, a large armament of British, Hessians, and provincials, with a prodigious train of artillery, and his copper-colored scouts and allies, He, with all industry, prepared to offer battle and try the fortune of war in a general engagement. The Americans, in equal readiness for action, marched from their camp on the 19th, and in a place called Stillwater, attacked the right wing of the British Army, commanded by Burgoyne himself. Meeting a repulse, they turned their whole force to the left, commanded by the Baron Riedesel, and supported by General Phillips at the head of a formidable artillery. The Americans sustained the combat for several hours against officers of distinguished bravery and more experience than themselves, who commanded some of the best troops the princes of Germany or even the monarch of Britain could boast. But evening advancing without decided advantage, the loss of men being nearly equal on both sides, the Americans retreated and recovered their camp with little interruption. The British troops lay on their arms through the night, and in the morning took an advantageous position, and spread themselves along a meadow, in full view, and almost within cannon shot of the American camp. Here General Burgoyne received intelligence from Sir Henry Clinton that he had embarked for the North River with several thousand troops in order to make a diversion in his favor that might greatly facilitate his operations. This account flattered the former expectations of Burgoyne, who judged that General Gates would be obliged to divide his army to succor the distressed villages on each side the Hudson, now exposed to the most cruel ravages. Expectation was again raised, and the British army invigorated by fresh hopes that a junction at Albany might soon be effected. With these ideas, General Burgoyne found means to dispatch several messages by private ways through the woods to General Clinton. The purport of these was that, if possible to remain unmolested, he should keep his present position a few days longer, when probably the American army might be weakened by the necessity of detachments for other service. He was further strengthened in the ideas of success by a recent disappointment of the Americans in an attempt to recover Ticonderoga. Had this enterprise succeeded, it would at once effectually have prevented the retreat of the British army, which began to be contemplated. The business was principally committed to the direction of General Lincoln, and prosecuted with vigor by the Colonels Brown, Johnson, Woodbury, and other spirited officers. They passed the mountains between Skenesborough and Lake George in so rapid and private a manner that before any intimation of the business was disseminated, they seized the outposts, captured the armed vessels and a number of boats on the lake, and with 4 companies of foot and a party of Canadians, they took possession of Mount Independence and summoned the garrison in Ticonderoga to surrender. This was gallantly refused, and the fortress bravely defended by Brigadier General Powell. The Americans made several efforts to storm the garrison, but repulsed with resolution and valor, they found themselves not in force sufficient for farther trial, and after a few days they relinquished the design and retired. End of section 3. Section 4 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 11, Part 4. Yet notwithstanding the rebuff and retreat from Ticonderoga, with the advantages the British affected to claim from the action at Stillwater, and the flattering encouragement received from Sir Henry Clinton, General Burgoyne was still involved in complicated difficulties. The dangers he had to encounter increased on every side. Fresh troops of militia were continually reinforcing the army of his enemies, while his own daily lessened by the desertion of the Canadian militia, the provincial loyalists, and the defection of the Indians. These last grew sullen from the disappointment of plunder and were irritated from the notice General Burgoyne was obliged in honor to take of the barbarous murder of a Miss McCrae, on which many of them drew off in disgust. This beautiful young lady, dressed in her bridal habiliments, in order to be married the same evening to an officer of character in Burgoyne's own regiment, while her heart glowed in expectation of a speedy union with the beloved object of her affections, was induced to leave a house near Fort Edward with the idea of being escorted to the present residence of her intended husband, and was massacred on the way, in all the cold-blooded ferocity of savage manners. Her father had uniformly been a zealous loyalist, but it was not always in the power of the most humane of the British officers to protect the innocent from the barbarity of their savage friends. General Burgoyne was shocked by the tragic circumstances that attended the fate of this lovely, unfortunate girl, but he attempted to palliate the crime, though he did not neglect an endeavor to inflict due punishment on the perpetrators. Yet such was the temper of his Indian adherents that instead of inflicting death, he was obliged to pardon the guilty chiefs, notwithstanding the cry of justice and the grief and resentment of her lover. Footnote: the Earl of Harrington observed in evidence on Burgoyne's trial that it was his opinion and that of other officers that when General Burgoyne threatened the culprit with death and insisted that he should be delivered up, that it might have been attended with dangerous consequences. Many gentlemen of the army, besides himself, believed that motives of policy alone prevented him from putting this threat in execution, and that if he had not pardoned the murderer, which he did, the total defection of the Indians would have ensued. He observed that the consequences on their return through Canada might have been dreadful, not to speak of the weight they would have thrown into the opposite scale, had they gone over to the enemy, which I rather imagine would have been the case. The best coloring that could be given the affecting tale was that two of the principal warriors, under a pretense of guarding her person, had, in a mad quarrel between themselves, which was best entitled to the prize or to the honor of the escort, made the blooming beauty, shivering in the distress of innocence, youth, and despair, the victim of their fury. The helpless maid was butchered and scalped, and her bleeding corpse left in the woods to excite the tear of every beholder. In addition to the complicated embarrassments the British commander had to conflict, provisions grew short in the camp. He was obliged to lessen their rations and put his soldiers on allowance. The most he could hope, as he observed himself in a letter to Sir Henry Clinton, was to hold out to the 12th of October, or effect a retreat before in the best possible manner. The last expedient he soon found impracticable, by the precaution taken by General Gates to guard all the passes, to cut off all supplies, and nearly to surround the British army. In this uncertain and distressed situation, General Burgoyne waited with all the anxiety of a faithful servant, and the caution and vigilance of an able commander, from the action on the 19th of September until the 7th of October, without any nearer prospect of a diversion in his favor. He then found it necessary to make a general movement, either to decide the fate of his brave officers and men in the field of battle by a general engagement or force a retreat. General Gates equally prepared either for attack or defense. A warm engagement ensued, which proved fatal to many of the best officers in the British line. But after a sharp conflict of several hours and the highest exhibitions of military prowess, the British found it necessary to recover their camp before evening, which they did in some disorder. They had scarcely entered it when it was stormed on every side. Lord Balcarras, with his light infantry, and a part of the British line were ordered to throw themselves into the entrenchments, which they executed with spirit and made a gallant and resolute defense. But the action led on by the ardent and undaunted Arnold, who acquitted himself with his usual intrepidity, was vigorously pushed in spite of the most valiant opposition until almost in the moment of victory. Arnold was dangerously wounded, and his party obliged to retreat. The Americans were fortunate enough to carry the entrenchments of the German reserve, commanded by Colonel Bremen, who was killed in the engagement. All the artillery and equipage of the brigade and about 200 officers and privates were captured. The engagement was continued through the whole of this fated day, which closed the scene of conflict and mortality on many brave men, and a number of officers of distinguished valor. The first in name who fell was Brigadier General Fraser. Before his death, General Fraser requested that his body might be carried to his grave by the field officers of his own corps, without any parade, and buried there. About sunset, the body was brought up the hill, attended only by the officers of his own family. They passed in view of the greatest part of both armies. Struck with the humility of the scene, some of the first officers of the army joined the procession, as it were from a natural propensity to pay the last attention to his remains. The incessant cannonade during the solemnity, the steady attitude and unaltered voice of the chaplain, though covered with the dust, which the shot threw up on all sides, the mute but expressive sensibility on every countenance, the growing duskiness of the evening added to the scenery, combined to mark a character and to furnish the finest subject for the pencil of a master that any field has exhibited. Footnote, extracted from a letter of General Burgoyne. End of footnote. Colonel Bremen and Sir James Clark, aide-de-camp to General Burgoyne, were also killed. Major Ackland was dangerously wounded and taken prisoner. Lady Ackland, whose conjugal affection had led her to accompany her husband through all the dangers and fatigues of a campaign in the wilderness, was a woman of the most delicate frame, of the genteelest manners, habituated to all the soft elegancies and refined enjoyments that attend high birth and fortune. Her sufferings exhibit a story so affecting to the mind of sensibility that it may apologize for a short interlude in the most interesting detail of military transactions. She had accompanied Major Ackland to Canada in 1776, after which she traversed a vast woody country, in the most extreme seasons, to visit her husband sick in a poor hut at Chambly. On the opening of the campaign of 1777, the positive injunction of her husband prevented her risking the hazard expected before Ticonderoga. There Major Ackland was badly wounded, on which she crossed the Champlain to attend him. She followed his fortune and shared his fatigues. Through the dreary way to Fort Edward, they lodged in a miserable tent, which by accident took fire by night, when both Major Ackland and herself were saved by an orderly sergeant, who dragged them from the flames almost before they awakened. Lady Ackland lost not her resolution or her cheerfulness by the danger she had encountered, but accompanied her soldier to the action on the 19th of September. By his order, she had followed the route of the artillery and baggage, where she would be least exposed, until she alighted at a small uninhabited tent, which, when the action became general, the surgeons took possession of to dress their wounded. Thus, within hearing of the roar of cannon, when she knew the situation of her beloved husband was in the most exposed part of the action, she waited some hours in a situation and in apprehensions not easily described. The Baroness of Rydesel and the wives of the Majors Harnage and Raynell were with her, but she derived little comfort from their presence. Major Harnage was soon brought into the tent dangerously wounded, accompanied with the tidings of the death of the husband of Mrs. Raynell. Let imagination paint the misery of this little group of distressed females. Here among the wounded and the dying, Lady Ackland, with her usual serenity, stood prepared for new trials, until the fatal 7th of October, when her fortitude was put to the severest test by the intelligence that the British army was defeated, and that Major Ackland was desperately wounded and taken prisoner. Not borne down by grief or anxiety, she the next day requested leave to attend the wounded prisoner to the last moment of his life. General Burgoyne, from whose narrative some circumstances of Lady Ackland's story are selected, observes that though he had experienced that patience and fortitude in a supreme degree were to be found, as well as every other virtue, under the most tender forms, he was astonished at this proposal, after so long an exposure and agitation of the spirits, exhausted not only for want of rest, but absolutely for want of food, drenched in rain for 12 hours together, that a woman should be capable of delivering herself to the enemy, probably in the night, and uncertain what hands she should fall into, appeared an effort above human nature. He adds, he had not a cup of wine to offer her. All with which the hapless lady could be furnished was a little rum and dirty water, an open boat, and a few lines to General Gates. Thus this lady left the British lines attended only by Mr. Brudenell, chaplain to the artillery, the major's valet de chambre, and one female servant. She was rowed down the river to meet the enemy, when her distresses thickened anew. The night advanced before she met the outposts. The sentinel would neither let the boat pass nor let the passengers come on shore. Notwithstanding the singular state of this heroic lady was pathetically represented by Mr. Brudenell. Apprehensive of treachery, the sentinel threatened to fire into the boat if they attempted to stir until the appearance of day. Thus, through a dark and cold night, far advanced in a state that always requires peculiar tenderness to the sex, with a heart full of anxiety for her wounded husband, she was obliged to submit, and in this perilous situation to reflect until the dawn of the morning on her own wretched condition, and the uncertainty of what reception she should meet from strangers in hostile array. Flushed with victory and eager to complete the triumph of the preceding day. When General Gates in the morning was made acquainted with the situation and request of Lady Ackland, she was immediately permitted to visit her husband under a safe escort. The American commander himself treated her with the tenderness of a parent, and gave orders that every attention should be paid due to her rank, her sex, her character, and the delicacy of her person and circumstances. Footnote. The afflictions of this extraordinary lady did not terminate in America. By the assiduity of the physicians and the tender care of a most affectionate wife, Major Ackland partially recovered from his wounds in a short time, and was permitted to repair to New York. It was not long before his health was sufficiently restored to embark for England, but his wounds incurable, and his mind depressed. He was led to habits of intemperance that soon put a period to his life. The death of her husband, and the domestic afflictions of the family of Lord Ilchester, the father of Lady Ackland, all combined to overpower the heroism of a mind superior to most of her sex, and involve this unfortunate lady in a deep and irretrievable melancholy. End of footnote. He wrote General Burgoyne and assured him of her safety and accommodation, and informed him that this line of conduct would have been observed without a letter from the British commander not only to this lady, but to others of his unfortunate friends languishing under their wounds, that the American commanders needed not a request to excite their humanity to the unfortunate, who, by the chances of war, had been thrown on their compassion. In the same letter, he reminded General Burgoyne that the cruelties which marked the late effort for the retreat of his army were almost without a precedent among civilized nations, and that an endeavor to ruin, where they could not conquer, betrayed more the vindictive spirit of the monk than the generosity of the soldier. But it was not always in the power of the most humane of the British officers. Footnote. General Gates' letter to General Burgoyne, August 10th, 1777. End of section 4. Section 5 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 11, Part 5. Notwithstanding the misfortunes and the losses of the preceding day, General Burgoyne did not yet totally despair of retrieving his affairs and his honor by another general engagement. This he endeavored to effect on the 8th, and in this he was again disappointed. The utmost bravery was exhibited on both sides, but no decided action. Several days passed on in desultory skirmishes. Spirit and intrepidity were not wanting on either side. While the one had everything to hope and inspirit them, the other nothing left but a choice of insurmountable difficulties. In this situation, the British commander judged the best expedient was a second effort to repass the Hudson and retreat to Fort Edward. To this every impediment was thrown in his way. A retreat was rendered impracticable by the number and vigilance of the Americans. The borders of the river were lined with troops, and detachments pushed forward to cut off all hope of retreat on every side. The condition of the British army grew hourly more desperate. Winter was approaching, their provisions spent, the troops exhausted by continual fatigue, and not the smallest prospect of relief appeared from any quarter. In this deplorable situation, General Burgoyne summoned the Grand Council of War, in which, as he stood in need of every advice, not only the field officers but the subalterns had a voice. It was unanimously judged most prudent, in the humiliated and hopeless condition to which they were reduced, to open a treaty of convention and endeavor to obtain some honorable terms of surrender. General Gates was acknowledged by all, not only the valiant, but the humane and generous foe. They had no doubt he would mitigate their mortification, as far as the laws of war or of honor would permit, from the victor to the vanquished. In consequence of this determination, the solemn negotiation took place on the 13th of October. General Burgoyne intimated to the American commander that he wished to send a field officer to him to confer on matters of the highest moment, and requested to know when he might be received. General Gates really possessed that humanity which distinguishes the hero from the assassinator of the feelings of wounded honor. He seemed touched by the request, with that sympathy which ever resides in the bosom of generosity, and replied instantly that an officer from General Burgoyne should be received at the advanced post of the Army of the United States at 10 o'clock the next morning. Major Kingston was accordingly sent at the appointed time, and was conducted to the headquarters of the American Army. The purport of the message was that Lieutenant General Burgoyne, having twice fought General Gates, had determined on a third conflict, but well apprised of the superiority of numbers and the disposition of the American troops, he was convinced that either a battle or a retreat would be a scene of carnage on both sides. In this situation he was impelled by humanity, and thought himself justified by established principles of states and of war, to spare the lives of brave men upon honorable terms. Should General Gates be inclined to treat upon those ideas, General Burgoyne would propose a cessation of arms during the time necessary to settle such preliminaries as he could abide by in any extremity. A convention was immediately opened, a discussion of some articles proposed by the American commander, which appeared to the British officers inadmissible, occasioned a delay of 2 or 3 days. These being accommodated, a treaty of surrender was signed the 17th of October, 1777. The substance of the treaty was that the troops under the command of General Burgoyne should march out of their camp with the honors of war and the artillery of the entrenchment to the verge of a certain river, where the arms and the artillery should be piled at the command of one of their own officers. That a free passage should be provided for the army to return to England, on condition that they should not serve again in America, during the present contest. That transport should enter the port of Boston for their reception whenever General Howe should think proper to request it, and that they should be quartered near Boston, that no delay might take place when an order for embarkation arrived, that the Canadians of every description should be permitted to return immediately, on the sole condition of their not again arming against the United States, that the army under General Burgoyne should march to the Massachusetts by the nearest route. They should be supplied with provisions, both on their route and in quarters, at the same rate of rations by order of General Gates as that of his own army, that the officers should wear their sidearms and be lodged according to their rank, nor at any time be prevented assembling their own troops, according to the usual military regulations, that passports should be granted to such officers as General Burgoyne should appoint, immediately to carry dispatches to Sir William Howe, to General Carleton, and to England by way of New York, and that General Gates should engage on the public faith, that none of the dispatches should be opened. After the second article, it was stipulated that if a cartel should take place, by which the army under General Burgoyne or any part of it might be exchanged, the second article should be void, as far as such exchange should be made. These and several other circumstances of less moment agreed to, the convention was signed with much solemnity. After the negotiation was finished and completed by the mutual signature of the officers, General Gates conducted not only as an officer of bravery, punctuality, and a nice sense of military honor, but with the fine feelings of humanity and the delicacy of the gentleman. He carried these ideas so far as to restrain the curiosity and pride of his own army, by keeping them within their lines while the British were piling their arms. He did not suffer a man among them to be a near witness to the humiliating sight of a haughty and once powerful foe, disarming and divesting themselves of the insignia of military distinction, and laying them at the feet of the conqueror. Thus, to the consternation of Britain, to the universal joy of America, and to the gratification of all capable of feeling that dignity of sentiment that leads the mind to rejoice in the prospect of liberty to their fellow men, was the northern expedition finished. A reverse of fortune was now beheld, that had not fallen under the calculation of either party. It is more easy to conjecture than agreeable to describe the chagrin of a proud, assuming foe, who had imperiously threatened to penetrate and lay waste cities and provinces, thus humbled by the arms of a people they had affected to hold in the utmost contempt, and their laurels thus faded beneath the sword of the victorious Americans. It was a tale without examples in British annals, that so many thousands of their best troops, in conjunction with a large body of German auxiliaries, commanded by generals and field officers of the first character, accompanied by many young gentlemen of noble family and military talents, should be thus reduced, mortified, and led captive through a long extent of country, where they had flattered themselves they should parade in triumph. Footnote: 5,752 men surrendered, exclusive of Canadians. 2,933 had been previously slain. End of footnote. They were obliged, before they reached their destined quarters, to traverse the pleasant grounds, pass through many flourishing towns and growing settlements, where they had expected to plant the standard of royalty, and all the cruel insolence of victory, to the utter extermination of every republican principle. The British army, with General Burgoyne at their head, was escorted from the plains of Saratoga to their quarters at Cambridge, about 300 miles, by 2 or 3 American field officers and a handful of soldiers as a guard. The march was solemn, sullen, and silent, but they were everywhere treated with such humanity and even delicacy that themselves acknowledged the civil deportment of the inhabitants of the country was without a parallel. They thought it remarkable that not an insult was offered, nor an opprobrious reflection cast, that could enhance the misery of the unfortunate or wound the feelings of degraded honor. Yet they were destined to a long captivity from various circumstances that arose relative to the punctual observance of some of the articles of the Treaty of Convention, which will be noticed in their place. End of Section 5. Section 6 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 11, Part 6. As soon as General Gates had finished the campaign of Saratoga, which terminated with so much eclat to himself, and so much glory to the arms of his country, he wrote a spirited letter to General Vaughan, who had been for some months ravaging, plundering, and burning with unparalleled barbarity the settlements on the North River. He informed him that, notwithstanding, he had reduced the fine village of Kingston to ashes, and its inhabitants to ruin, that though he still continued to ravage and burn all before him, on both sides of the river, these instances of unexampled cruelty but established the glorious act of independence on the broad basis of the general resentments of the people. He added, "And is it thus, sir, your king's generals think to make converts to the royal cause? It is no less surprising than true. The measures they adopt to serve their master have the quite contrary effect. Abler generals and much more experienced officers than you can pretend to be are by the fortune of war now in my hands. This fortune may one day be yours, when it may not be in the power of anything human to save you from the just resentment of an injured people." Footnote: General Gates' letter published in the British Remembrancer. End of footnote. After this letter, General Gates stayed only to make the necessary arrangements and immediately moved on to the relief of the sufferers in that quarter. On the approach of the renowned conqueror of Bourgogne, the marauding parties under General Vaughan, Wallace, and Governor Tryon all retired to New York, there to give an account to administration of their barbarous exploits against the defenseless villages. General Clinton, with 3,000 troops, in conjunction with Commodore Hotham, had entered the Hudson at the beginning of October. At a great expense of men on both sides, they took possession of Stony Point, Verblanx, and the forts Montgomery and Clinton. The posts on the Hudson were defended by officers of dexterity and skill. Governor Clinton of New York, a gentleman distinguished for his patriotism, military talents, and unshaken firmness in the cause of his country, commanded the forts Clinton and Montgomery. General Putnam, an experienced and meritorious officer, was stationed lower down the river. But though the works were strong and defended with courage and ability by the American officers, they were overpowered by the number of the enemy and obliged to retreat with precipitation. After the storming of the forts Clinton and Montgomery, many of the soldiers and some officers were made prisoners. The retreat of those who escaped was effected with difficulty. Governor Clinton himself had time only to escape by crossing the river in a boat. The Count Grabowski, a Polish nobleman, a volunteer in the British Army, fell in the storm of the forts, as did Major Sill and several other officers of much military merit. General Clinton had laid waste the borders, dismantled the forts, burnt most of the houses, and spread terror and devastation on both sides of the Hudson. General Vaughan was left to finish the business. In one of his letters transmitted to England by Lord Viscount Howe, he boasts that he had not left one house in the flourishing and industrious town of Esopus, and offers no other reason for reducing it to ashes, but that the inhabitants had the temerity to fire from their houses on his advance, to rob them of liberty, property, and life. This is a mode of making war, that the politeness and civilization of modern Europe has generally agreed to criminate, though still practiced by many inhuman conquerors. But it was revived and adopted in the American system with all the ferocity that stimulated the ancient barbarians to sink in conflagration the Italian cities. These instances of severity were not singular. The same mad fury was exercised in almost every place where the strength and power of Britain obtained the advantage. This became the source of perpetual jealousies and destroyed all confidence between Britons and Americans, even in the faith of treaties. Thus, some intimations from General Burgoyne while at Cambridge that the terms of convention were not fully complied with on the part of America, and some equivocal conduct with regard to the embarkation of the troops, raised a suspicion that the British officers intended to evade their engagement and transport the captured army to New York instead of conveying them directly to England as stipulated. This was grounded on a proposal that the convention troops should march to Newport and there embark. This occasioned a resolve of Congress that the troops should remain in their quarters at Cambridge until an explicit ratification of the Convention of Saratoga should be properly notified to Congress by the Court of Great Britain. This was heavily complained of by General Burgoyne and his officers, who said that this step was sinking the dignity and a breach of faith in that respected body. Political casuistry frequently palliates the deviations from rectitude in public bodies. Sound policy might justify the measure, but it is yet doubtful whether there was sufficient reason to believe that Burgoyne meant to break his engagements and throw his troops into New York to be immediately again employed against the United States. New causes arose to enhance the difficulties of their exchange or their return to their native country. Thus this idle and dissipated army lay too long in the neighborhood of Boston for the advantage of either side. While their endurance, they disseminated their manners. They corrupted the students of Harvard College and the youth of the capital and its environs, who were allured to enter into their gambling parties and other scenes of licentiousness. They became acquainted with the designs, the resources, and the weaknesses of America. And there were many among them whose talents and capacity rendered them capable of making the most mischievous use of their knowledge. After long altercations between General Phillips and General Heath, who commanded in that quarter, relative to the disorders that took place among the soldiery of both parties, and mutual charges and breaches of the Articles of Convention, Congress directed that the British troops should march to Charlottesville in Virginia. They accordingly left Cambridge November the 10th, 1778. General Burgoyne had early requested leave to repair to England on parole, pleading the broken state of his health, the deranged situation of his private affairs, and the hazard of character, if not present to defend himself on the tidings of his defeat. He was permitted by Congress to depart, and arrived in England in May, 1778. But he met a very ungracious reception both from the people, the ministry, and his king. Notwithstanding his abilities to serve and his fidelity to his master, he was refused an audience by Majesty, a court of inquiry or a court-martial, and for some time a hearing in the House of Commons. He had left England in the sanguine expectation of carrying conquest before him, wherever he appeared, of subduing the Americans and restoring tranquility to the revolted colonies. He had returned on parole by the favor of that authority he had ever despised, and left his army in the hands of his enemies. The debates in Parliament on the occasion were warm and interesting. Some law officers of the Crown insisted that as a prisoner he was bound by his first engagements. They said to talk of a trial without the power to punish was a farce. It was urged that as a prisoner he was not capable of acting in his personal capacity, and that under his present obligations he was totally incapacitated for the exercise of any civil office, incompetent to any civil function, and incapable of bearing arms in his country. Footnote: Parliamentary debates. End of footnote. Thus was the haughty Burgoyne affronted and mortified after long and faithful services to his king and country. He was ordered immediately to repair to America as a prisoner, according to his engagements, but as the ill state of his health prevented his compliance, he was persecuted until he resigned all his employments under the crown. After some time had elapsed, General Burgoyne was permitted the opportunity of speaking for himself in the House of Commons, where he defended his own reputation and cause with ability and spirit. In the course of his argument, he cast many severe censures on the ministry, and did not scruple to pronounce them totally incapable of supporting the weight of public affairs in the present dangerous and critical emergency into which they had brought the nation. Nor was he without many powerful advocates, who both ridiculed and reprobated the severity with which he was treated. Strong intimations had been suggested, both within and without doors, that it might be thought expedient that the general should be sacrificed to save the reputation of the minister. Several expressions of his previous to his capture intimated his own apprehensions. In a letter to the Secretary of State he said, "My confidence is still placed in the justice of the king and his council to support the general they had thought proper to appoint to as arduous an undertaking and under as positive directions as a cabinet ever signed." In the same letter he gave his opinion of the number and discipline of the American troops and the many difficulties he had to encounter without the liberty of acting at discretion. General Burgoyne observed himself with regard to American bravery when speaking of the actions of the 19th of September. Few actions have been characterized by more obstinacy in attack or defense. The British bayonet was repeatedly tried ineffectually. 1,100 British soldiers, foiled in these trials, bore incessant fire from a succession of fresh troops in superior numbers for above 4 hours, and after a loss of above a third of their numbers, and in one of the regiments above 2/3, forced the enemy at last. Of a detachment of a captain and 48 artillerymen, the captain and 36 men were killed or wounded. These facts are marked by a concurrence of evidence that no man can dispute. The tribute of praise due to such troops will not be wanting in this generous nation, and it will certainly be accompanied with a just portion of shame to those who have dared to depreciate or fully valor so conspicuous, who have their ears open only to the prejudice of American cowardice, and having been always loud upon that courtly topic, stifle the glory of their countrymen, to maintain a base consistency. He also adds with regard to the action of the 7th of October, if there can be any persons who, after considering the circumstances of this day, continue to doubt that the Americans possess the quality and faculty of fighting, call it by whatever name they please. They are of a prejudice that it would be very absurd longer to contend with. But no hazard or fatigue, bravery or misfortune, was thought a sufficient apology for the loss of his army. End of section 6. Section 7 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 11, Conclusion. The Northern Expedition had been a favorite object with the British administration. They were sanguine enough to suppose, and the nation was led to believe, that success in that quarter would reduce the turbulent spirits of Americans so low as to prevent further energy of opposition, and bring the whole country to a due sense of subordination and unconditional submission to the authority of Parliament. The low ebb of American affairs at the southward, previous to the success of General Gates, gave some reasonable grounds for such an expectation. It is not strange that a disappointment in this favorite object, which was calculated, if successful, to redound much to the glory of the British arms, should be equally mortifying to the pride of the ministry and the high-spirited people of England, or that it threw the Parliament and the nation into a ferment that did not easily subside. Many gentlemen of distinguished talents did honor to the feelings of the heart and the sagacity of the understanding, while it was a subject of parliamentary debate, by their humane, sensible, and judicious speeches, interspersed with pointed wit and brilliancy of sentiment. The conquest and capture of General Burgoyne and the British army under his command was undoubtedly the most fortunate circumstance for the United States that had yet taken place. It was the most capital and eventful military transaction from the commencement to the close of the American War. The termination of this expedition opened new views to the philosopher, the politician, and the hero, both at home and abroad. It disseminated a spirit and produced effects throughout America, which had been neither anticipated or calculated, until her sons paraded in the style of the conqueror before the humiliated hands of veteran British and German prisoners. So many thousands of brave men and distinguished officers, led captive through the wilderness, the plains, and the cities of the United States, was a spectacle never before beheld by the inhabitants, and the impression it made on their minds was in proportion to the novelty of the scene and the magnitude of its consequences. It was viewed as a prelude to events of the highest moment, both to the arms and to the future negotiations of the United States. British battalions were no longer deemed invulnerable, even by the most timid and uninformed sons of America. That formidable power which had spread dismay through the colonies, they now beheld as the object of curiosity, and her armies were viewed more in the light of compassion than of terror. Nor were the troops of the United States longer considered as a mere undisciplined rabble, either by the Parliament or the people of England. Their armies began to appear formidable, and conciliation was pressed from very respectable characters. From the moment of their recent victory, the United States were beheld in a still more honorable light by the other European powers. Most of them had yet stood undecided and wavering. None of them seemed determined on which side to declare, or whether to look coolly on as uninterested spectators, until Great Britain had sufficiently chastised her rebellious children. It is true some loans of money had been obtained from France previous to this period, and the sale of prizes had been permitted in the Gallic ports, but this appeared to be more in consequence of the benevolence and the enthusiasm of the people than the result of any governmental system to aid America effectually in her struggle for freedom and independence. The consequences of the brilliant success of General Gates, the influence of this event on the opinion of foreign nations, its operation on the councils of Britain, its effects on the policy of several European courts, and its important consequences throughout America, will be related concisely in the subsequent part of these annals. But it is proper, before we conclude the present chapter, to detail a few other circumstances relative to General Burgoyne. After some time had elapsed, and the agitation of party so far cooled as to permit him the public defense of his character, he gave an affecting epitome of his feelings, his difficulties and embarrassments in the northern expedition. He observed, "The remembrance of what I personally underwent cannot easily be suppressed, and I am sure I shall not outgo the indulgence of the candid if in delineating situations so affecting I add feelings to justification. The defense of military conduct is an interesting point of professional honor, but to vindicate the heart is a duty to God and to society at large. Few conjunctures in the campaign I have been describing, few perhaps upon military record, can be found so distinguished by exigencies, or productive of such critical and anxious calls upon the public character and private affection as that which now took place. In the first place, the position of the army was untenable, and yet an immediate retreat was impossible, not only from the fatigue of the troops, but from the necessity of delivering fresh ammunition and provisions. The losses in the action were uncommonly severe. Sir Francis Clark, my aide-de-camp, had originally recommended himself to my attention by his talents and diligence. As service and intimacy opened his character more, he became endeared to me by every quality that could create esteem. I lost in him a useful assistant, an amiable companion, an attached friend. The state was deprived by his death of one of the fairest promises of an able general. The fate of Colonel Ackland, taken prisoner, and then supposed to be mortally wounded, was a second source of anxiety. General Fraser was expiring. In the course of the action, a shot had passed through my hat, and another had torn my waistcoat. I should be sorry to be thought at any time insensible to the protecting hand of Providence, but I ever more particularly considered, and I hope not superstitiously, a soldier's hairbreadth escapes as incentives to duty, a marked renewal of the trust of being, for the due purposes of a public station, and under that reflection, to lose our fortitude by giving way to our affections, to be diverted by any possible self-emotion, from meeting a present exigency with our best faculties, were at once dishonor and impiety. Footnote: Burgoyne's defense. End of footnote. Perhaps no general officer ever experienced a greater variety of untoward circumstances than General Burgoyne before the Convention and the surrender of his army to the victorious Americans. It requires a lively imagination to comprehend a full view of the difficulty of marching an army composed of heterogeneous materials, from Quebec to Saratoga, to traverse a forlorn wilderness, pathless thickets and swamps, extensive sheets of water, and navigable lakes defended by a resolute enemy, covered by strong works that cost the waste of many of his troops to overcome. It is true his German allies were brave, and the usual valor of British troops needs no encomium, but the Canadians and the Loyalists could not be depended upon, and the hordes of savages that joined his train were more the objects of terror than assistance, even to the masters unto whom they had enlisted. They pillaged, plundered, threatened, and occasionally murdered their friends, and when the cause grew desperate, retreated in tribes to take shelter in their distant forests. Of the Loyalists, General Burgoyne thus observes, many of them had taken refuge in Canada the preceding winter, and others had joined us as we advanced. The various interests which influenced their actions rendered all arrangement of them impracticable. One man's views went to the profit he was to enjoy when his course should be complete, another to the protection of the district in which he resided. A third was wholly intent upon revenge against his personal enemies, and all of them were repugnant even to an idea of subordination. Hence, the settlement who should act as a private man, and who as an officer, or in whose corps either should be, was seldom satisfactorily made among themselves, and as surely as it failed, succeeded a reference to the commander-in-chief, which could not be put by or delegated to another hand, without dissatisfaction, increase of confusion, and generally a loss of such services as they were really fit for, viz., searching for cattle, ascertaining the practicability of routes, clearing roads, and guiding detachments of columns upon the march. He further observed that the interests and the passions of the revolted Americans concenter in the cause of the Congress, and those of the Loyalists break and subdivide into various pursuits, with which the cause of the king has little or nothing to do. From these and other circumstances above detailed, even prejudice itself ought to allow a due share of praise to General Burgoyne for maintaining his resolution and perseverance so long, rather than to wound his character by censure, either as a soldier, a man of honor and humanity, or a faithful servant to his king. But talents, valor, or virtue are seldom a security against the vindictive spirit of party or the resentment that results from the failure of favorite political projects. Thus, though the military abilities of General Burgoyne had been conspicuous and his services acknowledged by his country, yet from the mortification of the monarch, the court, and the people of England, on the disgrace of their arms at Saratoga, he was not only suffered, but obliged to retire. Though the marked resentment of administration was long kept up against this unfortunate officer, he did not spend all the remainder of his days in private and literary pursuits. It is true, he never again acted in a military capacity, but time relieved the present oppression when he again took his seat in Parliament, and with manly eloquence not only defended the rights and liberties of his native isle against the arbitrary systems in vogue, but asserted the justice and propriety of American opposition. This he did with becoming dignity, and an impartiality which he never might have felt but from the failure of his northern expedition. The reputation the American arms acquired by this defeat not only humbled the proud tone of many British officers, besides General Burgoyne, but did much to hasten the alliance with France, and brought forward events that accelerated the independence of America. End of section 7. Section 8 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 12. Part 1. Observations on the conduct of the British Parliament previous to the capture of Burgoyne. The ineffectual efforts of the commissioners sent to America in consequence of Lord North's conciliatory bill. Their attempts to corrupt individuals and public bodies. Negotiation broken off. Manifesto published by the commissioners. Counter-declaration by Congress. Sir William Howe repairs to England. While America gloried in her recent successes against the Northern Army, and was making all possible preparations for vigorous action at the southward, the coercive system in Britain was so far from being relaxed that the most severe measures were urged with bitterness and acrimony. The speeches of the king were in the same tone of despotism as formerly. The addresses of Parliament were in the usual style of compliment and applause, as if they had little else to do but to keep each other in good humor until alienation was complete, and the colony so far connected with other powers that there could be no hope of reconciliation. But though a union of sentiment and a perfect conformity to the royal will, previous to the news of Burgoyne's defeat, appeared in the majority of both houses of Parliament, yet the measures of the ministry were, as usual, warmly opposed by some gentlemen of the first abilities in the nation. Several of the principal nobility were in the minority, and urged an accommodation before America should be irretrievably lost. It was recommended to the minister rather to forge bands of amity for the minds than chains for the bodies of Americans. The present moment of uncertainty with regard to success was urged as the proper season for giving the most unequivocal proofs of cordiality, by requesting His Majesty to order a cessation of hostilities and the immediate adoption of measures for accommodation. Footnote: debates in Parliament before the news of termination of the Northern Campaign reached England. End of footnote. Mr. Fox, whose powers of oratory were the admiration of the world, not only reasoned against their measures, but ridiculed the ministry in the most pointed manner for their ignorance of America. From the outset of the controversy, he alleged that they had mistaken the extent of the 13 colonies, and considered the Massachusetts as including the whole, nor were they less mistaken in the weight of opposition they had to encounter. He observed they had ever been blind to the consequences of their own measures, or they never would have rejected the most dutiful and loyal petitions, more especially that presented by Mr. Penn, late governor of Pennsylvania, even after the battles of Lexington and Bunker Hill. Footnote: Governor Penn was the last proprietary governor of the state of Pennsylvania. After the Revolution, different modes were adopted. The patent granted by the Crown to the celebrated Penn, the founder of that colony, included a vast territory, but the enormous claims of the family were extinguished by an act of the legislature of Pennsylvania. This was not in consequence of any political delinquency of the late governor, who had acquitted himself with ability and address, and retained his patriotism and attention to the interests of his country to the end of the contest. The heirs of the family voluntarily relinquished their extensive claims in consideration of a very handsome sum of money paid to the claimants by the legislature in lieu of all quit rents that might hereafter be demanded. End of footnote. He expatiated on the absurdity and injustice of the bill for transporting Americans to England for trial, the Quebec Act, the Restraining Bill, the Declaratory Act, and the Boston Port Bill. All papers relative to America for 3 years past were ordered to be laid before the House, and the state of the Army and the expenditures in the course of the war loudly called for. But amidst the severe scrutiny of the House, the anxiety of the nation, the perseverance of the King, and the perplexity of the minister, all parties were thunderstruck by the arrival of the intelligence of Burgoyne's defeat and the capture of the army at Saratoga. A general gloom overspread every countenance. The severest censures were cast on the late measures of administration. Indignation burnt in the bosoms of those who opposed them. Clamor raged without doors. Asperity, sarcasm, and reproach from the lip of truth within. And notwithstanding his abilities and his firmness, the minister was distressed. The minority increased and opposition was strengthened. Lord Chatham rose with his usual energy, eloquence, and commanding spirit, and reprobated both the war and the mode of prosecuting it, and with vehemence and acrimony asserted that a court system of wickedness had been adopted for the last 15 years, subversive of all faith and confidence, tending to extinguish all principle in the different orders of the community, and that an ascendancy had been obtained by worthless men, the dregs of party, where no influence ought to exist, that a spirit of delusion had gone forth, the people had been deceived by ministers, and Parliament had sanctioned the deception. False lights had been held out to the country gentlemen, imposed on by the ideal project of an American revenue, but that the visionary phantom, conjured up for the basest purposes of deception, was about to vanish. The minister, footnote Lord North, end of footnote, though attacked, mortified, and embarrassed, retreated with ability and address from ground to ground, through the debates and endeavored to shift the blame from himself, and cast the failure of the system and the odium of disappointment on the want of capacity in the officers employed. He manifested his regret for the unhappy differences between the two countries in passionate expressions, and urged that the conciliatory plan he had proposed some time before might be immediately adopted, and that commissioners should be sent to America with powers to restore tranquility, without further delay. He acknowledged that he began to despair of reducing the colonies by arms, unless a disunion could be effected, and the intervention of foreign powers in their behalf decidedly prevented. But the people in several counties were so infatuated by the popular theme of an American revenue that subscriptions were opened in London, Bristol, and other places for raising and supporting a body of troops at private expense, to supply the deficiency in the army by the Convention of Saratoga. The legality of this measure was contested in both houses of Parliament, and a resolve was proposed by the Earl of Abingdon that granting monies for private uses and without the sanction of Parliament was against both the letter and the spirit of the Constitution, that obtaining money by subscription and applying it to His Majesty's use, in such manner as he should think fit, was unconstitutional and a direct infringement of the principles of the British Constitution. But the measure was not discountenanced by authority, and the subscriptions went on. If not first suggested by them, these subscriptions were encouraged by some of the most affluent of the American refugees who had repaired to England on the retreat of General Howe from Boston. This appearance of settled rancor against their native country increased the resentment of their countrymen, and in consequence thereof, some of their estates, which had been only sequestered, were confiscated and sold, and the monies arising therefrom deposited in the public treasury. But many of this class of people, who laid their real or pretended sufferings before administration, were afterwards amply provided for by the liberality of the British government, though not adequate to their own expectations. All Europe had beheld with astonishment and applause the exertions and struggles of the American colonies against the opulence, the arms, and the intrigues of Britain. It was now 3 years that they had, with uncommon resolution and systematical decision, supported their armaments by sea and land without a single ally. The American Congress had indeed, as early as the beginning of the autumn, 1776, appointed commercial agents to several European courts, empowering them to procure arms, ammunition, and clothing on the credit of the United States. They were received politely by the nation, though not publicly countenanced by the court of France, on their first arrival. Yet their negotiations had been favorable to trade and to the condemnation of a vast number of prizes that had been taken by the Americans and sent into the several ports of France. Dr. Franklin was soon after empowered to act as an American plenipotentiary there, and arrived in France December 1776. The celebrity of his character and the popularity of his mission ensured him the warmest reception from all ranks, and the minister gave him private encouragement to hope for all necessary aid and a full completion of the wishes of his constituents. Footnote: the Count de Virginieres. End of footnote. The Spanish ambassador likewise at this time requested copies of his instructions and a sketch of the state of America, which he forwarded to His Catholic Majesty, as the two courts were determined to act in perfect unison, although no national compact was completed between France and America until early in the year 1778. Footnote: see Dr. Franklin's letter to Congress, March 1778. End of footnote. It required time to ripen a measure in a despotic court to support a struggle like the present, a struggle unparalleled in modern nations, an effort for the liberties of mankind by colonial opposition to the parent state. The proud and potent sovereignty of Britain might rationally be expected to have an influence on the political systems of the greatest part of Europe. Besides, the intrigues of the British cabinet and the policy of France might cooperate to postpone the event of any foreign alliance with the colonies until American firmness had been tried in the ordeal of affliction, and her constancy and success had rendered her more respectable in the eyes of older nations and long-practiced statesmen. But the conquest and capture of a British army, commanded by officers of distinguished name and abilities, was considered as a decided proof of the importance of the connection, and hastened the determination of France to conclude a treaty that might cut off all hope of reconciliation between the colonies and the mother country. Thus, on the 6th of February, 1778, a treaty of alliance, amity, and commerce was signed by the minister on the part of France and by Benjamin Franklin, Arthur Lee, and Silas Deane, Esquires, on the part of the United States of America. Dr. Franklin was immediately introduced to His Most Christian Majesty as the Minister Plenipotentiary for the American States, and on the May following, the Sieur Girard arrived on the continent in quality of ambassador and was introduced in form to the American Congress. End of Section 8. Section 9 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 12, Part 2. This mortifying event had for some time been predicted by the minority in the British Parliament, yet the minister affected to disbelieve even the probability of its taking place, and as late as March the 11th, 1778, desired that it might be remembered he declared in his place that he knew of no such treaty, either in existence or contemplation. Only 8 days after this, the Duc de Noailles, in the name of his sovereign, announced the treaty in form, and a rescript thereof was delivered to the King of Great Britain. The ignorance or incapacity of the minister in not obtaining more early intelligence of the conduct of the House of Bourbon, or his wickedness in concealing the information, if he had received it, was echoed from the House to the city, and from the city through the nation. But there was little reason to doubt, notwithstanding the solemn declaration of the minister, that he had obtained more authentic documents than he was willing to acknowledge of the transactions of the French cabinet. This was undoubtedly the reason why the conciliatory bills were hurried through both houses and sent over to Lord and General Howe before the act was completed or commissioners named for the purpose. Many distinguished members in both houses of Parliament insisted that an immediate suspension of hostilities and a direct acknowledgment of the independence of America was the only medium of safety. They justly observed that the burning some of their fairest towns, desolating their lands, plundering their houses, and abusing their wives and daughters, had left such an acrimonious stamp on the minds of Americans as destroyed all faith and confidence in the appearances of accommodation or advances towards reconciliation. Others, still sanguine in prosecution of measures less derogatory to the pride of Britain, urged a change of ministry and a new arrangement of officers in both the civil and military departments. At the same time, they urged that commissioners should be appointed to repair to America, to confer with Congress as a legal body, or with the state legislatures in their present form, and that they should be authorized to offer a cessation of hostilities, a repeal of all obnoxious bills, a free trade, a representation in Parliament, and, in short, almost everything they could wish, except an explicit acknowledgment of independence. This mode was adopted, and commissioners appointed to make overtures from the parent state that would once have been received with the highest tokens of gratitude, but that period was irretrievably past. Probably had administration taken a cool retrospect of the natural operations of the human mind and reflected on the insult and mortification of the repeated rejection of sincere and ardent petitions, of the commencement of hostilities by staining the sword with the blood of innocents, of the miseries that awaited the unhappy victims, which the uncertain chances of war had thrown into their hands, and the numberless instances of deception that had been practiced on the less experienced politicians of America. They must themselves have been sensible that all ideas of peace on any conditions, but the most decided acknowledgment of the independence of the United States, were precluded. But men impelled by a partiality for systems of their own fabricating, whether they originated in passion, plausibility, or interest, can seldom bend their pride to a generous dereliction of their favorite object, though reason or time might have brought to their view a full conviction of its absurdity or impracticability. Great Britain was at this time herself without allies, nor had she any reason to expect the assistance of foreigners to facilitate the subjugation of America, except the auxiliaries she had obtained at an immense expense from some of the petty princes of Germany. They had some time before applied to the States of Holland to send forward a Scotch brigade in their service, in aid of their hostile operations against the colonies, but by the single voice of one of their honest Republicans, it was prevented, and the proposal rejected in a style characteristic of his nation. He observed that it was more proper for Britain to hire janissaries for their purpose than to apply to the Batavians, who had so dearly purchased their own liberties. Footnote: Speech of Van der Capellen in the Assembly of Overfell. End of footnote. Thus, while a war with France was apprehended to be the immediate and inevitable consequence of the weak, pernicious, and perverse counsels of the British cabinet, the opposition declared the nation had everything to fear from the House of Bourbon, and nothing to hope from the assistance of other European powers. These circumstances, generally known, occasioned the most painful feelings to those who were actuated by the principles of justice or humanity, nor were the minds of such as were influenced only by the rancor of party much more tranquil. But the loss of the colonies, the independence of America, her connection with France, their hereditary foe, could not yet be digested by the king, the ministry, or the nation, and the conciliatory proposals were voted to be carried forward on other principles than those of humanity or equity. The army and navy establishments were augmented, and the proud display of war, power, and conquest was again to accompany the soft voice of peace and reunion. The gentlemen appointed to undertake the arduous work of conciliation with the American states, after the inhumanity and irritation of a 3 years' war, were the Earl of Carlisle, Sir William Eden, Governor Johnstone, and Sir Henry Clinton. Qualified for negotiation and determined if possible to reunite the revolted colonies with Great Britain, they left England with these flattering expectations, and arrived in the Delaware the latter part of May, amidst every preparation on both sides for opening a vigorous campaign. During their residence in America, they faithfully executed their trust, and by every exertion, both in their joint and separate capacity, they endeavored to fulfill the expectation of their sovereign. Yet from the reception which Congress had recently given to a previous intimation of their designs, the commissioners could have no very sanguine hopes of success. General Howe had, as early as April the 21st, sent a flag to General Washington, informing him of his own expectations. At the same time, he transmitted him a copy of the conciliatory bill. These the general immediately forwarded to Congress, who appointed a committee to consider the proposition. It did not take much time to deliberate before the committee reported a number of reasons why the proposals of the British court appeared to them fallacious, and that it was their opinion that the United States could, with no propriety, hold any conference or treaty with commissioners on the part of Britain, unless, as a preliminary, they withdrew their fleets and armies, and in positive and express terms acknowledged the independence of the United States. This spirited language, before any account of the completion of any treaty with France had arrived in America, discovered a due dependence on their own magnanimity and firmness, and by the dignity of their resolutions, Congress manifested a consciousness of the justice of their cause and a reliance on that providential support they had hitherto remarkably experienced. Perhaps at no time since hostilities had commenced between Great Britain and the colonies could the United States have been found less disposed to negotiate on the terms now offered by the British government than at the present. When the commissioners arrived, they found the news of an alliance with France and a treaty of amity and commerce with that nation had reached Yorktown, where Congress was sitting, the 2nd day of May, a very short time after they had rejected the proposals sent on by Lord Howe. Footnote: these overtures were rejected on the 28th of April, 1778. See Journals of Congress. End of footnote. All America was apprised of the divisions in the British Parliament and happy in their own unanimity. An ambassador had been appointed to repair to America, and her independence was acknowledged by one of the first courts in Europe. The brilliant successes of the last year and the promising appearances on the opening the campaign of the present all cooperated to lead the Congress and the state legislatures to continue the high tone of sensibility and dignity, becoming a free and independent people, just emancipated from foreign domination. The commander-in-chief, the officers of the army, the soldiers in the field, and indeed every description of people, felt a new degree of enthusiasm and kindled from the sanguine expectation of all necessary aid, in consequence of an alliance with France, which was now completed to their wishes. The commissioners on their arrival lost no time. They immediately opened their correspondences, both public and private. The secretary to this commission was the celebrated Dr. Ferguson, a gentleman well known in the literary world by his eloquent historical and philosophical writings, yet the respect for his character and abilities, which would have ensured his welcome on any occasion unconnected with political considerations, could not influence Congress to grant him passports, as requested by the commissioners, only to deliver in person the credentials for opening a treaty. In consequence of this refusal, the King's Commission and a letter from the commissioners were both sent on by the usual military posts. The letter contained some flattering advances toward America and many complimentary expressions to individuals, but it was without the smallest appearance of any recognition of the independence of the United States. Many reproachful strictures on the insidious policy of France were interwoven in the letter. This rendered their address still more exceptional in the eyes of Congress, and their overtures were generally disgusting to the people at large. End of section 9. Section 10 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 12, Part 3. In the present crisis, it was not thought either polite or politic by anyone to interlard the proposals for an accommodation with America with indelicate reflections on the new allies of the United States, almost at the moment when Congress had received the most indubitable proofs of the friendship of the House of Bourbon, and when every bosom glowed with hope and expectation of the highest advantages from an alliance just sealed by each party and ratified by Congress to the mutual satisfaction of both nations. Yet allowances ought ever to be made for hereditary and national prejudices, as well as for private disgusts. In both cases, the soreness of the human mind feels the keenest sensibility, when all wounds are probed by a hand prepared to strike a mortal blow, the first favorable opportunity. Thus the commissioners and the British nation beheld with indignation and bitterness the arm of France, their hated rival, stretch out to rescue their colonies, now the United States, from the despotic views of the King and Parliament of England. When Congress had given the proposals for peace, offered under the sanction of royal authority, a fair and candid discussion, a reply was concisely drawn up and signed by the Honorable Henry Lerin, President of the Continental Congress. It was observed in this answer to the proposals that both the late Acts of Parliament and a commission empowering a number of gentlemen to negotiate, and the letter received by Congress from those gentlemen, all went upon the same mistaken ground, on the supposition that the people of America were the subjects of the Crown of Britain. That such ideas were by no means admissible. Yet notwithstanding the injustice of the claim on which the war originated and the savage manner of conducting it, Congress was inclined to peace whenever the King of England should manifest a sincere disposition therefor, by an explicit acknowledgment of the independence of America, and by withdrawing his fleets and armies, that they will then enter into a treaty of commerce, not inconsistent with treaties already existing. They also referred the commissioners to their resolves and determinations of the 23rd of April, a short time before the arrival of the Treaty of Alliance with France. This drew out a second letter from the commissioners, drafted with much art, ability, and address. In this they observed that they were not disposed to dispute about words, that a degree of independence was admitted in their letter of the 10th of June, that the people of America had the privilege of disposing of their own property, and to govern themselves without any reference to Britain, beyond what is necessary to preserve a union of force, in which mutual safety consists. They added that danger from their hereditary enemy and gratitude to those who had hazarded much for their affection to Britain must for a time prevent His Majesty from withdrawing his fleets and armies, but that they were willing to enter on a discussion of circumstances that might be necessary to secure and enlarge their independence, and that they wished for full communication of the powers by which Congress was authorized to treat with foreign nations. They intimated that there had been no resolutions of the particular assemblies conferring this power. Thus an effort was made in the beginning of negotiation to diffuse jealousies and divide the people. In short, the sophistry that marked their public declarations and the insidious proposals made to corrupt private persons were very unbecoming to negotiators for peace, and inconsistent both with the probity of individual character and the dignity of their master. It does not appear that the conduct of any of these gentlemen singly was equally reprehensible with that of Governor Johnstone. By private letters to some of the members of Congress, he endeavored to warp their integrity with the flattering promises of distinguished offices and emoluments in proportion to their risk in promoting the present views of administration. Footnote: the principal of these were Joseph Reed and Robert Morris, Esquire, of Pennsylvania, and Francis Dana of Massachusetts. End of footnote. He was bold enough to say, Washington and the President would have a right to everything a grateful nation could bestow, if they would be instrumental once more in uniting the interests of Great Britain and America. Footnote: see Governor Johnstone's letter to Robert Morris, Esquire, laid before Congress, June 1778. End of footnote. His advances to Mr. Reed, an influential member of Congress, was still more openly affronted by offering him a direct bribe and naming the conditions for the sale of his honor. Governor Johnstone doubtless thought he knew his men when he selected Mr. Reed, Robert Morris, Esquire, and Mr. Francis Dana to open his correspondence with and try the golden effects of secret influence that had been so often successful in his native land. He might perhaps think it some extenuation of the affront offered to Mr. Reed that he had formerly fallen under some suspicions from his countrymen. He had been early and zealous in opposition to Britain, had repaired to Cambridge as aide-de-camp to General Washington, was afterwards appointed adjutant general, and continued in habits of intimacy and confidence with the commander-in-chief until the retreat through the Jerseys and the gloomy and desperate situation of American affairs towards the close of the winter of 1776. His fortitude then forsook him, and despairing of brighter prospect to this country, more from timidity than disaffection, he was on the point of relinquishing the public cause. Footnote: see Cadwallader's letter to and of Mr. Reed. They exhibit strong suspicions that, agitated by fear in the most gloomy period of American affairs, he really contemplated security for himself and friends under the protection of the British standard. This appeared at the time to be the apprehension of many of his connections. However, if he was really as culpable as represented by some of those letters, he soon recovered his firmness, his character, and the confidence of his country and the commander-in-chief. End of footnote. It was asserted he absolutely applied to Count Donop at Burlington for a protection for himself and family, on condition of his forsaking his country in the lowest stage of her distress, and his general and friend at a period when he most needed his assistance. But the brilliant action at Trenton and the subsequent successes at Princeton and other places in the beginning of the year 1777 restored the tone of his nerves so far as to enable him to act with distinguished firmness, fidelity, and bravery on many trying occasions, and disposed almost everyone to throw a veil over the momentary weakness of a mind generally well disposed to his country. Footnote: Mr. Reed had publicly announced his regret that a letter written by him to General Lee in the year 1776 had been published to the world. He observed that that letter was written in haste and written in a moment of great anxiety, not from any diminution of affection for General Washington, whom he justly styles a great and good man. This letter was undoubtedly the result of Mr. Reed's apprehensions at a period when there was utmost danger that all would be lost to America from various causes that prevented more vigorous operations, but he ever after expressed the highest respect for the character of the commander-in-chief, and observed that his countrymen might rest in full confidence in the judgment, abilities, and discretion of General Washington. End of footnote. These circumstances were known in the British Army, and probably induced Governor Johnstone to think Mr. Reed a proper subject for his designs. He proposed as an adequate reward for his treachery if Mr. Reed would engage his interest to promote the object of their commission, that he should have any office in the colonies, in the gift of his Britannic Majesty, and the sum of 10,000 pounds sterling in hand. This extraordinary proposal was made through a lady who had some connections in the British Army. Finding she expected an explicit reply, and being a lady of so much respectability as to demand it, Mr. Reed answered that he was not worth the purchasing, but such as he was, the King of Great Britain was not rich enough to do it. Mr. Johnstone knew Mr. Morris to be a commercial character, a speculating genius, a calculator of finances, and a confidential friend of General Washington. He might probably think that if the commander-in-chief of the American army could once be brought to listen to proposals or to barter his fidelity, no one could make a better bargain for Britain than Mr. Morris, who had so much the ear and confidence of General Washington. From some circumstances in Mr. Dana's former conduct, Mr. Johnstone might think himself sure of his influence without bidding very high, and though liberal of his master's gold, it does not appear that he offered him a direct bribe. Mr. Johnstone's confidence in the success of his attempt on the fidelity of this gentleman was probably grounded on a circumstance generally known. Mr. Dana had formerly fallen under the suspicions of many of his countrymen that he was not friendly to the opposition of British measures. This suspicion arose from his having repaired to England a short time before the commencement of the war, but within a year after the Battle of Lexington, he had eradicated those prejudices by returning to his native country, entrusted with some secret communications from the Friends of America, then in England. This recommended him to favor and reconciliation with his countrymen. They laid aside their suspicions, and some characters of known integrity brought him forward, and soon after he was chosen a member of the General Congress. The above traits of character might be thought proper materials for a British commissioner to operate upon, but Governor Johnstone was mistaken in the character of Americans, for, notwithstanding their passions, their foibles, or their weaknesses, there were few at that time who would not have spurned at the idea of being purchased. They highly resented the effort to tamper with their integrity at any price, when the liberty of America was the stake. End of section 10. Section 11 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 12, Conclusion. These letters and transactions were immediately laid before Congress by the several gentlemen, who thought themselves particularly insulted by such unequivocal attempts on their honor and fidelity. This demeanor of one of the commissioners was resented in a manner that might be expected from the respectable body. The American Congress at this period was, with few exceptions, composed of men jealous of their rights, proud of their patriotism and independence, and tenacious of their honor and probity. They resolved that as they felt, so they ought to demonstrate the most pointed indignation against such daring attempts to corrupt their integrity. They added that it was incompatible with their honor to hold any further intercourse with George Johnstone, Esquire, more especially to negotiate with him on affairs in which the cause of liberty was interested. Footnote. Mr. Johnstone's private letter to the President of Congress and Mr. Lawrence's reply, which was equally honorable to himself and to his country, and which breathed the spirit of dignity, independence, and virtue, which uniformly marked the character of this gentleman. The reader is referred to the Journals of Congress. End of footnote. This resolve, announced in all the public papers, drew out a very angry declaration from Mr. Johnstone. He intimated that he should decline acting in future as a commissioner, or in any other way negotiating with Congress. He observed that the business would be left in abler hands, and that he should be happy to find no other impediment in the way of accommodation after he was removed, but that he was inclined to believe the resolutions of Congress were dictated on similar motives to the Convention of Saratoga. Mr. Johnstone alluded to a resolve of Congress in reply to the offer of the commissioners to ratify the Convention of Saratoga. To this offer they had replied that no ratification that may be tendered in consequence of powers that only reach the case by construction, or which may subject all transactions relative thereto, either to the future approbation or disapprobation of Parliament, can be accepted by Congress. To the resentful language of Governor Johnstone he added that Congress acted a desultory part, contrary to the wishes of their constituents, and after many very severe reflections on the connection with France, he avowed a total disregard either of the good or ill opinion of such a body, but acknowledged that making a just allowance for men acting under the heats of civil convulsions, he had a regard for some individuals that composed it. Doubtless, at the moment of this passionate declaration, Mr. Johnstone had forgotten the flattering epithets, even to adulation, that he had recently bestowed on the same body he now affected to hold in sovereign contempt. But Congress persevered in their usual steady line of conduct and took no further notice of the letters, declarations, or addresses of the commissioners. Thus closed their public negotiations, yet they did not despair of dividing the colonies. Letters and addresses were still circulated to the governors of particular states and to private gentlemen, and inflammatory declarations were spread throughout America. The poison of these new modes of overture for peace between contending nations was effectually antidoted by the spirited publications of several gentlemen of ability in their private capacity. Footnote, W. H. Drayton and others. End of footnote. The last effort made by these disappointed negotiators before they left America was the publication of a manifesto signed by 3 of them and dispersed throughout the continent. This address appeared to be dictated more by resentment and despair than expectation or hope. It contained an endeavor to foment jealousies between the several states and insinuated that Congress were not authorized by the constituents to reject the offers of Britain or to enter into alliances with foreign nations. Proposals were made for separate treaties, either with the governors, the legislative bodies, or individual gentlemen, and offers of pardon were held out to any in civil or military departments, and to all descriptions of men who should, within 40 days, desert the service of their country and enlist under the standard of Britain. This was not the most offensive part of this extraordinary manifesto. Vindictive threatenings were denounced against all who should continue deaf to these gracious and generous calls of their sovereign. It finished by declaring that if America still preferred her connection with the insidious and hereditary enemy of Britain, she must expect the operations of war would be continued in such modes as tended most to distress, depopulate, and ruin. Footnote. See the manifesto at large in the British Remembrancer and in the Annual Register, as well as in the Journals of Congress. End of footnote. Mankind is seldom driven into compliance by the haughty threats of powerful adversaries, unless they feel their own weakness to such a degree as to render them abject. But America, conscious of her own internal strength and sure of the assistance of foreign allies, rather spurned at the virulent spirit of this declaration. It did not increase their respect towards the negotiators for peace, nor were the Americans alone offended at the style and manner of this address. It was considered as deficient both in policy and humanity, even by some officers in the British Army. One of them, of high rank, immediately repaired to England and declared with honest indignation in the House of Commons, of which he was a member, that he could not bear the attempt to convert soldiers into butchers, assassins, and incendiaries, or the abominable idea of sheathing his sword in the bowels of age and innocence, nor would he be instrumental in tarnishing the luster of the British name by acts of barbarity in obedience to the mandates of the most infamous administration that ever disgraced a free country. Footnote. See debates in Parliament. End of footnote. But by the activity of officers of less delicacy and tenderness, the theory of cruelty held out by the commissioners was soon realized by the perpetration of every crime, and the extreme rigor of war, which in modern times has been ameliorated by the general consent of civilized nations, was renewed in America in all the barbarous shapes that the ingenuity or the wickedness of man could invent. Soon after the manifesto of the commissioners was published, a declaration was issued by Congress, though not in terms equally cruel and threatening. They, however, discovered their resentment by the severity of their language, and a sort of license was encouraged for retaliation on individuals. If the British proceeded to murder the inhabitants and burn the houses of private persons, they thought themselves justifiable in this from past sufferings and the present threatenings of officers commissioned to reconcile instead of further irritating the injured Americans. Congress reproached them with meanness in attempting to carry their point by bribery, corruption, and deceit, and charged their nation with making a mock at humanity by the wanton destruction of men, a mock at religion by impious appeals to God, whilst in the violation of his sacred commands, and a mockery of reason itself by supposing that the liberty and happiness of America could safely be entrusted to those who had sold their own, unawed by a sense of virtue or shame. They appealed to the searcher of hearts for the rectitude of their intentions, and observed that not instigated by anger or revenge, they should, through every possible change of fortune, adhere to their determinations. In this state and temper of the Congress, the people, and the commissioners, Sir Henry Clinton took the command of all the royal troops in America. Previous to the openings of the summer campaign, Sir William Howe had obtained leave to repair to England. His intended absence was much regretted by the British Army, and as a man of pleasure and address, by the gay part of the city of Philadelphia. Every manifestation of respect was expressed on the occasion, and the most superb display of modern luxury exhibited in an elegant entertainment, which drew attention from the novelty of the style. The mischianza was considered a new species of pleasure, but the appellation was only an additional decoration to an effort designed to pay the highest compliment and respect, both to the military and the private character of General Howe. Notwithstanding this and other testimonials of the affection of his officers and his army, he was censured by the ministry on his arrival in England, and a public clamor prevailed against his general conduct during his command in America. In consequence of the ill temper excited against him, he published a long narrative in his own defense, and urged a free examination of his conduct in the House of Commons. But the minister appeared averse to strictures that might lay open too many of the secrets of the cabinet. However, several distinguished gentlemen of the army were at last called to examination, and on the whole gave a favorable testimony to the military character and operations of General Howe, and extenuated the failure of particular maneuvers by the difficulty and embarrassment of his situation in a country where it was impossible for him to know whether he was surrounded by friends or foes, and where he often found himself deceived by the misrepresentations of the loyalists. In order to invalidate the evidence of Lord Cornwallis and other respectable characters, the party against Sir William Howe procured the examination and evidence of Joseph Galloway and some others of the most inveterate refugees who had fled from America and were disappointed that the subjugation of their country was thus long delayed. Much censure fell on the ministry for their resorting to the testimony of American refugees, pensioners, and custom-house officers, whose places, pensions, and existence depended on their adherence to ministerial measures to invalidate the evidence of military men of high rank and great professional knowledge. Sir William Howe was not again vested with command during the American War. Some other officers, either disgusted or discouraged, returned to England after the summer campaign. Several of them were advanced and sent out again in the succeeding spring to pursue the work of slaughter or to humble the haughty spirit of Americans at the feet of monarchy. A number of these ill-fated officers, whose merits were conspicuous in their line, did not again return to the bosom of their native country, the beloved island of Britain, where their surviving friends were left to weep at the recollection of the ashes of the brave, scattered over the heights and plains of the American world. End of section 11. Section 12 of History, the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 13, Part 1. Evacuation of Philadelphia. Battle of Monmouth. General Lee censured. General Clinton reaches New York. The Count d'Estaing arrives there. Repairs to Rhode Island. Expedition unsuccessful. French fleet rendezvous at Boston to refit after the damages sustained by a storm. Lord Howe leaves the American seas. Marauding exploits of General Gray. Destruction of Wyoming. Expedition into the Indian Territories. The new commission with which Sir Henry Clinton was now vested was prompt, arduous, and replete with consequences of the highest magnitude to his country and to his own reputation. The Trident man of war had arrived in the Delaware early in the month of June, 1778. In this ship came the British Commissioners for Conciliation, and through the hand of Sir William Eden, General Clinton received peremptory orders to evacuate the city of Philadelphia within 6 days after their reception. Accordingly, the whole British Army decamped and began their march toward New York on the 18th of June. The sudden desertion of a city that had been so much the object of their warmest wishes tended at once to dishearten the adherents to the royal cause and to invigorate the operations of their antagonists. It could not be expected that General Washington would remain a quiet spectator of this movement of the British troops. He immediately dispatched a reconnoitering party under General Maxwell to harass their march. Footnote: before General Washington moved, he called a council of officers to consult on the expediency of attacking the British on their march. They were almost unanimously opposed to the measure, as the failure of success would be ruin to the American army. But the American commander, with 2 or 3 of his best officers, had no reluctance at hazarding the consequences of a general action. End of footnote. The Marquis de Lafayette also marched at the head of a detachment to meet them and impede their progress, and General Lee, with 2 brigades, was ordered to follow and support him. The British commander, prepared for this interruption, suddenly attacked and routed the cavalry under the Marquis. By this, the infantry were deranged, and General Washington, finding an action of moment was likely to ensue, posted himself, after several military movements, as advantageously as possible, near the heights of Monmouth. The Americans spirited and courageous, the British resolute, brave, and desperate. A sharp conflict succeeded. The military game of death and retreat, of recovery and slaughter, was kept up for several hours without decision. But a misunderstanding on the disobedience of orders for General Lee occasioned such a derangement on the American side as gave the opportunity for a safe retreat to the Royal Army, in spite of the valor and intrepidity of their opponents. Many on both sides fell by the intense heat of the weather. It was one of those days not unusual in the southern clime, when the stroke of the sun is instantaneously fatal to human life, without the agitation and fatigue inseparable from the hour of battle. Some warm expressions in the heat of engagement from General Washington drew several letters from Lee that could not be passed over in silence. For these, and for his deportment through the events of the day of action, he was suspended from his command, and afterwards tried by a court-martial. The exigencies of affairs, as well as his misconduct, made it necessary that he should lie under censure for disobedience and disrespect to the commander-in-chief. Yet many of his brother officers advocated, or at least extenuated his conduct. Footnote: the court-martial adjudged that he should retire from the army and lie under suspension for 1 year. End of footnote. Perhaps it might not have been either treachery, cowardice, envy, or any other unworthy motive that influenced the conduct of General Lee. He had but recently recovered his liberty after he was captured at Hackensack. Previous to that time, the American army was too justly considered by him an undisciplined rabble. They had indeed, in his absence, made great improvements in the art of war and the necessary arrangements of military discipline. However, he had not yet a proper confidence in the infant troops he commanded, when opposed to the superiority of British battalions, actuated by necessity in addition to constitutional bravery. He might retreat more from the cautious prudence of an experienced officer than from any design to betray or disobey the orders of the commander-in-chief. But it is certain he did not on all occasions discover a due respect either for the character or talents of General Washington. General Lee was never again employed in American service, and undoubtedly died a martyr to chagrin, disappointment, and personal abuse, in consequence of the ingratitude of some of his former friends, arising from the popularity of a more favored, fortunate, and meritorious officer. After his trial and suspension, General Lee retired to a little farm in Baltimore, where he lived in the most coarse and rustic manner. Totally secluded from all society, he conversed only with a few favorite authors and his dogs, until the year 1782, when, weary of his sequestered situation, he left his retreat and repaired to Philadelphia. But out of command, he found himself without friends, without respect, and so far from that independence congenial to his mind and to his years, that he was almost without the means of subsistence. In a short time, he sickened and died in obscurity, though in a city where he had been used to receive the highest marks of applause and respect. After the Battle of Monmouth, both parties boasted their advantages, as is usual after an indecisive action. It is certain Washington and his brave troops gained only honor and applause, while Sir Henry Clinton must have thought himself fortunate indeed. On the one hand, he escaped a pursuing army, and on the other, a fleet commanded by the Count d'Estaing, which had just arrived in the Chesapeake. Footnote: even the British themselves acknowledged that the Americans behaved with great spirit and intrepidity. In this action, a corps commanded by Colonel Dearborn acquitted themselves with such undaunted bravery that they attracted particular notice. A Southern officer of rank rode up to Mr. Dearborn and inquired who they were and to what portion of America that regiment belonged. The colonel replied in his laconic and soldierly manner, "Full-blooded Yankees, by God, sir, from the state of New Hampshire." End of footnote. The design of the French admiral was to shut up the British army in Philadelphia, but from the inclemency of the weather and contrary winds, a long passage prevented his arriving seasonably to effect so desirable an object. When Sir Henry Clinton left Philadelphia, he could scarcely expect or entertain a hope that he could conduct his army in safety through such an extent of country to their destination at New York. But after surmounting many embarrassments, he arrived there with his troops, nearly at the same time when the French squadron appeared at the entrance of the Delaware. It was a happy circumstance for Clinton that the Count d'Estaing did not at first direct his course to New York. However, within a few days after the arrival of the British troops, he appeared unexpectedly off Sandy Hook, and to the inexpressible mortification of British pride, they found themselves blocked up in their own harbor by the hereditary enemy of their nation. Old antipathies revived, irritation and resentment were wrought up to the highest pitch by new provocations, and nothing could exceed the indignation raised by the idea that the King of France was sending out his fleets and armies to aid and support the rebellious colonies. From the situation of the two fleets before New York, an engagement was thought by all to be inevitable. A spirit was diffused through all ranks of the Royal Army and Navy, expressive of the vigor, valor, and activity of British soldiers and seamen. Such was the popularity of Lord Howe, the importance of the cause, and their resentment towards France, that the soldiers, scarce recovered from their wounds and fatigue in the late action and retreat, were solicitous and impatient to face their Gallic enemy, and the British seamen in private service were equally emulous, and solicited eagerly and even contested the honor of employment in the Navy. Prepared for action and confident of success, they ostentatiously boasted that the name of Howe and the terror of the British flag must intimidate Frenchmen in the moment of danger, as the recollection of former defeats would officiously obtrude, in spite of their most brilliant designs. This opinion was in some measure sanctioned by the inactivity of the Count d'Estaing, who, after lying 11 days without the smallest advance to action, left his station at Sandy Hook and proceeded northward. It is difficult to say whether the joy or the surprise of his enemies preponderated on this occasion. They justly considered it a very fortunate circumstance, as within 2 or 3 days 5 ships of the line belonging to Admiral Byron's squadron arrived singly in so shattered a condition that probably they, with the remainder of the fleet, must without a blow have fallen into the hands of the French, had they continued before New York. This unexpected maneuver of the Count was in consequence of a preconcerted plan that all naval operations should be suspended at the southward, and that with all possible dispatch the French fleet should repair to Rhode Island. This was in order to favor an expedition for the recovery of that beautiful spot, which had been seized, October 1776, and held by the British troops, now commanded by Sir Robert Pigot. There, under cover of a number of frigates, they had rested in safety nearly 2 years. Detachments from the army at Newport and its environs had frequently made incursions to the Main, burnt a part of the town of Bristol, and greatly annoyed both Providence and all the adjacent country. The Count d'Estaing arrived before Newport the 9th of August, and within a few days a large body of militia from the neighboring states, commanded by General Hancock, and a detachment of Continental troops under the command of General Sullivan, landed on the island. The American troops, healthy, active, and vigorous, flushed with the hope of victory, not only from their own spirit and bravery, but from expectations derived from the presence of their new allies, with a powerful naval force to aid their operations, were sanguine, confident, and impatient for action. But to their unspeakable disappointment, the very day on which they landed, the French fleet again put to sea, their commander having received intelligence that Lord Howe had left Sandy Hook in full force to engage him and to prevent the dislodgment of the royal troops, who were strong and well fortified in every part of the island. Count d'Estaing judged it prudent to meet and fight the British squadron at sea, rather than suffer Lord Howe to make an effort to gain the harbor. His force was superior, his officers equally brave. There was a mutual ardor for engagement in the seamen, and a mutual ambition for glory in both the British and French commanders. But the unforeseen operations of nature that so often impede the designs of man again defeated the proud expectations of triumph in both parties. A severe storm that raged 48 hours separated the two fleets, and such was the violence of a gale scarcely paralleled in those seas, that Lord Howe, in a very shattered and broken condition, was obliged to repair to New York to refit, and the French commanders thought themselves happy to reach Boston in a very wretched and disabled state. The admiral's own ship was dismasted. The Caesar, of 74 guns, commanded by Monsieur de Bouze, met the Isis, a British ship of war of only 50 guns. A sharp conflict ensued, but the Caesar having lost all her masts in the storm, darkness approaching, most of his men being slain and his own right arm shot off, Monsieur de Bouze found it necessary to sheer off for Boston, where the whole fleet arrived in a few days. End of section 12. Section 13 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2 by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 13, Part 2. The Count was opposed in the measure of leaving the harbor of Newport by all the American and many of the French officers, but by none more strenuously than the brave Marquis de Lafayette, who followed him to Boston with the utmost celerity to endeavor to expedite his return. Footnote: zealous to promote the same object, the commissioners of the Navy Board at Boston, with great dispatch, repaired, watered, victualled, and equipped the ships under the command of the Count d'Estaing, it not being practicable to return to Rhode Island. He, in a few weeks after, sailed in complete order for the West Indies. End of footnote. This misfortune damped the ardor of the militia, some of whom had, more from ostentation than bravery, voluntarily engaged in this expedition. Near 3,000 men relinquished their posts and left the island in a day. Many of them were influenced to this precipitate desertion by the conduct of Major General Hancock, who, in spite of the remonstrances of friends and forgetful of the hazard of popularity, left all in the moment of danger and repaired to Boston. General Sullivan, not disheartened by these unexpected events, nor discouraged by the untoward accidents that hitherto attended his operations, kept his station 14 days after the secession of so large a part of his forces. Nor did he suffer his troops to be idle. Several skirmishes took place that kept up apprehension on the one side and a military ardor on the other, but none of more importance than an action on the morning of the 29th, when a cannonade began early on both sides and continued some hours with doubtful success. A detachment of the British troops under Colonel Campbell was routed and fled in confusion, leaving many dead on the field, among whom a favorite nephew of the commander was killed by his side. After this, Sullivan and his officers, judging it not prudent to attack a superior force entrenched within their lines, withdrew to their own camp, while the British employed the ensuing night in strengthening and fortifying theirs. Within 3 days after this rencounter, an express arrived from General Washington with information that Lord Howe had again sailed from New York, and that Sir Henry Clinton had himself embarked with 4,000 men for the relief of Rhode Island. On the same day, the Marquis de Lafayette returned from Boston and reported it impossible for the Count d'Estaing to arrive there again, timely for any operations of consequence, and as nothing effectual could be done without the aid of naval force, General Sullivan thought proper to withdraw his troops from the island. His retreat was conducted with such secrecy, silence, and dexterity as discovered the judgment and ability of the experienced commander. He had in his council some officers of distinguished name who fully justified his conduct through the whole of this unsuccessful expedition. Greene, Lafayette, and Lawrence, Fleury, Wade, Glover, Knox, Livingston, and Talbot, with many other excellent officers, had the mortification to quit the field, without the laurel so fair a prospect of military glory had waved in view. Footnote: the noble, disinterested sentiments of this gentleman, who was then aide-de-camp to General Washington, were exhibited in his reply to Congress, who, for his distinguished bravery in this and other actions, had advanced him to the rank of lieutenant colonel. Mr. Lawrence's acceptance would have superseded some officers in the family of the commander, earlier in commission, apprehensive that it might create some uneasiness among them. He declined the honor. He observed that having been a spectator of the convulsions occasioned in the army by disputes of rank, he held the tranquility of it too dear to be instrumental in disturbing it. End of footnote. This disappointment occasioned some temporary murmurings against the conduct of d'Estaing, and even the connection with France. A squabble soon after the fleet arrived at Boston between some French and American sailors heightened the uneasiness, but the most respectable people, disposed to view with a favorable eye and to place the utmost confidence in their untried allies, all censure was hushed, and a discreet silence in the more prudent prevented or counteracted all invidious observations from the less candid. Lord Howe arrived in the harbor of Newport with 100 sail of ships of war and transports the morning after Sullivan's retreat. Admiral Byron was hourly expected to join him. Thus, so superior in strength, there was every reason to expect Boston would be the next object of attack. In consequence of this appearance, the Count d'Estaing, who found it would require time to victual, water, and equip his shattered fleet for a second cruise, judged it necessary to fortify several advantageous islands in the harbor, and thus be in readiness for the reception of the British fleets, if they should be again disposed to visit Boston. Lord Howe, before he returned to New York, went round and looked into the harbor of Boston, but finding most of the ships belonging to the French fleet repaired, and Castle William and the islands in a defensible state, he did not think proper to make any hostile attempt on the town. Not perfectly pleased with the American war, and disgusted at some things relative to his own command, his lordship resigned his commission soon after this and repaired to England. He left the American seas in September 1778. When his lordship arrived in England, he complained publicly that he had been deceived into the command, and deceived while in it. Tired and disgusted with the service, he had been compelled to resign, and that he had suffered too much ever to risk a return to any situation that might terminate in equal mortification. He observed that he must be excused from any employment while the present ministry continued in office, being convinced by decisive experience that he not only risked his own honor and professional character in the attempt, but that under such counsels he was as sensible as those who have been earlier in opposition, that no essential service could be rendered his country. But though we see him no more on the American theater, yet, notwithstanding his dissatisfaction with the conduct of administration, Lord Howe again, before the conclusion of peace, acted a conspicuous part under the renowned flag of Great Britain. The celebrated Bougainville, who had before explored the other side of the globe, was, with many other officers of high rank and distinction, for the first time in the American seas. They were everywhere welcomed as the generous friends of the United States, the patrons of liberty, and the supporters of the rights of men. But as there had not yet been time to prove the sincerity of either party, the old officers who remembered the late war between England and France, when America hugged herself in the protection of Britain and adopted all her opinions, looked as if they wished rather than believed all ancient prejudices obliterated. Footnote. Some jealousies had arisen while at Rhode Island on some points of etiquette between the Count d'Estaing and the commander of the American forces. These had been amicably adjusted, yet the pride of all the military characters had been too much hurt for the wound to be instantly healed. End of footnote. They seemed silently to half doubt the reality of that friendship, which appeared in the politeness of their reception from a people of a different religion, language, habits, and manners, and at first seemed reluctantly to hold back that flow of affection which the Americans were ready to return in full measure. As to the younger class, unconscious of injury, ambitious for glory, and eager for the humiliation of Britain, hope danced in their eye. Every feature displayed the wish of mutual confidence, and with honest joy they extended their arms to embrace their new allies. Yet the squadrons of the House of Bourbon riding in the ports and fortifying the American harbors against their natural friends, the parent of the once loyal and affectionate colonies, was an event which, though precipitated by the folly of Britain, had outrun the expectations of America, nor could such a circumstance fail to excite the most serious recollections and contemplations both of the philosopher and the politician. The timely and judicious movement of General Sullivan disappointed the expectations of Sir Henry Clinton, who flattered himself he should arrive soon enough to cut off the retreat of the American army. When he found they had withdrawn, he immediately left the neighborhood of Rhode Island and returned to New York after he had dispatched Major General Gray at the head of a large detachment on a marauding expedition against some defenseless towns in the Massachusetts. The first attack was on Bedford, a small town on the river Acushnet. He landed in the evening. The inhabitants, alarmed at this unexpected attack, most of them fled and left their property a prey to their enemies. When they returned in the morning, they found the Britons retired, but to their inexpressible mortification, almost everything of value was destroyed or carried off. Houses, warehouses, magazines, and stores, with near 100 sail of shipping, were burnt on the Bedford and Fairhaven sides of the river. After this feat, Gray proceeded to Martha's Vineyard, laid the inhabitants under contribution, and demanded a surrender of their arms. From thence he visited Nantucket and the neighboring isles, and with the plunder of 15,000 or 20,000 cattle and sheep, for the use of the army at New York, he returned with his party, exulting in depredations that would have been disgraceful to an officer of much inferior character and abilities. Footnote: a number of refugees from the state of Massachusetts aided Gray in depredations on their countrymen and former friends, from a regard to the feelings of some of their connections still living in America. We forbear to name them. End of footnote. Sir Henry Clinton, pleased with the success of this expedition, sent Gray immediately on to aid a similar mode of war on the Jersey coast. Lord Cornwallis had, with a large body of troops, taken post between the North River and the Hackensack. General Nyhaven, with another division, was posted in a parallel position on the other side of the North River. Thus were they conveniently situated to guard their foraging parties and distress the country by sudden depredations and continual havoc during the remainder of the autumn. General Gray, with his usual activity, had gained intelligence of the insecure situation in which a regiment commanded by Colonel Baylor had reposed themselves for the night of the 24th of September. A party sent on with orders to give no quarter, cut off the guards, and surprised the unhappy victims asleep in an outhouse. They awoke, submitted, implored quarter, and were massacred in an hour. Only 10 or 12 escaped with life, after they were barbarously wounded, stripped, and left for dead. This remnant so far recovered as, by favor of the darkness, to reach the post of their friends, and detailed the horrid transaction. They agreed on oath that they and their companions had all surrendered as soon as they found themselves in the enemy's hands, and asked only for life. But the savage cry was, "Kill them! Kill them! We have orders to give no quarter," and the barbarous echo was kept up till every man was, or appeared to be, murdered. Footnote: see a particular detail of this transaction in the British Remembrancer, with the affidavits of the few soldiers that escaped the massacre. End of footnote. End of section 13. Section 14 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 13, Part 3. A repetition of the same cruel policy soon after took place on the surprise of a party of Pulaski's light infantry. Some deserters had betrayed them into the hands of the British. Several hundred of these unhappy men were butchered without mercy after the surrender of their arms. The Baron de Bose, a Polish nobleman, was among the slain. An apology was afterwards attempted by pleading that they had received information that Count Pulaski, in orders to his legion, had enjoined that no quarter should be given to any that might fall into their hands. This was denied both by the Count and his officers, but had it been true that a foreign nobleman, hardened amidst the barbarities of Polish Confederacy, could so far deviate from the laws of humanity as to give such an order, the example should never have been followed by the polite and gallant Englishmen. But in this war, they seem to have lost those generous feelings of compassion to the vanquished foe that must ever be deemed honorary to the human character. A counterpart to the conduct of the more refined, though little more humanized commanders of the predatory parties in the middle and northern colonies was exhibited in the southern borders by the savage allies of the wilderness. This was dreadfully realized by the inhabitants of Wyoming, a young settlement on the eastern branch of the Susquehanna. The population of this once happy spot had been remarkably rapid, and when the furious civil discord first appeared among them, it contained 8 townships of 5 miles square each. They were situated in a mild climate, in a country fertile, and beautifully displaying a picturesque appearance of that kind of primitive simplicity, only enjoyed before the mind of man is contaminated by ambition or gold. But party rage had spread its baneful influence to the remotest corners of America, and political animosities had at this period poisoned the peace, even of the most distant villages, where simplicity, friendship, and industry had reigned, until the fell fiend, which prompts to civil war, made its frightful appearance, attended by all the horrors imagination can paint. The inhabitants of this favored spot, perhaps more zealous than discreet, had so far participated the feelings of all America, as voluntarily to raise and send forward 1,000 men to join the Continental Army. This step disclosed the embers of opposition that had hitherto lain concealed in the bosoms of a number long disaffected to the American and warmly attached to the royal cause. A rancorous spirit immediately burst from the latent spark, which divided families and separated the tenderest connections. Animosity soon arose to such a height that some of the most active members of this flourishing and happy society abandoned their plantations, forsook their friends, joined and instigated the neighboring savages to molest the settlements, and assisted in the perpetration of the most unheard-of cruelties. Several outrages had been committed by small parties, and many threatening appearances had so far alarmed the inhabitants that most of them had repaired to some fortresses early erected for their defense against the native savages. Yet there was no apprehension of a general massacre and extermination till the beginning of July, 1778, when an army of near 2,000 men made its appearance on the Susquehanna and landed on their borders. This body was composed of the motley materials of Indians, Tories, half-blooded Englishmen, and British renegados, headed by one butler, who had nothing human about him except a rough external figure of a man. All the inhabitants of those weak, defenseless settlements capable of bearing arms embodied and put themselves under the direction of a person of the same name, a near relation of the commander of the savages. This man, either through fear, weakness, or misplaced confidence, listened to the offers of treaty from his more artful kinsman, and suffered himself with 400 men to be drawn from Fort Kingston by a delusive flag that alternately advanced and retired, as if apprehensive of danger. Caught by the snare, he was completely surrounded before he had any suspicion of deception, and his whole party cut off, notwithstanding they fought with the spirit becoming their desperate situation. The victor immediately pushed on, invested the garrison thus indiscreetly left, and demanded a surrender. The demand was accompanied by the horrid display of a great number of scalps, just torn from the heads, and yet warm with the blood of their nearest friends and relations. In this situation of wretchedness, embittered by impotent resentment, Colonel Donaldson, on whom the command had devolved, finding resistance impracticable, went out himself with a flag to ask the terms of surrender. To this humiliating question, the infamous Butler replied, with all the sang-froid of the savage and the laconism of an ancient Greek, "The hatchet." The unfortunate Donaldson returned in despair, yet he bravely defended the fort until most of his men had fallen by his side, when the barbarians without shut up this and a neighboring garrison, where a number of women and children had repaired for safety, and setting fire to both, they enjoyed the infernal pleasure of seeing them perish promiscuously in the flames lighted by their bloody hands. Footnote: the transactions at Wyoming are recorded above, agreeably to the most authentic accounts at the time. End of footnote. After this catastrophe, the most shocking devastation was spread through the townships, while some were employed in burning the houses, setting fire to the cornfields, and rooting out every trait of improvement. Others were cruelly and wantonly imbruing their hands in the blood of their parents, their brothers, and every near connection, who had unfortunately held different political opinions. But a particular detail of the transactions of savages, stimulated by the agents of more refined and polished nations, with passions whetted by revenge, without principle to check its operation, is too painful to the writer and too disgraceful to human nature to dwell on. Nor is it less painful to the impartial historian to relate the barbarous, though by them deemed necessary, vengeance soon after taken by the Americans. The conflagration spread over the beautiful country of the Illinois by a Colonel Clark of Virginia equally awakes compassion, and was a counterbalance for the sufferings of the miserable Wyomings. It is true the Illinois and other distant warlike tribes were at the instigation of Governor Hamilton, the British commander of Detroit, generally assisting in the measures perpetrated under Butler and Brant nearer the frontiers, and perhaps the law of retaliation may, in some measure, justify the depredations of Clark. Footnote: Governor Hamilton was afterwards captured by Clark. End of footnote. This intrepid ranger left Virginia in the course of this summer, with a few adventurers hardy as himself, and traversed a country of 1,100 or 1,200 miles in extent, and surmounting all the hardships that imagination can paint, through a wilderness inhabited only by strolling hunters from among the savages, and the wild beasts that prowled before them, through hunger, fatigue, and sufferings innumerable, they reached the upper Mississippi. The Indian inhabitants, who had there long enjoyed a happy climate and the fruits of a fertile soil, under a high degree of cultivation, fearless of danger from their distance from civilized neighbors, were surprised by Clark and his party. Their crops were destroyed, their settlements broken up, their villages burnt, the principal of which was Kaskaskias. This town contained near 300 houses, and it had not been surprised at midnight by these desperate invaders, bold, outrageous, and near starving in the wilderness. The natives might successfully have defended their lives and their plantations, but not a man escaped seasonably to alarm the neighboring tribes. A British officer, one Roselbex, who acted as governor and paymaster for American scalps, was taken and sent to Virginia with many written proofs of the cruel policy of inciting the fury of savages against the American settlements. From Quebec, Detroit, Michilimackinac, etc., these orders everywhere appeared under the signature of the chief magistrates, acting in the name of the British king. Some of their principal warriors were made prisoners. The remainder, who escaped the sword, had only to fly farther through a trackless wilderness if possible to procure some enlargement beyond the reach of civilized pursuers. Nor did the Cherokees, Muskingums, the Mohawks, and many other savage tribes feel less severely than the Illinois the resentment of the Americans for their attachment to the British nation and their cruelties practiced on the borders of the Atlantic states. An expedition entrusted to the conduct of General Sullivan against the Six Nations, who had generally been better disposed towards Americans than most of the savage tribes, was replete with circumstances that must wound the feelings of the compassionate heart. While the lovers of cultivation and improvement among all mankind will be touched by a retaliation bordering, to say the least, on savage fury, the sudden and unexpected destruction of a part of the human species, enjoying domestic quiet in the simplicity of nature, awakes the feelings of the first. The second must be disturbed in his philosophical pursuits of cultivation and improvement, when he contemplates fire and sword destroying all in their way, and houses too well built to be the workmanship of men in a state of rude nature, the prey of conflagration, enkindled by the hands of the cultivators of the arts and sciences. Footnote: by the testimony of British writers, this description is not exaggerated. See their registers and histories. End of footnote. The rooting up of gardens, orchards, cornfields, and fruit trees, which by their variety and growth discovered that the industrious hand of cultivation had been long employed to bring them to perfection, cannot be justified, more especially where there is a mind capable of looking forward to their utility, and back to the time and labor it has cost to bring them to maturity. But General Sullivan, according to his own account in his letters to the Commander-in-Chief, to Congress, to his friends, and to others, spared no vestige of improvement, and appeared little less proud of this war upon nature than he was of his conquest of the savages. Footnote: see General Sullivan's account of this expedition on the public records, dated September 30th, 1779. End of footnote. The difficulties, dangers, and fatigues of the march required courage, firmness, and perseverance. Hunger and famine assailed them before they reached the fertile borders of the pleasant and well-settled Indian towns. Yet General Sullivan and his party finished the expedition in as short a time as could be expected, and to all public appearance met the approbation of Congress and of the Commander-in-Chief. Yet there were some things in the demeanor of General Sullivan that disgusted some of his officers and raised a censure on his conduct that made him unhappy and led him to resign his military command. His health was indeed broken, which he imputed to the fatigues encountered on his hazardous march. Yet he lived many years after this period and was advanced to the highest stations in the civil administration of the state of New Hampshire, and died with the reputation of a brave and active officer, both in military and civil life. End of section 14. Section 15 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 13, Conclusion. General Sullivan had acquitted himself during his military command with valor and reputation in many instances. During the ravages of the British on the Jersey shore, in the latter part of the summer of 1777, he had gained much honor by an expedition to Staten Island, concerted by himself. This he undertook without any orders from the Commander-in-Chief, and for this a court of inquiry was appointed to examine into his conduct. His reasons for such a step without permission or command were thought justifiable. He brought off a great number of prisoners, officers, soldiers, and Tories, who had frequently made incursions on the borders of the Jerseys, and harassed, plundered, and murdered the inhabitants in their sudden depredations. It appeared that General Sullivan had conducted this business with great prudence and success. He was, by the court of inquiry, acquitted with honor and applause for planning and executing to great advantage a design from which so much benefit had resulted. It may be thought by some an apology sufficient for the invasion of Clark and Sullivan, of Pickens, Van Schuck, and others, that the hostile dispositions of the aboriginals had always led them to imbrue their hands in the blood of the borderers. The warriors of the distant tribes, either instigated by their own ferocity and resentment, or the influence of Europeans inimical to the United States, were ever ready to molest the young settlements. Jealous of their encroachments, the natives viewed them with such a hostile eye that no treaties were binding. When a favorable opportunity presented, they always attacked the whites, perhaps from the same impulse that in human nature prompts all mankind, whether civilized or savage, to resist the invaders of his territory. Indeed, their condition and their sufferings from the first emigration of the Europeans, their corruptions in consequence thereof, their wars and their extirpation from a vast tract of the American continent, must excite a solemn pause in the breast of the philosopher, while he surveys the wretchedness of savage life and sighs over its misery. Yet he is not relieved when he contemplates the havoc among civilized nations, the changes in society, the prostration of principle, and the revolutions permitted by Providence in this speck of creation. The rivers of blood through which mankind generally wade to empire and greatness must draw out the tear of compassion, and every sympathetic bosom will commiserate the sufferings of the whole human race, either friends or foes, whether dying by the sword, sickness, or remorse, under the splendid canopy reared by their own guilty hands. These, with equal pity, look into the wilderness. They see the naked hunter groaning out his fierce soul on his native turf, slain by the tomahawk of his own savage tribe, or wounded by some neighboring hordes, that prowl through an existence little elevated above the brute. Both stages of society excite compassion, and both intimate to the rational mind that this is but the road to a more improved and exalted state of existence. But the unhappy race of men hunted throughout the vast wilderness of America were the original proprietors of the soil, and if they have not civilization, they have valor. If they have not patriotism, they have a predilection to country, and are tenacious of their hunting grounds. However the generous or humane mind may revolt at the idea, there appears a probability that they will be hunted from the vast American continent, if not from off the face of the globe, by Europeans of various descriptions, aided by the interested Americans, who all consider valor in an Indian only as a higher degree of ferocity. The strenuous efforts to retain the boundaries assigned them by nature and providence are viewed with the contempt by those descriptions of persons, or rather as a sanction to their own rapacity, and a warrant from heaven to exterminate the hapless race. But the rivers, the mountains, the deserts, the savages clad in armor, with other destroyers of men, as well as the voice of heaven and their natural boundaries, forbid these encroachments on the naked forester, content with the produce of nature in his own grounds, and the game that plays in his own wild woods, which his ancestors have possessed from time immemorial. The ideas of some Europeans as well as Americans that the rude tribes of savages cannot be civilized by the kind and humane endeavors of their neighbors is absurd and unfounded. What were once the ancestors of the most refined and polite modern nations, but rude, ignorant savages, inured to all the barbarous customs and habits of present existing tribes. Nature has been equal in its operations with regard to the whole human species. There is no difference in the moral or intellectual capacity of nations, but what arises from advantageous circumstances that give some a more early and rapid improvement in civilization than others. This gradual rise from the rude stages of nature to the highest pitch of refinement may be traced by the historian, the philosopher, and the naturalist, sufficiently to obviate all objections against the strongest efforts to instruct and civilize the swarms of men in the American wilds, whose only natural apparent distinction is a copper-colored skin. When the present war ceases to rage, it is hoped that humanity will teach Americans of a fairer complexion, to use the most strenuous efforts to instruct them in arts, manufactures, morals, and religion, instead of aiming at their extermination. It is true at this period, when war was raging through all the United States, few of the tribes of the wilderness appeared to be contented with their own native inheritance. They were everywhere stimulated by the British government to hostility, and most of the inhabitants of the wilderness seemed to be in array against their former colonies. This created a necessity in Congress to act offensively against the rude and barbarous nations. Defensive war against any nation, whether civilized or savage, is undoubtedly justifiable both in a moral and political view, but attempts to penetrate distant countries and spread slaughter and bloodshed among innocent and unoffending tribes, too distant to awaken fears and too simple and unsuspicious to expect approaching destruction from those they had never injured, has no warrant from heaven. Even in the present war, instances may be adduced of the effects of civilization, which often soften the most savage manners, one of which may be here recorded. A part of the Muskingum tribe had professed themselves Christians of the Moravian sect. They considered war of any kind as inconsistent both with the laws of religion and humanity. They refused to take any part with the numerous hostile tribes of savages in the war against Americans. They observed with more rationality and consideration than is generally discovered in more civilized nations that the Great Spirit did not make men to destroy, but to assist and comfort each other. They persisted in this placid demeanor until some of their savage neighbors were so enraged that they forcibly removed them from their former settlement, and after committing great cruelties and destroying a number of them, placed the remainder near the Sandusky. Their removal was in consequence of orders from the British commander at Detroit. They remained for some time in the enjoyment of their own simple habits, but some suspicions were afterwards infused among the settlers on the Monongahela that their dispositions were not friendly to the Americans. It is painful to relate that on this slight pretense, a number of Americans embodied themselves and marched to the Moravian town, where the principal men had repaired by permission to reap the harvest they had left standing in the fields. The Americans followed them and barbarously murdered the whole of this innocent and inoffensive band. The whites at first decoyed them by a friendly appearance, which induced them to collect themselves together. When thus collected, they, without resistance, suffered themselves to be bound and inhumanly butchered. They died professing their full expectation that their troubles would soon be at an end. Thus they fell as martyrs to religion by the hands of a people who had much longer professed themselves adherents to the principles of Christianity. This instance of the treachery and cruelty of the whites is one among many other proofs of the truth of an observation made by a gentleman afterwards, that the white savages were generally more savage than the copper-colored, and that 9 times out of 10 the settlers on the borders were the aggressors, that he had seen many of the natives who were prisoners at Fort Washington, that they appeared to be possessed of much sensibility and gratitude, that he had discovered some singular instances of this among them, very honorable to the human character, before the advantages of the examples of civilized nations had reached their borders. Footnote: a young American officer of great sensibility and penetration, who fell at the battle at the Miamis, 1,791. And a footnote. In short, no arguments are necessary to adduce the truth or impress on the minds either of the philosopher or the politician that it will be the indispensable duty of the American government, when quietly established by the restoration of peace, to endeavor to soften and civilize, instead of exterminating the root nations of the interior. This will undoubtedly be attempted in some future period, when uncultivated reason may be assisted, when arts, agriculture, science, and true religion may enlighten the dark corners which have been obscured by ignorance and ferocity for countless ages. The embrowned, dusky wilderness has exhibited multitudes of men, little distinguished from the fierce animals they hunted, except in their external form. Yet, in a few instances, the dignity of human nature has been discovered by traits of reason and humanity, which wanted only the advantages of education to display genius and ability equal to any among the nations that have hunted millions of those unhappy people out of existence since the discovery of America by Europeans. But it is a pleasing anticipation that the American Revolution may be a means in the hands of Providence, a diffusing universal knowledge over a quarter of the globe, that for ages had been enveloped in darkness, ignorance, and barbarism. End of section 15.
Section 16 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 14. Foreign Negotiations, Dissensions among the American Commissioners, Dean recalled, Mr. Adams appointed, Mr. Lee and Mr. Adams recalled, Spain declares war against England, Mr. J. sent to the Court of Madrid, Sir George Collier's expedition to Virginia, his sudden recall, ravages on the North River, depredations in the state of Connecticut, in aid of Governor Tryon and his partisans, General Washington seizes Stony Point, recovered by the British, Penobscot expedition, destruction of the American Navy. It has already been observed that in an early stage of the American contest, some gentlemen were deputed to negotiate and to endeavor to secure the assistance of several European nations. This had had such an effect that at the period we are now upon, the United States were in strict alliance with France, and were considered in a partial and respectful light by some of the first powers of Europe. Yet difficulties both at home and abroad, which had scarcely been viewed in theory, were now realized and felt with poignancy by the true friends of their country. The objects that employed the abilities of Congress at this period were of such magnitude as required the experience of ancient statesmen, the coolness of long-practiced politicians, and the energies of virtue. The Articles of Confederation offered to the consideration of each legislative in the several states in 1776 had been rejected by some and suspended by others. It is true they were now recently ratified by all of them, but were scarcely yet established on a permanent basis. They had to arrange, harmonize, and support the new permanent army, collected from every part of the Union, and now interwoven with foreign volunteers from different European nations, and in the rear of every other difficulty at home, they had to guard with all possible discretion against the innumerable moral and political evils ever the inevitable consequence of a depreciating currency. Abroad, they had a task of equal difficulty: to heal the animosities that existed and to conciliate the differences that had arisen among the American ministers at the court of France, or to prevent the fatal consequences of their virulence towards each other. This was expressed in strong language in their letters to Congress, nor was it a secret in the courts of England or France, and in some instances, perhaps it was fomented by both. In the infancy of Congress, in the magnitude of the new scenes that were opening before them, and in the critical emergencies that sprung up on untrodden ground, they, through hurry or inexperience, had not in all instances selected men of the most impeccable characters to negotiate with foreign powers. Perhaps in some of their appointments, they did not always look so much at the integrity of the heart as at the capacity of the man for the arts of intrigue, the ready address, and the supple accomplishments necessary for the courtier, both to ensure his own reception with princes and to complete the wishes of his employers in his negotiation with practiced statesmen. Silas Deane, Esquire, a delegate to Congress from the state of Connecticut, was the first person who had been vested with a foreign commission. He embarked as a commercial agent in behalf of the United States in 1776, and was afterwards named in the Honorable Commission for a treaty of alliance with the court of France, in conjunction with Dr. Franklin and Arthur Lee, Esquire. Mr. Deane had nothing to recommend him to such a distinguished and important appointment, except a degree of mercantile experience, combined with a certain secrecy or cunning that wore the appearance of knowing things much beyond his ability, and the art of imposing a temporary belief of a penetration far beyond his capacity. His weakness and ostentation, his duplicity, extravagance, and total want of principle were soon discovered by his constituents, but they placed the most unlimited confidence in the great abilities, profound knowledge, and unshaken patriotism of the venerable and philosophic Franklin. His warm attachment to his native country had been evinced in numberless instances during his long residence in England, as agent to the British court, both for the Massachusetts and the state of Pennsylvania. Before he left England in 1775, he had taken unwearied pains to reconcile on the principles of equity and sound policy the breach between Great Britain and America. In the beginning of hostilities, he repaired to Philadelphia, was chosen a member of Congress, and by his decided Republican principles soon became a favorite in the councils of America, a stable prop of her independence, and the most able and influential negotiator they could send abroad. The character and principles of Mr. Arthur Lee gave equal reason to expect his most energetic endeavors to support the interests and weal of America. He had resided in England for several years as agent for the state of Virginia. Invariably attached to his native country and indefatigable in his efforts to ward off the impending evils that threatened it, he had communicated much useful intelligence and advantageous advice to the patriotic leaders in various parts of America, and by his spirited writings and diligent exertions he procured them many friends in England. He was a man of clear understanding, great probity, plain manners, and strong passions. Though he loved America sincerely, he had at this period great respect and affection for the parent state, and his predilection in favor of Britain appeared strongly when balanced with the idea of an American connection with the House of Bourbon. The celebrity of Dr. Franklin has been so just and so extensive that it is painful even for the impartial historian who contemplates the superiority of his genius to record the foibles of the man. But intoxicated by the warm caresses and unbounded applause of all ranks, among a people where the art of pleasing is systemized, he appeared, notwithstanding his age and experience, in a short time after his residence in France, little less a Gallican than an American. This might be from policy. It was said, however, that he attached himself to the interests of the Count de Vergennes, who, though he countenanced the American Revolution and cooperated in measures that completed it, Yet it was afterwards discovered that he secretly wished to embarrass their councils and dreaded the rising glory of the United States. Whatever suggestions there might have been, it was never supposed that Dr. Franklin was led off from his attachment to the interests of America. Yet this distinguished sage became susceptible of a court influence that startled his jealous and more frigid colleague, Mr. Lee. Thus the trio of American agents at the court of France were designated by peculiar traits of character. Yet the respectability of Dr. Franklin and Mr. Lee was never lessened, either at home or abroad, notwithstanding some variation of opinion. But Mr. Dean, immersed in the pleasures of a voluptuous city, a dupe to the intrigues of deeper politicians, not awed by the aged philosopher, the tool of the French minister, the supple instrument of military characters, ambitious of rising in the fair field of glory in America, he wasted the property and bartered away the honors of his country by promising offices of rank to 50 gentlemen at a time. He sent so many of these on to America with the most flattering expectations of promotion, and even with ideas of superseding the previous appointments of Congress. Many of the French officers who arrived on the American continent at this early period with these fallacious hopes were men of real merit, military experience, and distinguished rank, but it was impossible for Congress to provide for them all according to their views without deranging the whole army and disgusting many of their best officers. Thus disappointed, some of them returned to France under a cloud of chagrin that was not easily dissipated. The indiscretion of Mr. Dean did not terminate with his engagements to individual strangers, for while he embarrassed Congress and the army with his contracts, and his country by squandering the public moneys, he had the audacity to propose in a letter to a person of influence that a foreign prince should be invited to the command of the armies of the United States. From the outlines of these heterogeneous characters, it is not strange that the most incurable animosities took place among the commissioners and arose to such a height as to endanger the interests of an infant republic. Indeed, the fate of America in some measure depended on the vigor, integrity, prudence, and unanimity of her ministers abroad. But dissension ran to such a pitch among them that it exposed them not only to the censure of their country, but to the derision of Britain. Consequently, an immediate recall of some of the American commissioners became necessary, and an order passed in Congress December 1777 that Silas Deane, Esquire, should immediately return to America. No reasons were offered for his recall, and Mr. John Adams of the state of Massachusetts was chosen to succeed as commissioner in behalf of the United States at the court of France. Mr. Deane arrived in America a short time after the treaty with France had been received and ratified by Congress. He assumed an air of importance and self-confidence, and as guilt frequently sends a hue and cry after justice, in order to hoodwink the multitude, and calls loudly for vengeance on such as are about to detect its villainy, he offered a most inflammatory address to the public, complaining of ill usage and vilifying Mr. Lee in the grossest terms. He criminated every part of his public conduct, charged him with betraying his trust, corresponding with gentlemen in England, impeding as much as possible the alliance with France, disclosing the secrets of Congress to British noblemen. At the same time, he cast the most virulent and insidious reflections on his brother William Lee, agent for Congress at the courts of Vienna and Berlin. End of section 16. Section 17 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren, Chapter 14, Part 2. He claimed much merit relative to the Treaty of Alliance with France, and complained heavily that Congress delayed giving him an opportunity of vindicating his own character by an immediate public investigation. By these bold suggestions and allegations, so injurious to Congress and to their ministers, the public mind was for a time greatly agitated. But the attack on individual character was defeated by the exertions of some very able writers, who laid open the iniquitous designs and practices of the delinquent and his abettors. While Congress parried the abuse, they defended their own measures and quieted the clamors of party against themselves by calling Mr. Dean to a hearing on the floor of their house. With the guise of innocence and the effrontery of guilt, he evaded the scrutiny by pleading that his papers and vouchers were all left in Europe, where, he alleged, the necessity of his own private affairs required his immediate presence. In short, though it was obvious that he had abused his commission, rioted long at the public expense, and grossly slandered some of its most faithful servants, yet by the influence of certain characters within, and a tenderness for some without, who might be exposed by too strict an investigation, Congress were induced to suffer him again to leave the continent and return to Europe, though not as a public character, yet without punishment or judicial censure. He afterwards wandered from court to court and from city to city for several years, at last reduced to the extreme of poverty and wretchedness. He died miserably in England. Parties ran very high in Congress relative to the dissensions among their ministers. Mr. Lee had many friends in that assembly. Dr. Franklin had more, and it was necessary for some mercantile speculators in that body to endeavor to throw a veil over the character of Mr. Dean, that under its shade the beams of clearer light might not too deeply penetrate their own. Mr. Robert Morris, a member of Congress from the state of Pennsylvania, had undoubtedly been concerned in some very profitable contracts in company with several French and American gentlemen, besides Mr. Dean, and under the sanction of public negotiations, the most lucrative trade was carried on, and the fortunes of individuals accumulated beyond calculation. Monsieur Girard, the French minister residing in Philadelphia, was warmly attached to Dr. Franklin and Mr. Dean, and not less disgusted with Mr. Lee. It may be observed that there are few public ministers so tenacious of the dignity of their own character and conduct as not occasionally to descend to rank among partisans and exert the influence of public character to gratify private interests or resentment. Thus, Mr. Girard, an idolizer of Dr. Franklin, supported Mr. Dean, offered pensions to take off the defenders of Mr. Lee, and instead of retaining the superiority of an ambassador from one of the first monarchs in Europe, appeared the champion of a club of merchants and speculators. He resided but a short time in America. The Chevalier de la Luzerne superseded him as ambassador to the United States in the summer of 1779. The reasons for his recall do not appear, but it was undoubtedly a prudent measure in the court of France not to suffer a minister to continue after he had discovered himself attached to a party. Within a few months after Congress had made a new arrangement of ministers, and Mr. Adams had been sent on in the room of Mr. Dean, both Mr. Adams and Mr. Lee were directed to repair immediately to America, and Dr. Franklin was appointed sole minister at the court of France. Americans, it is true, were early initiated in the spirit of intrigue, but they were not yet so thoroughly acquainted with the maneuvers of courts as to investigate the necessity of the sudden recall of those gentlemen. Mr. Lee had been very severely censured by many for his want of address and his unaccommodating spirit at the French court, nor had he been more successful in his negotiations with Spain. He had resided some months at Madrid as commercial agent, with powers, if practicable, to negotiate a treaty or to obtain a loan of money for the use of the United States. But he was unacceptable to the court, and though he had the abilities of a statesman, he was without the address of a courtier, and his negotiations in Spain redounded little to the advantage of America. Yet such was his integrity that he found it not difficult on his arrival in his own country to reinstate himself fully in the good opinion of the public, and to wipe from his character the aspersions of malice or prejudice. Mr. Adams returned rather disgusted at the early revocation of his commission and the unexpected order thus speedily to leave the court of France. He did not himself repair to Congress, but retired privately to his seat in Braintree, where he employed himself for a time in preparing a concise statement of the situation and political connections of the different powers of Europe, which he laid before Congress with his opinion of their interests and their views relative to America, and recommended the pursuance of every step that might tend to strengthen the alliance with France. Nothing can more strongly exhibit the pride Mr. Adams felt in the Gallican alliance and his zeal for supporting it than the expressions contained in his own letters on this subject on his first residence at the court of France. But in Mr. Adams' communication to Congress, he advised them strenuously and invariably to guard against their principles in government and the manners that were so opposite to the constitutions of America and the character of a young people who might hereafter be called to form establishments for a great nation. Mr. Adams continued in this retired and mortified situation for some months, but we shall see in its place he was afterwards called upon to transact affairs of a very high and important nature. It was obvious to everyone that from the family interests and connection between the courts of France and Spain, the latter would undoubtedly cooperate with the views and designs of the former, but no treaty, alliance, or any public countenance had yet been given to the Americans by the court of Madrid. Spain had oscillated between peace and war for several years. She had offered herself as mediatrix among the contending powers, but insulted on the seas and her interference rejected by Britain, she appeared in June 1779 to act a more decided part. The Marquis de Almodovar, the Spanish ambassador in London, delivered a rescript to Lord Weymouth about this time, couched in language that amounted to a declaration of war. On these movements in Europe, Congress thought proper again to send an envoy to the court of Spain. John J. Esquire, a gentleman from the state of New York, was appointed to this mission, September the 27th, 1779. His capacity was equal to the business. He was well received, and his public character acknowledged. Yet his negotiations were of little consequence to America, while he resided in Spain. Perhaps apprehensive that the spirit of freedom and revolt might extend to her own colonies, Spain chose to withhold her assistance. No treaty with the United States was effected by Mr. Jay's mission, no concessions with regard to the free navigation of the Mississippi, or any security for trade to the Bay of Honduras were obtained. On these important points he was directed to negotiate as well to solicit a loan of money, sufficient to assist the United States in the pursuit of their measures, but no loan of money of any consequence was to be drawn from the frigid and wary Spaniards. Notwithstanding the necessities of America were fully exposed by her minister, the highest favor he could obtain was the trivial loan of £4,000 or £5,000. Spain had no predilection in favor of the independence of the British colonies. She had always governed her own plantations beyond the Atlantic with a very arbitrary and despotic hand. Their contiguity and intercourse with the North Americans led her to fear that the spirit of freedom might be contagious, and their own subjects there so far infected as to render it necessary to keep themselves in reserve against future contingencies. This they had done for some time after a war was announced between Great Britain and France, but it was impossible for them to continue longer neutral. France was now involved in war, and decidedly supporting the Americans and England in expectation of a union of interests and a modification of the same line of conduct in the courts of the several branches of the House of Bourbon, had in various instances discovered a hostile disposition, and stood in a menacing posture, as if both her sword and her flag were ready to meet the conjoined forces of both France and Spain. His Catholic Majesty, thought it impossible for him longer to delay an explicit declaration of his intentions. He published a long manifesto, giving the reasons for a declaration of war. He ordered his ambassador to retire from the court of London without taking leave, and in a schedule published by order, great moderation was professed. In a paper delivered to Lord Weymouth by the Marquis d'Almodovar, it was observed that the causes of complaint given by the Court of London not having ceased, and that court showing no disposition to give reparation for them, the King has resolved and orders his ambassador to declare that the honor of his crown, the protection which he owes to his subjects, and his own personal dignity do not permit him to suffer their insults to continue, and to neglect any longer the reparation of those already received, and that in this view, notwithstanding the pacific dispositions of his Majesty, and even the particular inclination he had always had and expressed for cultivating the friendship of his Britannic Majesty, he finds himself under the disagreeable necessity of making use of all the means which the Almighty has entrusted him with to obtain that justice which he has solicited by so many ways without being able to acquire it. In confiding on the justice of his cause, His Majesty hopes that the consequences of this resolution will not be imputed to him before God or man, and that other nations will form a suitable idea of this resolution by comparing it to the conduct which they themselves have experienced on the part of the British ministry. End of section 17. Section 18 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 14, Part 3. While things stood thus in the courts of Great Britain, France, and Spain, indecisive movements for a time in the southern states of America engaged the public attention and awakened anxious apprehensions for the result. At the same time that a scene of rapine and plunder was spread through the central parts, Virginia, New York, and Connecticut. The predatory excursions of this year were begun early in the summer. An expedition to the Chesapeake, under the command of Sir George Collier of the Navy and General Matthews of the Army, served no other purpose than to alarm, distress, and impoverish the towns of Portsmouth, Suffolk, and other places in the state of Virginia that fell under the spirit of conflagration. They stayed but a short time there, after enriching themselves with the spoils of the inhabitants, and leaving many of those who had once basked in the lap of affluence, the houseless children of poverty, they left the state by order of the British commander-in-chief. The pleasant line of towns bordering on Long Island Sound in the state of Connecticut were the next who felt the severe consequences of this mode of war. From British troops supported and covered by the squadron under Sir George Collier, who was recalled from the Chesapeake to aid similar measures farther north. About the beginning of July, Governor Tryon, with a number of disaffected Americans, and General Garth with a ravaging party of British troops and German Jaegers, landed at New Haven, took possession of the town with little resistance, plundered and insulted the inhabitants, on whom every cruelty was perpetrated, except burning their houses. This was delayed from their thirst for plunder and the barbarous abuse of the hapless females, who fell sacrifices to their wanton and riotous appetites. Hurried afterward by their avarice for new scenes of plunder and misery, they left New Haven and repaired to Fairfield, where they landed on the 7th of the month. This place suffered a still more cruel and severe fate. Their landing at Fairfield was but feebly opposed. The militia indeed made a faint resistance, but soon retreated, and left their property and in many instances their families to the mercy of the enemy. This was not altogether from the want of courage, but from the consciousness of their own comparative weakness and strange delusive opinion that the generosity and compassion of the British would be exercised towards them when they found only a few women, children, and aged men left who seemed to have thrown themselves on their compassion. The historian would willingly draw a veil over the wanton outrages committed on the wretched inhabitants left in the town, most of them of the feebler sex, some of them, the first characters in the place, from a wish to save their property, and an indiscreet confidence in the honor of Governor Tryon, with whom they had been personally acquainted, and who had formerly received many civilities at their houses, risked their own persons and their honor, amidst the fury of a conquering enemy, on a kind of sham protection from a man who had forgotten the obligations of politeness and the gratitude due to those who had treated him with every mark of genteel hospitality. The principal ladies of Fairfield, whom, from their little knowledge of the world, of the usages of armies, or the general conduct of men when circumstances combined to render them savage, could not escape the brutality of the soldiery by shewing their protections from Governor Tryon. Their houses were rifled, their persons abused, and after the general pillage and burning of everything valuable in the town, some of these miserable victims of sorrow were found half distracted in the swamps and in the fields, whether they had fled in the agonies of despair. Tryon endeavored afterwards to exculpate his own character, and made some futile excuses for his conduct. He would have justified himself on the principles of policy when he felt the indignation expressed against him for his want of humanity. But policy, reason, and virtue equally revolt at modes of war that eradicate from the mind not only the moral feelings, but the sense of decency, civility, and politeness. The avidity of this party was by no means satiated by the distresses of New Haven and the total destruction of Fairfield. The neighboring towns of Norwalk and Greenfield suffered a similar fate. The waste of property in shipping and merchandise was there more complete. The whole coast, equally defenseless and exposed to their ravages, expected to fall in the same way, but whether from their compunction or policy is uncertain. Whichever it might be, Sir Henry Clinton thought proper to check the career of depredation, so grateful to the feelings of Tryon and his partisans, by a sudden recall within 10 days of their landing at New Haven. Meantime, General Washington had kept himself in a defensive and respectable situation in the central parts of America, but without a movement for any very capital stroke after the derangement of a well-concerted plan for an attack on the city of New York. He had expected the aid of the French squadron from the West Indies to facilitate this judicious measure. The militia of several states had been collected to assist in the design. The army was in high spirits, sanguine expectations were formed, and everything promised success to the enterprise. But the Count d'Estaing, perhaps ambitious to subjugate one of the states to the arms of his master, and not dreaming of effectual resistance to a force, both by land and sea, that might reasonably be thought sufficient for the most capital enterprise, instead of uniting first with General Washington and covering his attempt on New York by a respectable necessary naval force, he thought proper to hazard the reduction of Georgia on his way and then repair northward. But his attack on Savannah, his unexpected repulse and retreat, not only retarded but totally prevented the decisive stroke contemplated by Washington, nor less apprehended by Clinton, who was thereby induced to order the evacuation of Newport and draw off all his troops from that quarter. Newport and its environs had been infested with the inconvenience and misery of an army and navy on their borders, from the seizure of that place by Earl Percy in 1776 to their relief in the present year. The circumstances above related put it out of the power of General Washington to prosecute the feasible system he had meditated. The militia were diminished, and many of the Continental troops returned as usual at the expiration of their terms of enlistment. General Clinton had made several attempts to draw the American commander from his strong and defensible post in the Jerseys, as well as to induce him to divide his army to oppose the desultory invasions and depredations on the defenseless seacoast. But General Washington very well knew the advantages that he might lose by weakening the main body of his army, and was too wise and judicious to be ensnared by the maneuvers of the British commander. The first object of Sir George Collier's speedy recall from the ravage of the borders of Virginia was to cooperate with General Vaughan in the important movements on the North River. The principal design of this project was to obtain some important posts on the Hudson. General Vaughan, who had before been distinguished for his feats there, still commanded on the Hudson but higher up the river. On the arrival of the squadron commanded by Sir George Collier, they united and immediately made themselves masters of Stony Point on the one side, and Verplank's Neck on the other. After these places had been dismantled the preceding autumn by Sir Henry Clinton, the Americans had in part repaired the works. In each port they behaved with spirit and resolution, but as their numbers were inconsiderable and their works unfinished, they soon surrendered prisoners of war on the single condition of humane treatment. Not many days after this event, General Washington ordered a detachment of his most active troops under the command of General Wayne to attempt the recovery of Stony Point. This bold and vigorous enterprise was conducted in a manner peculiarly honorary to the officers and soldiers, but not altogether so consistent with humanity. They were directed not to load their pieces, but to depend on the bayonet. One who appeared discontented at the order was shot on the occasion. Though this summary mode of punishment is severe, it was designed to prevent the effusion of blood. Doubtless, had the British been early alarmed by the fire of the American arms, and the carnage would have been greater. The works had been repaired and strengthened with great alacrity, and 2 British regiments, some loyal Americans, and several companies of artillery left in garrison by General Vaughan. On the evening of the 5th of July, after a difficult and hazardous march, Wayne reached, surprised, and recovered the post in spite of the valiant opposition within. Colonel Fleury, an amiable, ambitious, and spirited young Frenchman, had the honor and peculiar pleasure of striking the British standard with his own hand. This youthful officer had received the thanks of Congress and the honorary rewards of the soldier for his distinguished bravery in several previous encounters. General Wayne was himself slightly wounded in this enterprise, but the united applause of the Commander-in-Chief, of Congress, and of his country, which he received, would have been ample compensation for more painful wounds or much severer fatigue. The acquisition of this post was more honorary than important. An attempt to have held it would have been fruitless. It had been previously determined in a council of war that on the success of Wayne the works should be demolished and the stores brought off. End of section 18. Section 19 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 14, Conclusion. Sir Henry Clinton immediately set his whole army in motion for the relief of Verplank's, which was momentarily expected to surrender to the American arms, and for the recovery of Stony Point. He succeeded to his wishes, and after only 3 days' possession, this contested spot a third time changed its masters, and the command of the whole river for a time continued in the hands of the British. Several other maneuvers took place about this time near New York and the more central parts of the country that kept the spirit of enterprise and the honor of the arms of the states. But a more consequential affair occupied the public attention in the eastern extreme of the American territory. A Colonel McLean had been sent with a party of British troops from Halifax, to land at the mouth of the Penobscot within the jurisdiction of the Massachusetts. He erected a fort and established a strong post in a convenient situation for harassing the trade and distressing the young settlements bordering on the province of Nova Scotia. When this intelligence was received at Boston, the hardy and enterprising spirit of the men of Massachusetts did not hesitate to make immediate preparation to dislodge an enemy whose temerity had led them to encroach on their state. It had been only 4 years since the commencement of hostilities with Britain. America was then not only without a navy, but without a single ship of war. The idea of constructing and equipping a maritime force was ridiculed by some, and thought chimerical and impracticable by others. But the human mind is generally capable of accomplishing whatever it has resolution to undertake. By the industry and vigilance of public bodies and private adventurers, they had in this short period acquired a navy that a century before would have made a respectable figure among the most warlike nations. And within 10 days after McLean's attempt was known at Boston, the Warren, a handsome new frigate of force commanded by Commodore Saltonstall, and 17 other continental state and private ships, were equipped, manned, victualed, and ready for sea. They were accompanied by an equal number of transports with a considerable body of land forces, who embarked in high spirits and with the sanguine expectation of a short and successful expedition. This business was principally conducted by the state legislature, nor would the gentlemen of the Continental Navy Board content to hazard the public ships unless the commanding officers were positively enjoined to execute their design immediately. They were apprehensive that any delay might give opportunity to send a superior force from New York. From the dilatory conduct of the Americans after they reached Penobscot, these apprehensions were realized, and before any efficient movements had taken place, Sir George Collier, with a heavy squadron under his command, appeared for the relief of McLean. General Lovell, who commanded by land, was a man of little military experience, and never made for enterprise sufficient to dislodge the British from a post of consequence, or in any way complete an undertaking that required decision, promptitude, and judgment. Commodore Saltonstall proved himself a character of as little enterprise, and in this instance of less spirit than the commander of the troops designed to act on shore. Thus, by the shameful delay of both, and to the mortification of many brave officers who accompanied them, the expedition terminated in the disgrace of both army and navy, and the total destruction of the fleet. On the first appearance of Sir George Collier, the American shipping moved up the river with a show of resistance, but in reality to escape by land from an enemy they seemed not to have expected nor had the courage to face. 2 of their best ships fell into the hands of the British. The remainder, lighted by their own hands, suffered a complete conflagration. The panic-struck troops, after leaving their own ships, chagrined at the conduct of Saltonstall, and disgusted with the inactivity, indecision, and indiscretion of Lovell, made their escape through the woods in small, indiscriminate parties of soldiers and sailors. On their way they agreed on nothing but in railing at their officers, and suffering the natural ebullitions of disappointment to spend itself in mutual reproaches. With fatigue, hunger, and difficulty, they reached the settlements on the Kennebec and brought the intelligence of their own defeat. It was not in the power of the infant states to repair their maritime loss during the war, and to complete the ruin of their little navy. Some of their best ships were lost in the defense of Charleston, the year following, as will be seen hereafter. What added to the mortification of this last stroke was that these ships were prepared and ready to sail in order to prosecute a very flattering expedition projected by the gentlemen of the Navy Board in the Eastern Department when they received an express order from Congress to send them to South Carolina. Scarcely any single event during the great contest caused more triumph to Britain than this total demolition of the beginning of an American navy. So successful and enterprising had they been, that a gentleman of the first information has observed that the privateers from Boston in 1 year would defray more than 1/2 the expense of that year's war. By their rapid progress, they had given the promise of a formidable appearance on the ocean, that in time they might become a rival even to the proud mistress of the seas. But this blow gave a fatal stroke for the present to all farther attempts of the kind. After the loss of Charleston, the ship Alliance and the Dean frigate were the only remnants left of the American Navy. These were soon after sold at public auction, the Navy boards dissolved, and all maritime enterprise extinguished, except by private adventurers. They were also much less fortunate after the loss of the public ships than they had been at the beginning of the war. It was calculated that 2 out of 3 were generally captured by the British after the year 1780. Time may again revive the ambition for a naval power there, as America is abundantly replete with everything necessary for the equipment of fleets of magnitude and respectability. After all, it may justly be considered that the constructing a national fleet is but an addition to human misery, for besides the vast expense of such equipments, the idle and licentious habits of a vast body of sailors, a naval armament is only a new engine to carry death and conflagration to distant, unoffending, innocent nations. The havoc of human life on the ocean, the great balance of evil resulting from naval engagements, if duly weighed in the scale of equity or humanity, might lead the nations, with one general consent, to their total annihilation. Yet undoubtedly, the pride of empire and the ambition of kings will still induce them to oppress their subjects, for the purpose of enhancing their own power by this hard instrument of human carnage, and that they will continue to waft death and destruction to every corner of the globe that their maritime thunders can reach. It is true the etiquette of modern courts usually introduces some plausible apologies as a sort of prelude to the opening of those real scenes of war and destruction, which they are preparing to exhibit by that monstrous engine of misery, a naval armament. They usually trumpet forth the godlike attributes of justice, equity, mercy, and above all, that universal benevolence and tenderness to mankind, with which their respective courts or sovereigns are supposed to be infinitely endued, and deplore in the most pathetic strains those very evils which they are bringing on, and those miseries which they are exerting their utmost power to inflict. But it is to be feared it will be long before we shall see a combination of powers, whatever may be their possessions, whose ultimate object is the establishment of universal equity, liberty, and peace among mankind. War, the scourge of the human race, either from religious or political pretenses, will probably continue to torment the inhabitants of the earth until some new dispensation shall renovate the passions, correct the vices, and elevate the mind of mortals beyond the pursuits of time. The world has so long witnessed the sudden and dreadful devastation made by naval armaments that it is unnecessary to expatiate thereon. It is enough to observe that the splendid display of maritime power has appeared on the largest theaters of human action. The proudest cities have unexpectedly been invaded, and the inhabitants involved in misery, by the fire of those floating engines in too many instances to particularize, from the first building up of British Navy to the early attempts of America to strengthen themselves by following the example of the parent state in building and equipping ships of war in the beginning of their opposition to British power. The truth of this observation may be evinced by a single instance of surprise and capture by a little squadron under the command of Commodore Hopkins, only the second year after hostilities commenced between Great Britain and the colonies. The American commander of a ship, only 36 guns, and 7 or 8 smaller vessels, surprised New Providence, captured the governor, lieutenant governor, and other officers of the crown, seized near 100 pieces of cannon, and carried off all the warlike stores on the island. But not habituated to the usual cruelties exercised on such occasions, though they continued there 2 or 3 weeks, they offered no insult to the inhabitants, and took possession of no private property without paying for it. This was an instance of lenity that seldom falls under observation, where men have been longer inured to scenes and services that harden the heart, and too frequently banish humanity from the breast of man. The small naval armament constructed by the United States, did not continue long enough in existence either to attempt great enterprise or to become hardened by the cruel achievements consequent on the invasion of cities, towns, and villages, and desolating them by sudden torrents of fire poured in upon their inhabitants. Some future day may, however, render it necessary for Americans to build and arm in defense of their extensive seaboard and the preservation of their commerce, when they may be equally emulous of maritime glory, and become the scourge of their fellow men on the same grade of barbarity that has been exhibited by some other nations. End of section 19.
Section 20 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 15, Part 1. A retrospect of some naval transactions in the West Indies, 1778 and 79. Affairs in Georgia concisely reviewed. General Lincoln sent to take the command at the southward. The Count d'Estaing's arrival in Georgia. Savannah closely besieged by the combined forces of France and America. Repulsed by General Prevost. The Count d'Estaing leaves the southern climb. The Count Pulaski slain in Georgia. Some anecdotes of Count Kosciuszko. From the concise mode of narration hitherto observed in these annals, a particular detail of naval operations will not be expected. Yet it is necessary to look a little back and observe that an insular war had raged between the British and French in the West Indies during the winter of 1778, though they had not yet received any intelligence that a formal declaration of hostilities between those two potent nations had taken place. The island of Dominica was seized by the Marquis de Boille, governor of Martinico, as early as September 1778, but the terms imposed on the inhabitants by the conqueror were so mild that they scarcely felt the change of sovereignty. No licentious rudeness or avaricious pillage was permitted by the humane and honorable commander, who, through all his conduct in the West Indies, exhibited a specimen of that generous compassion always honorary to the conqueror and to human nature. The loss of the island of Dominica was peculiarly mortifying to the court of St. James, as it had been ceded to Great Britain on the last peace, as a kind of balance of accounts after a very expensive war with the House of Bourbon. Admiral Barrington, with a considerable force, lay at this time at Barbados, in a very anxious and inactive state. He had yet no orders for hostile operations, but he was soon after relieved by the arrival of 5,000 men commanded by General Grant, convoyed by 6 ships of the line and a number of frigates under the direction of Commodore Hotham. The want of instructions and even of intelligence that might be depended on had exceedingly embarrassed the British admiral, but on Hotham's arrival, an expedition to the island of St. Lucia was prosecuted with celerity and success. The Chevalier de Maucode, the commandant, took all the precaution of a brave and judicious officer. The main point was to prevent the completion of the British success until he should be relieved by the arrival of the French squadron from Boston, which he had the highest reason every moment to expect. The Count d'Estaing had formed the design and was in force sufficient to have swept all the Leeward Islands before the junction of Admiral Barrington and Commodore Hotham, but interrupted in his military progress by a second violent gale in the American seas, and seldom a favorite of fortune. He did not appear in sight of St. Lucia until the last French flag was struck. He, however, made some spirited but successless efforts for the recovery of the islands. The vigilance and valor of the British commander defeated this design, to which was added the mortification of repeated disappointment in several valiant rencounters with the bold and resolute English. Though the Count d'Estaing's ships were equal in force, and experience had shown that neither his officers nor seamen were deficient in courage, yet after he quitted St. Lucia, he apparently declined a general engagement, and within 10 days withdrew to Port Royal. He was frequently insulted while there by the appearance of challenge from the British flag, but he still adhered to his own system of inaction, determined to undertake no capital stroke before the arrival of fresh reinforcements from Europe. It was not until the month of June, 1779, that this event took place, when the arrival of Monsieur de la Motte, with everything necessary for the most vigorous naval operations, excited the Count d'Estaing to immediate enterprise. The first object of attack was the valuable island of St. Vincent's, which had formerly cost much British blood to arrest and secure, by the cruel attempt to exterminate the unfortunate and innocent Caribs. After the easy acquisition of this island, the Count proceeded to the Grenades. He there landed 2,000 or 3,000 men under the command of Count Dillon, a brave Irish officer in the French service. He also headed a strong column himself, and attempted to carry the most defensible fortress by storm. His superiority of strength ensured his success, and Lord Macartney was obliged to offer a surrender on the proposals of capitulation he had at first rejected. But the Count received and treated the governor's flag with an unbecoming hauteur. He made new and severe proposals in such a tone of defiance and contempt that both the governor and the inhabitants chose rather to surrender at discretion than to bind themselves to such hard conditions, as neither the customs of nations nor the justice of courts had usually required. There is much reason to believe that the Count d'Estaing did not exercise all the lenity that ought to be expected from a brave and generous conqueror. On the contrary, after this new acquisition, the inhabitants were plundered and distressed, and unbounded license raged among the soldiery, till their excesses were checked by the humanity of Count Dillon, who paid every attention to the miseries of the people, and supported by his own regiment, he rendered the condition of the conquered island less deplorable. The capture of St. Lucia was in a degree fatal to the conquerors. The noxious air of an unhealthy island in a burning climate did more than the sword of France to waste the veterans of Britain. Sickness and mortality raged and cut down the troops, and the squadron weakened by the departure of Admiral Byron to convoy the homeward bound fleet of merchantmen. Nothing of consequence was attempted in his absence. When he returned, both St. Vincent's and the Grenades were in the hands of the French, but so uncertain were the accounts at first received of the wretched situation of the Grenades, that the British commander determined to hazard an attempt for their relief. This brought on a general, though not a decisive action. It was supported on both sides with laudable spirit and bravery, but they finally separated without victory on either. Yet the proud and gallant Britons, whose island has long assumed the haughty style of mistress of the seas, who had justly boasted their superiority in naval engagements, could not forbear to claim the advantage of this doubtful conflict. But it is certain the wounded fleets under the admirals Barrington and Byron found some difficulty in reaching St. Christopher's, without some of their ships falling into the hands of their enemy. The Count d'Estaing returned to Granada, and the lilies of France waved for a short time in the West Indies, and the English admirals were insulted in their turn by the parade of the French fleet before St. Christopher's. In the same manner, Lord Barrington had before maneuvered in vain at Martinico, without provoking the Frenchmen to engage. After these partial successes, the Count d'Estaing soon left the tropical seas and repaired again to the American continent, where the assistance of a naval force was, by this time, exceedingly wanted to aid the operations of the Americans. The Southern campaign had been opened the preceding year by the seizure of the capital of Georgia. Sir Henry Clinton, late in the autumn of 1778, had ordered a large detachment of Hessian, British, and provincial troops under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Campbell to Savannah to assist Major General Prevost in further prosecuting some unexpected advantages he had already gained. They were escorted by a small squadron under the command of Commodore Parker and arrived in the Savannah the 27th of December. The state of Georgia was at this time in a very weak and defenseless situation. Their frontiers were exposed to the depredations of the savages and the rude incursions of the wild borderers who mixed with them had often been so troublesome as to require the call of the Southern militia to check their outrages. Colonel Campbell landed his troops immediately on his arrival in the river, and by several spirited and judicious movements possessed himself of the town of Savannah, the capital of the state, with little or no loss, and obliged General Robert Howe, a gentleman of North Carolina, who commanded a party of about 800 militia, to retreat with precipitation. Orders had been previously given by Sir Henry Clinton to Major General Prevost, the commander-in-chief in East Florida, to repair with all possible expedition to aid the invasion and reduction of Georgia. This active officer immediately collected his remote cantonments and with dispatch and perseverance pushed his march through a hot and barren country of great extent. Surmounting innumerable difficulties and fatigue, he reached Sunbury and took possession of the town and garrison before Campbell had possessed himself of Savannah. Both military skill and a great degree of humanity marked this first important enterprise in the South. The British commander forbid that the inhabitants not in arms should be either molested or plundered, and by promises and proclamations encouraged them to submit quietly to the authority of the parent state. Some acquiesced by inclination, and many, impelled by necessity, appeared ready to enlist under the British standard. Others, of more bold and independent sentiments, made their escape across the river with the hope of an asylum in South Carolina. These successes again encouraged the disaffected and disorderly people who had long infested the back parts of North Carolina to renew their incursions. Those insurgents had been apparently subdued, their leaders cut off, and their spirits broken in the beginning of the American convulsions, but their aversion to the reigning powers in that state still rankled in their breast. They had impatiently waited an opportunity of displaying it in all the fierce and cruel modes of savage war, in conjunction with the neighboring Indians to whom they had attached themselves. They considered this a favorable crisis, and again left their rural occupations. They united with some scattering parties of the same description on the borders of South Carolina and Georgia, embodied themselves, and in their progress committed every outrage that might be expected from an armed banditti. But on an attempt to join General Prevost, their main body was attacked by the provincial militia. Many of them cut off and others taken prisoners. The remainder fled to the frontiers of Georgia, where, with their old associates of the wilderness and all others who could be collected in the back settlements, they united to aid General Prevost in his future operations. The hazardous situation of Georgia and the imminent danger of the wealthy state of South Carolina has spread an alarm that awakened to immediate exertion for the recovery of the one and the security of the other. General Lincoln has seasonably been sent forward to take the command in the Southern Department. He reached Savannah a short time after Colonel Campbell's arrival there, but he found himself not in so eligible a situation as might have been wished. The number of troops under his command fell far short of expectation. The artillery and stores were insufficient, and every difficulty was enhanced by the want of order and discipline in the militia, who refused to submit to the necessary subordination of armies. They left their posts and retired at pleasure. End of section 20. Section 21 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 15, Part 2. General Lincoln, however, consistent with his usual disposition on all occasions, endeavored to make the best of his situation. He continued himself at Purisburg with the main body of his army, and ordered General Ashe, with a detachment of 2,000 men, to take a strong post at a place called Briar Creek. His design was to secure the upper part of the country against the Loyalists, who were everywhere collecting their strength. Soon after General Ashe had taken possession of the advantageous post that, in the opinion of the principal officers, promised perfect security, General Prevost formed and executed the design of surprising him there. To facilitate this judicious measure, he made such arrangements on the banks of the Savannah as took off the attention of General Lincoln. At the same time, he ordered his brother, Colonel Prevost, by a circuitous march of 50 miles, to fall unexpectedly on Ashe's party at the creek. The success of the enterprise justified the design. The whole detachment was routed, many of them killed or captured, and thus the way was open for the Loyalists and their copper-colored allies in the back country to join Prevost without molestation. After this action, which took place the 3rd of March, the two parties, separated by the river, continued quietly in their own posts till the latter end of the month of April, 1779. Savannah, Sunbury, and some other towns were in the hands of the British, and the state, by proclamation, laid under military government. Yet the people in general considered themselves as belonging to the Union. General Lincoln, zealous to procure an election of delegates to Congress from Georgia, which he expected would be impeded by violence, left his advantageous situation on the lower part of the river and moved towards Augusta. This was rather an unfortunate movement, as, had he continued his first station, he might have secured Charleston for a time. Indeed, there was then little reason to apprehend any immediate danger in that quarter, yet he had the precaution to leave General Moultrie with 1,500 men to guard the passes of the river. The campaign in Georgia, however, did not redound much to the advantage of the American arms, or to the honor of General Lincoln. It was thought by some he did not discover himself a judicious and experienced commander who had penetration to calculate on fortuitous events, or resources at hand to extricate himself when they unexpectedly took place. Yet he supported a character, cool and brave, under a variety of disappointments. He was, however, led a circuitous dance from place to place by the rapid movements of General Prevost through the state of Georgia, until he was obliged to move with more serious prospects towards Charleston. The loss of his party at Briar Creek was no more than might have been expected from the activity and vigor of such an officer as Prevost, attending more to his military renown than to the political maneuvers of the state. While General Lincoln was canvassing for the election of a delegate to Congress, the commander on the forces of his antagonist was intent only on winning success in the field. Footnote: there was an effort to defeat this measure, which General Lincoln judged it necessary to counteract, bearing in mind the interest of his country in civil as well as military matters. End of footnote. The active Prevost seized the moment of advantage, suddenly crossed the river in different parts, and penetrated into South Carolina with little or no opposition. The party under Moultrie, consisting chiefly of militia, on seeing themselves surrounded on all sides by British troops, retreated hastily and secured themselves within the city of Charleston. General Prevost, having thus succeeded, even beyond his most sanguine expectations, in several enterprises of considerable moment, inspired by his own wishes and prompted by the importunities of the Loyalists, he formed the bolder resolution of pushing directly for Charleston. He arrived at the river Ashley on the 11th of May, crossed it, and within a few days summoned the city to surrender. Nor had he any reason for some time to regret their determination. He had every assurance from the disaffected Americans that Charleston would surrender without resistance, and that they had the best authority for this decided opinion. Nor did they, in this instance, so totally disappoint the expectations of their British friends, as they frequently had done, and continue to do in their subsequent informations. It is true, General Prevost did not immediately succeed to the full completion of his hopes, but on the first summons to surrender, the citizens assured him that no opposition should be made, provided they might be permitted to continue in a state of neutrality to the conclusion of the war. This was the only instance in America of an offer made so derogatory to the honor of the Union. No single state, whatever might be their distresses, ever expressed a wish during the war to be bound to a neutral repose, while their sister states were bleeding at every pore in support of the general cause. The conduct of the citizens of Charleston cannot be accounted for, but from the momentary panic to which the human mind is liable, when sudden danger presses, before it has time to collect its own fortitude and to act with decision and dignity, consistent with previous principles. South Carolina had been distinguished with the bold and active part taken by that state against the measures of Britain. This was the first Southern colony after Virginia who adopted the proposal of a general Congress, nor was there now any reason to suspect any defection in the bulk of the inhabitants, though there were numbers in the city of Charleston attached to the royal cause. Her patriots were unshaken, her officers brave, and the subsequent conduct of the people at large, and the sufferings of individuals, effaced the unfavorable impressions this proposal might have left, had it not have been wiped off by the vigorous opposition afterwards made to a successful foe, both in their councils and in the field, amidst the extremes of peril, personal danger, and public misery. General Prevost, encouraged by success and animated by his own personal bravery, united with the hope of subduing Charleston, rejected the offer of neutrality, and all further negotiation ceased. The city immediately recovered its former spirit, and preparation was made on both sides for the most vigorous attack and defense. General Lincoln had been rather slow in his movements, having been deceived into an opinion that Prevost had no further design in crossing the river Savannah than to procure forage and provisions. But soon finding more serious consequences were to be expected, he hastened on with his whole force, and made his arrangements with so much judgment and alacrity that General Prevost thought it prudent to withdraw from before the city, lest his retreat should be cut off. He encamped his troops on the islands before the harbor, where he continued for some time, in anxious expectation of reinforcements from New York, this being delayed until the advance of the intense heats and the sickly season of that country came on, which rendered it in some measures necessary to suspend all vigorous operations in that quarter. Little else was done there this year, except the indiscriminate plunder of the wealthy inhabitants of the state, who were out of the reach of the protection of their friends. Affairs in Georgia requiring his presence, General Prevost repaired there soon after the siege of Charleston was raised. He left a force sufficient in Port Royal to encourage his friends by keeping up the appearance of some permanent establishment in that province, where he meant soon to return. But early in the autumn, the unexpected arrival of the squadron, commanded by the Count d'Estaing, on the southern coast, gave the flattering promise of a new face to the affairs of Georgia and the Carolinas. The admiral, on his arrival in the Savannah, landed his troops with all possible expedition, and in conjunction with the Americans, laid siege to the capital of Georgia. On the 16th of September, he demanded a surrender of the town to the arms of the King of France. The summons was in language that rather excited terror than allurement, and would have determined an officer of less courage and resolution than General Prevost to defend the town to the last. The situation of Savannah was indeed scarcely defensible, but resolved not to yield but in the last extremity, Prevost returned a polite but evasive answer to the French commander, and had the address to obtain a truce of 24 hours to deliberate. In this fortunate interval, the arrival of Colonel Maitland, with a body of troops from Port Royal, put an end to deliberation. All thoughts of surrender were laid aside, and a most gallant defense made. The town was bombarded for 5 days, to the great terror and distress of the inhabitants. In this predicament, General Prevost wrote and requested the Count d'Estaing that the women and children, with his own wife and family, might be sent down the river and placed under the protection of one of the French ships. After some delay, he had the mortification to receive an unpolite and cruel refusal. As this answer was signed by both the French and American commanders, censure for want of humanity fell equally on each. It is not improbable the severe language it contained might be designed to intimidate and hasten a surrender, and thereby prevent the further effusion of blood. Yet there appeared a want of generosity unbecoming the politeness of the Frenchman, and inconsistent with the well-known humanity of the American commander. Of this they seemed to be sensible within a few days, when fortune began to change her face. Apologies were made both by General Lincoln and the Count for this indelicate refusal. Great tenderness was therein expressed for the inhabitants, and every civility offered, particularly to the General's lady and family, and a ship assigned as an asylum for herself and friends. General Prevost replied to this offer of kindness, extorted by apprehension, if not by fear, that what had been once refused in terms of insult could in no circumstances be deemed worth the acceptance. The little time gained by this short parley for the purposes of civility was improved by General Prevost to great advantage in every view. With indefatigable industry, he strengthened his old works, and assisted by the spirit and capacity of Mr. Moncrief, the chief engineer, he erected new ones with celerity and judgment, very honorable to his military talents, and consistent with his zeal and alacrity on all occasions. The arrival of an officer of Colonel Maitland's abilities, accompanied by a considerable reinforcement, was indeed a very fortunate circumstance at this period for the commander at Savannah. Stimulated by a recent affront, and urged on by constitutional activity and a thirst of military applause, General Prevost seemed to bid defiance to the combined forces of France and America, and repulse them in every quarter. End of section 21. Section 22 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 15, Conclusion. On the 11th of October, the besiegers, attempted to storm the town, but were defeated with great slaughter. They, however, kept up the appearance of blockade until the 16th, when they requested a truce to bury their dead and take care of their wounded. This was readily granted by Prevost. The conflict had been bloody indeed, and both sides equally wished for time to perform this charitable and necessary business. Soon after the melancholy work of interring many of their comrades, the French and the Americans took the advantage of a dark and foggy night, and retreated with all possible precipitation, breaking down the bridges as they passed, to impede the pursuit of their enemies if they should be disposed to follow them. The Count d'Estaing had now an opportunity to survey the condition of his fleet, when he found the sailors sickly and dispirited, nor was the army less so, from the unhealthiness of the climate and the failure of their late enterprise. The Count himself had been wounded in the course of the siege, and several of his best officers were either killed or wounded. The loss of very many of his men in this decided repulse, with the disgrace that every commander thinks he incurs when the expectation of success from great designs is defeated, deeply affected the mind of the French commander. Thus, unfortunately disappointed in the spirited attack on the town of Savannah, he found it necessary, from a combination of untoward circumstances, to abandon the design of recovering Georgia. In a short time after this, the French commander bade adieu to the American seas. He had never been disgraced by any deficiency in military ability, knowledge, or spirit, while acting on behalf of the United States. Yet a series of disappointments had prevented his reaping the laurels, the just reward of bravery, or rendering much service to his allies, who had received him with the highest marks of cordiality and expectation. Footnote: the Count d'Estaing was some years afterwards one of the proscribed victims who fell by the guillotine, amidst the distractions and misery of his own country, in the infuriated reign of Robespierre. End of footnote. The summons of the Count d'Estaing to the British commander to surrender the capital of one of the states to the arms of his most Christian Majesty was neither pleasing, prudent, or productive of harmony and confidence between the French under his command and the Americans. It occasioned some discontent at the time, and perhaps some jealous Americans did not regret that the recovery of Georgia was left to an officer of merit in their own corps, sent forward afterward by General Greene, who had been the favorite of fortune, of the people, and of the commander-in-chief. This was done at a period of complicated difficulties, when General Greene could not leave the state of South Carolina himself, but in the abilities of General Wayne he had the utmost confidence. The event showed that this confidence was not misplaced. We shall see hereafter General Wayne was sent on, and had the honor of finishing the war in Georgia, and the pleasure of witnessing the evacuation of the troops from their strongholds in that state, annihilating the last remains of British authority there, and recovering again the youngest of the sister states to their former union. In the repulse before Savannah, many valorous and gallant officers fell. Among this number was the Count Pulaski, a Polish nobleman of great consideration. His bravery and enterprising spirit was celebrated not only in America but in his own country. He had once, amidst the fierce contest of the miserable Polanders, in the height of his zeal for the recovery and support of the liberties of that nation, seized on the person of the King of Poland, and for a time held him his prisoner. And though he had with him only 2 or 3 whom he deemed trusty associates, one of them relented and betrayed him. The king was saved, and the count obliged to fly. Footnote: a full narrative of this transaction may be seen in Cox's Travels Through Russia, etc., etc. End of footnote. A few years after, he repaired to America, where he found a field ample enough for the exercise of his soldierly talents, to cherish his love of freedom, and to support the military character of his ancestors and his family, many of whom survived this heroic officer. The Count Pulaski was not the only officer of his nation who distinguished himself in the American War, but the Count Kosciuszko, for his firmness, his valor, and his sufferings, merits particular notice. He was amiable and virtuous as well as brave, and supported a character that will seldom be passed over in silence in a history of either Poland or America. The Kingdom of Poland had for years exhibited a most striking monument of human misery. Their struggles for liberty, the pride of the nobles, the ignorance and barbarism of the peasantry, their unstable confederacy, the usurpation of princes, and the interference of neighboring monarchs rendered it a scene of carnage for several ages previous to the expulsion of Stanislaus Augustus, their ruin as a nation, and the partition of their country among the crown despots that surrounded them. The sovereign of Poland was dethroned. The kingdom partitioned among the trio combined for that purpose: Frederick, Catherine, and Maria Theresa. Many of the inhabitants were sent to plant colonies in the cold and distant regions of Siberia and other parts of the Russian domains. Some of the nobility survived under the heavy yoke of their victorious neighbors. Others had fled and lent their valorous arms to England, France, and America. This melancholy termination of efforts grounded in nature and reason might, for a time, smother the spark of freedom implanted in every human breast, which yet almost every man, on ascending the pedestal of power, endeavors to extinguish in the bosom of all but himself. But the misfortunes of their country, or their own personal sufferings, could not deaden the flame of liberty and independence that burnt in the bosoms of many noble-minded Polanders. Though the distractions of their native country obliged them to abandon it, their enthusiasm was cherished amid strangers, and they lent their veteran abilities to aid the emancipation of others from the degrading yoke of servitude. The character of no one of this distinguished band became more conspicuous than that of the Count Kosciuszko, who survived the fierce conflicts to which his bravery exposed him through the Revolutionary War in America. His subsequent transactions in his native country, his valor, his misfortunes, and his renown are too well known and too replete with extraordinary events to record in this place. While we admire the patriotism, bravery, and other virtues that adorned the characters of some individuals among the heroes of that ill-fated country, the deplorable situation of Poland should forever stand as a memento to all other nations who claim or maintain any degree of freedom. By their private animosities, jealousies, and dissensions, all confidence was destroyed and all patriotism annihilated, except in the bosoms of a few, until their king was dethroned, the nobility laid prostrate, the country drenched in blood, and the people driven into banishment by thousands, and obliged to wear out a miserable existence under the authority of the arbitrary sovereigns who had completed the ruin of their liberty, their government, and their country. The history of Poland is indeed an awful lesson to every republic, where the seeds of dissension begin to spring up among the people. Those symptoms, when nurtured by faction and strengthened by jealousies among themselves, render the people an easy prey to foreign invaders, and who generally terminate in a tragic catastrophe, similar to that of the Poles, who no longer continued a distinct nation, after the era which had stained the annals of Europe by the shameful partition treaty, preconcerted in the cabinets of Russia, Prussia, and Germany, and announced by the joint declaration of their sovereigns in 1773. The inhabitants of Poland were now the subjects and slaves of those usurping princes, who had seized and divided the kingdom, transplanted the inhabitants of the territory to distant regions, and repeopled the depopulated country with the soldiers of Prussia, Germany, and the northern potentates, who had long trained their own subjects to bend in silence under the yoke of servility. The partition of Poland was a singular event in the history of Europe, where the great powers, inattentive to the balance about which they had for many years expressed so much solicitude, viewed this extraordinary circumstance with little or no emotion. Whatever may be the effect on the general state of Europe, it is yet uncertain whether the Poles lost so much by the change as has been apprehended. It is difficult to say in what period of the history of Poland they had any proper claim to the honor of a free, republican form of government. The people had long groaned under the unbridled oppression and power of a proud domestic aristocracy. The absurd veto, designed as a check, only increased their discontents, jealousies, rancor, and confusion. They had indeed a nominal king, more the subject of a foreign power than the sovereign of his own country. They are now under the iron hand of foreign despotism. Whether that, or the scourge of aristocracy, is the most productive of vassalage and misery, is a problem yet undecided. We leave deeper politicians to determine if they can, which is the most abhorrent to the feelings of humanity. But the discussion of the constitution of the Poles is not a part of the business of the present work. Yet the ruin of Poland may be viewed as an example and a warning to other nations, particularly to those who enjoy a free, elective, representative government. End of section 22. Section 23 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 16, Part 1. Sir Henry Clinton and Admiral Arbuthnot sailed for South Carolina. Charleston invested. Capitulates. General Lincoln and his army prisoners of war. General Clinton returns to New York. Lord Cornwallis's command in civil administration in Charleston. Mr. Gadsden and other gentlemen suspected and sent to St. Augustine. Much opposition to British authority in both the Carolinas. The Count de Rochambeau and the Admiral de Tierney arrive at Newport. British depredations in the Jerseys. Catastrophe of Mr. Caldwell and his family. Armed neutrality. Some observations on the state of Ireland. Riots in England. Cursory observations. From the unavoidable inactivity of the Americans in some parts of the continent, and the misfortunes that had attended their arms in others, in the summer of 1779, Sir Henry Clinton was left without any impediment to prosecute a well-concerted expedition to the southern colonies. The opulence of the planters there, the want of discipline in their militia, the distance and difficulty of reinforcing them, and the sickly state of the inhabitants promised an easy conquest and a rich harvest to the invaders. The summer and autumn passed off, and it was late in the month of December before General Clinton embarked. He had a strong body of troops and a forcible squadron commanded by Admiral Arbuthnot, who accompanied him, but they proceeded heavily on their way, and it was not until the ensuing spring was far advanced that the Admiral passed the bar and made himself master of the harbor of Charleston. The Americans flattered themselves for some time that they should be able to make an effectual resistance to the passage of the British fleet up the Cooper River. This passes on one side, and the Ashley runs on the other of the town of Charleston. But they soon abandoned every ground to the potent English, except the town of Charleston, which they determined to defend to the last extremity. Governor Rutledge was vested by the legislature with very extraordinary powers, which he was obliged to exercise in their full latitude. This gentleman had acted on all occasions with spirit and judgment, becoming his character both as a soldier and a magistrate. He immediately called out the militia and published a proclamation directing all the inhabitants who claimed any property in the town to repair immediately to the American standard on pain of confiscation. Though couched in strong and severe terms, this proclamation had little effect. The manifest reluctance of some to oppose the power of Britain, the dread that others felt of so potent an adversary, the ill success of the American arms in Georgia, the surprise of the cavalry and other parties that were coming to their relief, the arrival of British reinforcements, and the rapid advance they made to conquest, appalled the inhabitants and obliged the citizens soon to abandon all hopes of even saving their town. The first summons of surrender on the 16th of April was rejected by the American commander, though it announced the dreadful consequences of a cannonade and storm, which would soon be the unhappy fate of Charleston. Should the place in fallacious security or the commander in wanton indifference to the fate of the inhabitants delay a surrender? General Lincoln replied that he had received the joint summons of General Clinton and Admiral Arbuthnot, that 60 days had passed since it had been known that their intentions against the town of Charleston were hostile, in which time had been afforded to abandon it, but that duty and inclination pointed to him the propriety of defending it to the last extremity. After this decided answer, the most vigorous operations ensued on both sides, but with great advantage in favor of the British, till the 8th of May, when Sir Henry Clinton again called on the American commander to prevent the further effusion of blood by an immediate surrender. He warned him that, if he refused this last summons, he should throw on him the charge of whatever vindictive severity and exasperated soldiery might inflict on the unhappy people, that he should wait his answer till 8 o'clock, an hour beyond which resistance would be temerity. General Lincoln summoned a council on this occasion, who were unanimously of opinion that articles of capitulation should be proposed. Footnote: this general view of the siege and surrender of Charleston is principally collected from General Lincoln's defense and apology in a letter to General Washington, which the author was favored with the perusal of in manuscript by General Lincoln. End of footnote. The terms offered were several of them rejected, others were mutilated, and all relaxation or qualification being refused by the British commander. It was as unanimously agreed that hostilities should again recommence on the ensuing day. Accordingly, an incessant fire was kept up from the 9th to the 11th, when an address from the principal inhabitants of the town and a number of the country militia expressed their satisfaction in the terms already offered by General Clinton. At the same time, the lieutenant governor and council requested that negotiations might be renewed and that they might not be subjected to the horrors of a city taken by storm. The militia of the town had thrown away their arms, the troops on the lines were worn down with fatigue, and the provisions exhausted, thus closely invested on every side, a disaffected, factious party within, no hopes of succor from without, and all possibility of retreat cut off. General Lincoln again offered terms of surrender, little variant from Clinton's proposals. They were acceded to and signed the 12th of May. Though the conditions were not the most favorable to the inhabitants or honorary to the soldier, yet perhaps they were as lenient as could be expected from an enemy confident of success, and as honorable as could be hoped in the desperate situation to which the Americans were reduced. The Continental troops were to retain their baggage, but to remain prisoners of war until exchanged. 7 general officers were among the prisoners. The inhabitants of all conditions would be considered as prisoners on parole, but they soon experienced the severities usually felt by a conquered city. All who were capable of bearing arms were enrolled in the British service, and the whole state laid under heavy contributions. The loss of Charleston, the great number of the captured, and the shipping that fell in its defense was a severe blow to America. Much censure was cast on General Lincoln for neglecting a timely retreat and for attempting the defense of the town against such superior force, both by sea and land. But it must be acknowledged he did all that could be expected from an officer of courage to save the capital and the state, or from a man of humanity to make the best possible terms with the inhabitants. He afterwards justified the measure by a full detail of the invasion and the motives for his conduct to the satisfaction of the commander-in-chief and of his country. General Lincoln certainly had great merit in many respects, yet it may be observed few officers have been equally fortunate in keeping up the eclat of character, who have so frequently failed in enterprise. For, however unjust it may be, yet military fame more generally depends on successful events than on bold design or judicious system. Victory had seldom followed in the rear of any of his exploits, yet from his known bravery and patriotism, from his acknowledged integrity and honor, he escaped the censure frequently attached to unfortunate heroes, and which might have fallen heavily on a general of more doubtful character. Before Sir Henry Clinton left Charleston, some new and severe regulations took place that could not well be justified, either by the letter or the spirit of the capitulation. All persons in the city were forbidden the exercise of their commercial pursuits, excepting such as were the decided friends of the British government. Confiscation and death were threatened by proclamation to any who should be found in arms, unless in support of royal authority. All capable of bearing arms were enrolled for British service. Such as had families were permitted to continue near them and defend the state against their American brethren. Those who had none were required to serve 6 months out of 12 in any part of the southern states. Many inhabitants of the principal towns, and indeed a great part of the state of South Carolina, despairing of any effectual resistance and unwilling to abandon their connections and their property, laid down their arms and submitted either as prisoners of war or subjects to the King of Great Britain, and even congratulatory addresses were fabricated and signed by great numbers of respectable characters in Charleston, and offered to the British commanders on the success of their arms. Thus, from motives of interest or fear, many who had appeared to be actuated by higher principles stooped to the servile homage of the sycophant, and flattered the victors on the conquest of their country, an acquisition that reduced their countrymen to beggary and themselves to slavery. Soon after these arrangements, Sir Henry Clinton, vainly flattering himself that he had entirely subdued one wealthy colony at the extremity of the continent, and that everything was in a hopeful train for other brilliant strokes of military prowess, left the command of the Southern Department to Lord Cornwallis, and repaired himself to New York. His lordship immediately detached a strong body under the command of Lord Rawdon to march, to subjugate, and guard the frontiers, while he turned his own attention to the commercial regulations and the civil government of the newly conquered province. But he soon found the aid of auxiliaries, impelled by fear, or stimulated by the hope of present advantage, is not to be depended on, and that voluntary combats are the only social ties considered among mankind as binding on the conscience. On the first opportunity, many persons exchanged their paroles for certificates of their being good subjects, and immediately returned to the country or to the neighboring state, and stimulated their friends to resistance. A remarkable instance of this nature was exhibited in the conduct of Colonel Leal, a brave American officer, who, after an exchange of the parole, decamped from the British standard and carried off with him a whole battalion to the aid of Colonel Sumter and other spirited officers who were in motion on the borders of both the Carolinas. The new regulations and the hard conditions enjoined on them by the conqueror were highly resented by many of the principal inhabitants of Charleston. Their dissatisfaction was so apparent that they soon fell under the suspicion and displeasure of the commander. Some allegations were brought against them, though far from being sufficiently founded. They were charged with treasonable practices and designs against government, arrested in their beds, sent on board prison ships, confined and treated with great rigor, and in a short time sent off to St. Augustine. Among this number was Lieutenant Governor Gadsden, a gentleman early distinguished for his patriotism, his firmness, his Republican principles, and his uniform exertions to emancipate his country from the shackles of British government. Nothing appeared to justify the severities exercised towards these gentlemen, nor was there any reason to believe they had forfeited their honor. The rigorous policy of a conquering foe was all that was offered in vindication of this step. But it is certain the Carolinas, in general, evinced the difficulty of holding men by political fetters, while the mind revolts at the authority that has no claim but what arises from the laws of conquest. End of section 23. Section 24 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 16, Part 2. Lord Rawdon was extremely active on the frontiers. No exertion was wanting on the part of this valiant officer to bring the whole country to a united submission to royal authority, and a diversion was made in the Chesapeake, under the Commander General Leslie, in favor of the operations in the Carolinas. Yet within 2 months after the surrender of Charleston, opposition to British government again resumed a stable appearance. Marches, countermarches, surprise, pillage, and massacre had for some months pervaded the frontiers, and whichever party gained the advantage, the inhabitants were equally wretched. But a particular detail of the miseries of the southern states through this period would be more painful than entertaining to the reader, and is a task from which every writer of humanity would wish to be excused. Imagination may easily paint the distresses when surveying on the one side a proud and potent army flushed with recent success and irritated by opposition from an enemy they despised, both as Americans and as rebels. Their spirit of revenge continually whetted by a body of refugees who followed them, embittered beyond description against their countrymen, and who were joined by a banditti who had no country but the spot that yielded a temporary harvest to their rapacious hands. Rapine and devastation had no check. On the other side, little less severity could be expected from a brave and high-spirited people, not softened by the highest refinements of civilization, warmed by the impulse of retaliation, driven almost to despair, and under every painful apprehension for their lives, their property, their liberty, and their country. These were joined by the soldiers of fortune and the fierce borderers who had not yet been taught to yield quietly, either to military or civil subordination. The most striking outrages were everywhere committed, but no partisan distinguished himself more on either side than a Colonel Tarleton, who made himself a character in the ravage of the Carolinas, equally conspicuous for bravery and barbarity, and had the effrontery afterwards in England to boast in the presence of a lady of respectability that he had killed more men and ravished more women than any man in America. Footnote: this was so highly resented by the lady who had before been his friend, that by her influence she defeated his hopes as a candidate for a member of Parliament. End of footnote. But not the loss of their capital, the ravage of their country, the proscription of some of the principal inhabitants, and the total ruin of some of the wealthiest families could subdue the spirit of independence and the aversion to British government that had taken deep root in the bosoms of most of the inhabitants of the southern states. Sumter, Morgan, Marion, Lee, Caswell, Rutherford, and other brave officers continually counteracted the intrigues of the Loyalists and attacked, harassed, and frequently defeated the British parties that were detached to the various parts of the country to enforce submission. Nor did the repulse in Georgia, the loss of Charleston, nor the armament sent to the Chesapeake by Sir Henry Clinton in favor of Lord Cornwallis's movements in the smallest degree check the vigorous efforts of these spirited leaders, by whose assistance a new face to the affairs of their country was soon restored. France had this year given a new proof of her zeal in favor of American independence. The Count de Rochambeau arrived on the 11th of July at Newport with 6,000 land forces, under cover of a respectable squadron commanded by the Admiral de Tournay. They brought the promise and the expectation of farther and immediate support, both by land and sea. Some ineffectual movements were made on both sides in consequence of these expectations, and on the arrival of Admiral Graves in New York, with 6 sail of the line and some transports, a feint was made by Sir Henry Clinton, with the assistance of those fresh reinforcements, immediately to attack the French at Rhode Island. This plan was diverted by General Washington's preparation to embrace the favorable opportunity to strike a decided blow by the reduction of New York. All the states east of the Delaware discovered their readiness by all possible exertions to cooperate in the design. But amidst all the preparation and sanguine hope of the Americans, an account was received, equally mortifying to the United States and to their allies already in America, that Admiral de Guichen had sailed from the West Indies directly for France, instead of repairing with all his forces, as was expected, to aid the united operations of Washington and Rochambeau. The Admiral de Tournay died soon after at Newport. It was thought by many that this brave officer fell a sacrifice to chagrin and disappointment. After the failure of these brilliant hopes, little more was done through the summer in the Middle or Eastern Department, except by skirmishing parties, which served only to keep up the hope of conquest on the side of Britain, while it preserved alive some military ardor in the American army. But so uncertain are the events of war, that the anticipation of success, the pride of victory, or the anguish of disappointment alternately play on the passions of men, until the convulsion gives place to tranquility and peace, or to the still solemnity of melancholy, robbed of all its joys. General Washington found himself at this time unable to do much more than to guard against the uncertain inroads of a powerful fleet and a hostile army. It could not be congenial to the feelings of the military character, endowed with the spirit of enterprise, to be placed in a situation merely defensive, while too many circumstances forbade any concentrated plan that promised any decision of the important object for which the United States was struggling. While thus situated, the British troops were frequently detached from New York and Staten Island to make inroads and by surprise to distress and destroy the settlements in the Jerseys. The most important of their movements was about the 25th of June, when General Knyphausen, with about 5,000 regular troops, aided by some new levies, advanced upon the right wing of the American army, commanded by Major General Greene. Their progress was slow until they arrived at Springfield, where they were checked by a party of the Americans. They had yet done little mischief on their march, but at Springfield they burnt most of the houses in the town, and retired from thence to Elizabethtown. After some time they advanced from Elizabethtown with the whole of their infantry, a large body of cavalry, and 15 or 20 pieces of artillery. Their march was then rapid and compact. They moved in 2 columns, one on the main road leading to Springfield, the other on the Vauxhall Road. Major Lee with the horse and pickets opposed the right column, and Colonel Dayton with his regiment the left, and both gave as much opposition as could have been expected from so small a force. General Greene observed in a letter to Congress that the American troops were so extended to guard the different roads leading to the several passes over the mountains that he had scarcely time to collect them at Springfield and make the necessary dispositions previous to the appearance of the enemy before the town, when a cannonade commenced between their advance and the American artillery, posted for the defense of the bridge. Every prudent measure was taken by General Greene to confront and repel the invaders, protect the inhabitants, and secure the retreat of his own parties, when danger appeared from superior numbers. The Generals Maxwell and Dickinson, the Colonels Shreve, Ogden, and others, at the head of their regiments, exhibited the highest specimens of American bravery, but the enemy continued to press on in great force. Their left column began an attack on Colonel Angell, who was posted to secure a bridge in front of the town. The action was severe and lasted about 40 minutes, when superior numbers overcame obstinate bravery and forced the American troops to retire over the second bridge. After various military maneuvers, skirmishes, and retreats, General Greene took post on a ridge of hills, from whence he detached parties to prevent the burnings of the enemy, who spread conflagration wherever it was in their power, and retreated towards Elizabethtown. This detachment from the British Army finished their marauding excursion and recrossed to Staten Island, July the 23rd. The outrage of innocents and instances too numerous to be recorded of the wanton barbarity of the soldiers of the King of England as they patrolled the defenseless villages of America was evinced nowhere more remarkably than in the burnings and massacres that marked the footsteps of the British troops as they from time to time ravaged the state of New Jersey. In their late excursion, they had trod their deleterious path through a part of the country called the Connecticut Farms. It is needless to particularize many instances of their wanton rage and unprovoked devastation in and near Elizabethtown. The places dedicated to public worship did not escape their fury. These were destroyed more from licentious folly than any religious frenzy or bigotry to which their nation had at times been liable. Yet through the barbarous transactions of this summer, nothing excited more general resentment and compassion than the murder of the amiable and virtuous wife of a Presbyterian clergyman, attended with too many circumstances of grief on the one side and barbarism on the other, to pass over in silence. This lady was sitting in her own house, with her little domestic circle around her, and her infant in her arms, unapprehensive of danger, shrouded by the consciousness of her own innocence and virtue, when a British barbarian pointed his musket into the window of her room and instantly shot her through the lungs. A hole was dug, the body thrown in, and the house of this excellent lady set on fire and consumed with all the property it contained. Mr. Caldwell, her affectionate husband, was absent. Nothing had ever been alleged against his character, even by his enemies, but his zeal for the rights and his attachment to his native country. For this he had been persecuted, and for this he was robbed of all that he held dear in life, by the bloody hands of men, in whose benevolence and politeness he had had much confidence until the fated day, when his mistaken opinion led him to leave his beloved family, fearless of danger, and certain of their security, from their innocence, virtue, and unoffending amiability. Mr. Caldwell afterwards published the proofs of this cruel affair, attested on oath before magistrates, by sundry persons who were in the house with Mrs. Caldwell, and saw her fall back and expire, immediately after the report of the gun. This was, as observed by Mr. Caldwell, a violation of every tender feeling, without provocation, deliberately committed in open day, nor was it ever frowned on by the commander. The catastrophe of this unhappy family was completed within 2 years by the murder of Mr. Caldwell himself by some ruffian hands. His conscious integrity of heart had never suffered him to apprehend any personal danger, and the melancholy that pervaded all on the tragical death of his lady, who is distinguished for the excellence and respectability of her character, brought up the resentment of that part of the country to so high a pitch that the most timid were aroused to deeds of desperate heroism. They were ready to swear, like Hannibal against the Romans, and to bind their sons to the oath of everlasting enmity to the name of Britain. End of section 24. Section 25 of History, the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 16, Part 3. But we shall see too many circumstances of similar barbarity and ferocious cruelty to leave curiosity ungratified, or to suffer the tear of pity to dry on the sympathetic cheek, as we follow the route of the British Army. Agitation and anxiety pervaded the eastern states, while rapine and slaughter was spread over the middle colonies. Hope was suspended in every mind, and expectation seemed to hang on the consequences of the strong effort made to subdue the southern provinces. The present year was replete with the most active and important scenes, both in Europe and America. We leave the latter to wait the operations of events, and turn our eyes towards Great Britain, whose situation was not less perplexed and embarrassed than that of the United States. The sources of concern which pervaded the patriotic part of the nation were innumerable. A remarkable combination of powers against the British nation was unusually alarming. Spain had now declared war, and acted with decision, and many new and great events among other nations threatened both the maritime and internal state of Great Britain, with checks to their pride and power which they had not before experienced. The despot of Russia, with haughty superiority, appeared at this time umpire of the armed neutrality, set on foot by herself. Footnote: before this period, the wealth and inhabitants of the Turkish Empire had been diminished, and the power of the Sublime Porte so far crippled by the ambitious projects of Catherine that they were unable to lend much assistance to any of their distressed neighbors. For some time after the remarkable partition of Poland, the hero of Prussia, the Germanic body, and the northern powers breathed in a kind of truce, as if paralyzed by the recollection of recent slaughter and devastation, rather than in the benign prospect of a permanent peace. End of footnote. The novelty of this measure excited much observation, attention, and expectation, both in Europe and America. Some writers have robbed the Empress of the honor of originating this humane project, which was thought to be leveled at the imperious sway, and the insolent aggressions of the British flag, which had long been vexatious to all the nations. This measure has been attributed to a stroke of policy concerted by Count Pandine, in order to defeat the design of Sir James Harris, minister from Great Britain, who had been making every effort in favor of his court to engage the Empress to fit on a naval armament against Spain. Prince Potemkin, the Empress's favorite, was fond of the measure of assisting the court of Spain, but the determined opposition of the Count Pandine against the interference of the court of Russia in the war between Great Britain and the House of Bourbon, in conjunction with the American colonies, was such that the design was not only defeated, but the court of Petersburg took the lead in a declaration to the belligerent powers for settling the principles of navigation and trade, and the armament in preparation for other purposes, was sent out to support the armed neutrality. Footnote: see History of the Armed Neutrality by a German nobleman. A more recent work has attributed the origin of this benevolent system to the policy of the Count de Vergennes, and has asserted that it was a plan of his own to counteract the operation of the British court against France by this check to the power of their navy. But from the character of the Count de Vergennes, as drawn by an American minister, his abilities were not equal to the comprehensive system. He observed that, notwithstanding the gazettes of Europe had been filled with pompous panegyrics of this minister, and sublime ideas of his power and credit, as well as his abilities, it was but mere puff and bubble, and that notwithstanding his long experience in courts, he was by no means a great minister, that he had neither the extensive knowledge, nor the foresight, nor the wisdom, nor the virtue, nor the temper of a great man. End of footnote. But such was the commanding genius of Catherine, and her predominant passion for the extension of her fame, that those who have studied her character will not deny her the capacity nor the honor of originating this humane and novel system. She was a woman in whom were united the most splendid talents, a magnificent taste, an unconquerable mind, the most beneficent virtues, and the most detestable crimes. But whoever was the prime mover of a system so benevolent, the idea was the greatest that ever entered into the head of a prince, since the days of Henry IV of France. Footnote: everyone acquainted with the history of France will recollect the benevolent design formed by Henry IV and his sagacious minister, the Duke of Sully, to put an end to the waste of human life by war, by a combination great, extensive, and more humane than generally falls under the contemplation of princes. His design to settle the contests of nations by amicable treaty was defeated by the hand of the assassin, which deprived him of life. End of footnote. The design was glorious as it might in time be, so far improved as to put a period to a great part of the distress brought on the trade of nations by the ambition, interest, and proud usurpation of some maritime powers. The Empress forwarded an explicit declaration of the design and the nature of the combination to the several European courts. By this extraordinary treaty, all neutral ships were to be freely navigated from port to port on the coast of nations at war, and the effects belonging to the subjects of any sovereign were to be safe in all neutral vessels, except contraband merchandise. Thus the seas were to be left in the situation designed by God and nature, that all mankind might reap the benefits of a free and open intercourse with each other. Several other articles, humane, just, and favorable to trade, were stipulated. Their security was guaranteed by a powerful fleet, directed by a despotic female, while the neighboring sovereigns, awed by her prowess, strength, and stern authority, aided her measures. Though this was a very unpleasant proposition to the court of Great Britain, it was acceded to with alacrity by the northern powers, and by most of the other courts in Europe. Thus Sweden, Denmark, and Portugal united with the potent court of Petersburg to guard and protect the trade of nations, while war raged among so many of them. This capital measure was equally pleasing to France, Spain, and America, but to Great Britain it was a grievance of magnitude, and what greatly enhanced their mortification, it had originated with the sovereign whom they considered as a friend and an ally, one to whom they had looked forward as a powerful assistant, if the exigencies of war should oblige them to seek the further aid of foreigners. But, as a writer observed, the solitary court of London was obliged to suppress her indignation. Neither her resentment, chagrin, or address could prevent a measure which Great Britain considered as particularly injurious to herself. The British minister expostulated warmly with the court of Petersburg on the constant attention and regard hitherto shown on every occasion to the flag and commerce of Russia by Great Britain. He declared there was a continuance of the same disposition and conduct in his court, and reminded the Empress of the reciprocal ties of friendship and the commercial interests by which the two nations were mutually bound. The Confederacy, too formidable for opposition in their present situation, an equivocal rather than an explicit reply to the declaration of the Empress, was sent by the Court of Great Britain to the British envoy, resident at Petersburg, dated April the 23rd, 1780. While this indecisive mode of conduct was observed by the Court of Great Britain, the other European powers had not only readily agreed to the proposition for an armed neutrality, but appeared generally predisposed to a friendly intercourse with America, if not unequivocally to support her claim to independence. A general state of danger from foreign combination seemed to threaten the Empire of Great Britain, with a convulsion in almost all its parts. At the same time, discontent and dissatisfaction, particularly in Ireland, seemed to be on the point of rising to an alarming height, and fast approaching to a crisis. It was observed by one of their own writers that it was not to be expected that a country dependent on Great Britain, and much limited in the use of its natural advantages, should not be affected by the causes and consequences of the American War. The sagacious in that kingdom could not avoid perceiving in the present combination of circumstances an advantage which was to be now improved or given up forever. There now appeared a remarkable revolution in the temper of the people of Ireland, that discovered strong symptoms of their weariness of their subordinate and oppressed situation. These were doubtless quickened and brought into action by the struggle of the Americans for independence. Early in the opposition of the United Colonies to parliamentary measures, Congress had forwarded a friendly address to the inhabitants of Ireland. In this they had observed that the ministry had for 10 years endeavored by fraud and violence to deprive them of rights which they had for many years enjoyed, that at the conclusion of the last war the genius of England and the spirit of wisdom, as if offended at the ungrateful treatment of their sons, withdrew from the British councils and left that nation a prey to a race of ministers with whom ancient English honesty and benevolence disdained to dwell. From that period, jealousy, discontent, oppression, and discord have raged among all His Majesty's subjects, and filled every part of his dominions with distress and complaint. In this address to the inhabitants of Ireland, the American delegates had recapitulated their several grievances, which had driven them to opposition, and a suspension of all commerce with Great Britain, Ireland, and the English West India Islands. After observing that they hoped from this peaceable mode of opposition to obtain relief, they made a friendly apology to the Irish for including them in this restriction, assuring them that it was with the utmost reluctance we could prevail upon ourselves to cease our commercial connections with your island. Your Parliament had done us no wrong. You had ever been friendly to the rights of mankind, and we acknowledge with pleasure and with gratitude that your nation has produced patriots who have nobly distinguished themselves in the cause of humanity and America. On the other hand, we were not ignorant that the labors and manufactures of Ireland, like those of the silkworm, were of little moment to herself, but served only to give luxury to those who neither toil nor spin. We perceived that if we continued our commerce with you, our agreement not to import from Britain would be fruitless, and were therefore compelled to adopt a measure to which nothing but absolute necessity could have reconciled us. It gave us, however, some consolation to reflect that should it occasion much distress, the fertile regions of America would afford you a safe asylum from poverty, and in time from repression also, an asylum in which many thousands of your countrymen have found hospitality, peace, and affluence, and become united to us by all the ties of consanguinity, mutual interest, and affection. Footnote: The cruel oppressions long suffered by the Kingdom of Ireland from the haughty superiority of British power induced the wretched inhabitants to avail themselves of this invitation and to resort by thousands to America after the peace took place between Great Britain and the United States. After this, the confusions and distractions in Ireland arose to such a height as rendered a residence there too insupportable for description. The miserable inhabitants who escaped the sword, the burnings, and the massacre of the English had flattered themselves that if they could retreat from their native country, they should receive a welcome reception to an asylum to which they had formerly been invited by the congressional body who directed the affairs of America. There they justly thought their industry might have been cherished, their lives and properties be secure, and their residence rendered quiet. But a check was put to emigration for a time by an alien law enacted by Congress in the year 1798. This was very contrary to the policy and to the principles expressed by Governor Trumbull of Connecticut to Baron R.J. Vanderkapelle, Seigneur de Paul, membre des noblesse de la Provence, d'Auvergne, etc., dated Lebanon, August 31st, 1779. He observes that the climate, the soil, and the productions of a continent, extending from the 30th to the 45th degree of latitude, and in longitude an unknown width, are various beyond description, and the objects of trade consequently unbounded. There is scarce a manufacture, whether in the useful or in mental part of life, of which you will not here find the materials, collected, as it were, in an immense magazine. In every requisite for naval armaments we abound, our forests yielding prodigious quantities of timber and spars, our mountains, vast mines of iron, copper, and lead, and our fields producing ample crops of flax and hemp. Provisions of all kinds are raised in much greater quantities than are necessary for our own consumption, and our wheat, our rye, our cattle, and our pork yield to none in the world for quality. The price of cultivated lands is by no means extravagant, and of uncultivated trifling. 12,000 acres, situated most advantageously for future business, selling for 300 guineas English, i.e., little more than 6 pence sterling the acre. Our interests and our laws teach us to receive strangers from every quarter of the globe with open arms. The poor, the unfortunate, the oppressed from every country will here find a ready asylum, and by uniting their interests with ours, enjoy in common with us all the blessings of liberty and plenty. Neither difference of nation, of languages, of manners, or of religion will lessen the cordiality of their reception among a people whose religion teaches them to regard all mankind as their brethren. End of footnote. We offer our most grateful acknowledgments for the friendly disposition you have always shown towards us. We know that you are not without your grievances. We sympathize with you in your distress, and are pleased to find that the design of subjugating us has persuaded administration to dispense to Ireland some vagrant rays of ministerial sunshine. Even the tender mercies of government have long been cruel towards you. In the rich pastures of Ireland, many hungry parasites have fed and grown strong to labor in its destruction. We hope the patient abiding of the meek may not always be forgotten, and God grant that the iniquitous schemes of extirpating liberty from the British Empire may be soon defeated. End of section 25. Section 26 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 16, Part 4. But we should be wanting to ourselves. We should be perfidious to posterity. We should be unworthy that ancestry from which we derive our descent. Should we submit with folded arms to military butchery and depredation, to gratify the lordly ambition, or sate the avarice of a British ministry? In defense of our persons and properties, under actual violation, we have taken up arms. When that violation shall be removed and hostilities cease on the part of the aggressors, they shall cease on our part also. For the achievement of this happy event, we confide in the good offices of our fellow subjects beyond the Atlantic. Of their friendly disposition we do not yet despond, aware, as they must be, that they have nothing more to expect from the same common enemy than the humble favor of being last devoured. This energetic address to the Irish may be seen in almost every public record of the transactions of Congress in 1775. This, with other addresses of the same determined body of men, to the inhabitants of England, of Canada, of the United States, comprise an epitome of the grievances complained of by Americans, of the existing opinions, and the cause of the colonies taking arms against the parent state. The similarity of sufferings which the Irish had long felt, oppressions which had often driven them to the point of despair, a prospect of successful resistance by the colonies to the overbearing measures of the British Crown and Parliament, awakened in them a dawn of hope that relief might result from union and concert among themselves, sufficient to check the present and to prevent still greater burdens from the usurpations of power often exercised against them without equity or humanity. The rising ferment in the Irish nation was justly alarming to the court of Britain. This, with the weight of foreign combinations which pressed upon them, awakened apprehensions in the highest degree in the minds of the sober and judicious, who had the welfare of the nation at heart. In addition to their concern from these causes, their differences of opinion with regard to their own internal affairs on almost every subject increased. This disunion of sentiment appeared in the vast number of petitions laid on the table of the House of Commons from the most respectable counties, not less than 40 at once. These brought on much debate and altercations that promised much reform and produced little. The enormous influence of the Crown, the abuse of contracts, the corruption in all departments were discussed, and the American war again reprobated. The waste of human life and the treasures of the nation were pathetically lamented in the course of parliamentary debate, and this absurd and fruitless war criminated in strong language. The strength of party was tried to its utmost on a variety of subjects. The increasing and dangerous influence of the Crown was particularly dwelt upon. On this, a member of the House observed that nothing more strongly evinced its existence than the minister's keeping his place, after so many years of loss, misfortune, and calamity, as had already marked the fatal course of his administration. Footnote: Sir Thomas Pitt. End of footnote. He asked whether that noble lord had not lost America, whether he had not squandered many millions of the public money, and wasted rivers of blood of the subjects of Great Britain. And yet, though the whole country with one voice cried out against him, and execrated his American war, the noble lord still held his place. Could this possibly be ascribed to any other cause than to the overgrown influence of the Crown, along with that daring exertion of it, which sets the voice and the interests of the people at naught? He observed that the present minister, by his measures, had sunk and degraded the honor of Great Britain. The name of an Englishman was now no longer a matter to be proud of. The time had been when it was the envy of all the world. It had been the introduction to universal respect, but the noble lord had contrived to sink it almost beneath contempt. He had rendered his countrymen and their country despicable in the eyes of every other person. This session of Parliament continued desultory, angry, agitated, and inconclusive, till towards the close when all eyes were open to immediate danger by the distracted and incoherent conduct of Lord George Gordon at the head of the London Associators, who had combined expressly to defend the Protestant religion. They had taken the alarm from a motion made by Sir George Savile, deemed too favorable to the Roman Catholic religion, though received with universal applause in the House of Commons. End of section 26. Section 27 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 16, Conclusion. It is observable that the pretext of religion had often rent in sunder the bands of union and interrupted the peace of the English nation from the conquest to the present day, nor had persecution ever been pushed with a more severe hand in any part of the world than among these islanders, all of whom professed themselves Christians, though divided by a variety of denominations. The Popish religion had been particularly inhibited in the days of the Stuarts, but as many of the nobility still adhered to the Catholic faith, a degree of liberality and toleration was indulged, and religious distinctions, if not annihilated, had generally lain dormant among a people highly improved in politeness and erudition. Yet the same spirit of bigotry was concealed in the bosoms of many, which wanted only the contact of a torch to emblazon into the flames of persecuting fury. This the present moment presented, and no animosities of this nature had for many years arisen to such a height of riot, confusion, tumult, and danger as raged in the city of London in consequence of an act recently passed, entitled An Act for Relieving His Majesty's Subjects Professing the Popish Religion from certain penalties and disabilities imposed on them by an act made in the 11th and 12th years of the reign of King William III. The zealous opposition in Scotland to any relaxation of the penal laws against the Papists seems to have originated the Protestant Association in England. Though not immediately connected with American affairs, it may not be improper before we conclude this chapter to notice that no heat of opposition among the insurgents of the colonies, as they were termed, ever arose to such an atrocious height as the mobs in London, in the face of the Parliament of England, and under the eye of their sovereign. The restless and turbulent spirit and conduct of Lord George Gordon gave rise to the notorious outrages committed in and about London in the month of June, 1780. Enthusiastically bitter against the indulgence of the Roman Catholic religion, he carried his designs and temper so far as to spread the same intolerant spirit through a large body of his adherents. 50 or 60,000 persons assembled in St. George's Fields under the appellation of the Protestant Associators, distinguished by blue cockades in their hats, a badge which they endeavored to affix to many well-meaning persons whom they compelled to move in their train. The passions of the mad multitude inflamed by various artifices, they paraded the city for several days and set fire to many elegant buildings, among which Lord Mansfield's house, furniture, library, and many valuable manuscripts were destroyed. Lord George Savile's house in Leicester Fields fell under the resentment and fury of the rioters, professedly for his repairing and bringing a bill into Parliament in favor of the Catholics. The Bishop of Lincoln and several other dignified clergymen felt the effects of their ruffian and licentious hands. They were insulted, abused, and treated with the utmost rudeness and indignity. In short, plunder, rapine, anarchy, murder, and conflagration spread in every quarter of the city. The prisoners were released and the jail set on fire. Newgate, King's Bench, the Fleet Prison, and other public buildings destroyed. Neither the civil authority, the remonstrances of the moderate, nor the terror of the military were able to quell the rioters or disperse the rabble. Under 4 or 5 days that the city blazed in so many different and conspicuous parts as to threaten the conflagration of that noble capital. As soon as the degree of quiet was restored by a dispersion of the inflamed multitude, Lord George Gordon was taken into custody and committed to the Tower. After 6 or 7 months' confinement, he was tried, but as there appeared a derangement of his intellectual faculties, bordering on insanity, he was acquitted and set at liberty. It is no singular circumstance that a zeal for religion, or rather for a particular mode of worship, should disgrace the Christian system by the wild fanaticism of its real or pretended votaries. It has been observed that this was the pretext for the licentious conduct of the London associators. Their cry was, "Religion," forgetful among the most ferocious deeds of cruelty that the religion they ostensibly pretended to defend was interwoven with the most rational morality and the most fervent piety. The same illiberal spirit of superstition and bigotry has been the pretext for establishing inquisitions, for Smithfield fires, for massacres, wars, and rivers of human blood poured out on the earth, which groans beneath the complicated crimes of man. Thus, mistaken ideas of religion have often led the multitude to deeds of cruelty and madness, and kindled the fury of the assassin to murder the monarch amidst his guards, or the hapless maid in her devotional closet, the ignorant, the artful, or the illiberal children of men have often brought forward the sacred name of religion to sanction the grossest absurdities, to justify the most cruel persecutions, and to violate every principle of reason and virtue in the human mind. It is a melancholy truth that the Christian world too generally forgets that the mild spirit of the gospel dictates candor and forgiveness towards those who are dissentient in opinion. The example of the Good Samaritan was recorded to impress the cultivation of the benevolent affections towards all mankind, without restriction to neighbor or to country, and the sword of Peter was ordered into its scabbard by the founder of that code of rational and just sentiment, productive of order and peace in the present stage of weakness and error. The mild virtues of charity and brotherly kindness are the distinguishing characteristics of this benign religion. It is not less humiliating than wonderful when we calmly reflect that mankind have seemed to delight in the destruction of their fellow beings, from the earliest records of time to the present struggles of America, to maintain their rights at the point of the sword against a nation long inured to the carnage of their own species. This has been evinced not only in the oppression of Great Britain over her own colonies and the civil convulsions on their own island, but from the havoc made by their enormous naval armaments, which have crimsoned the ocean with human blood, carried death to the Antipodes, and desolation round the globe. To the universal regret of the most benevolent part of mankind, they have witnessed that the nabobs of India have been reduced to slavery, and the innocent inhabitants of the Eastern world involved in famine, poverty, and every species of misery, notwithstanding the immense resources of the most luxuriant and fertile country on earth, by the innovating, ambitious, and insolent spirit of a nation, assuming the jurisdiction of the seas and aiming at universal domination. The black catalogue of cruelties permitted by the English government and executed by their myrmidons in the East against the innocent natives of India will leave a stain on the character of the British nation until the memory of their deeds shall be blotted from every historic page. Nor was the system of conquest there relaxed in the smallest degree, while the Ganges and the Indus were reddened with the blood and covered with the slaughtered bodies of men. Their armies in the West were endeavoring to reduce their former colonies to the same state of slavery and misery with the inhabitants of that distant region. the attempted extermination of many of the primitive inhabitants, and the waste of human life through all Hindustan and other parts of the Eastern world by the destroying sword of Britain are recollections too shocking for the humane and benevolent mind to dwell on. Too melancholy a picture is exhibited when the eye of compassion is turned towards that ill-fated country. It must, in tears, behold the zemindars and the nabobs in chains, the princes and princesses of every age immersed in poverty, stripped of their connections, captured by the English, and dying in despair, without the cold solace of pity from their foes. All the ancient, well-informed, and ingenious inhabitants of that rich, populous, and favored spot of creation, involved in one common ruin, exhibit the most striking and affecting view of the cruelties of man and of the vicissitudes of human affairs that modern history presents. These last observations indeed may not appear to be connected with the design of the present work, nor have the cruelties which have been exhibited in the East Indies by the arms of Great Britain arisen from a spirit of religious intolerance. It may, however, be observed, when the mind has for a moment left the more sublunary pursuits of man, and adverted to the sacred theme of religion, that nothing can be a more insurmountable bar to the propagation of truth, either in the East, the West, or in the dark regions of Africa or Asiatic slavery, than the cruelties perpetrated by men who profess a system of ethics more sublime than that of Zoroaster, morals more refined than taught by Socrates, and a religion pure and simple, inculcating the most benign dispositions, forbidding all the injuries to the weakest of its fellow beings. Observations on the moral conduct of man, on religious opinion of persecutions, and the motives by which mankind are actuated in their various pursuits, will not be censured when occasionally introduced. They are more congenial to the taste, inclination, and sex of the writer than the detail of the rough and terrific scenes of war. Nor will a serious or philosophic mind be displeased with such an interlude, which may serve as a temporary resting post to the weary traveler, who has trodden over the field of carnage, until the soul is sickened by a view of the absurdity and cruelty of his own species. These reflections may justify a short digression that only means to hint at the happy consequences that might result if a nation which extends its power and carries its arms to the extremities of the globe would transmit with them that mildness of manners, that justice, humanity, and rectitude of character that would draw the inhabitants of the darker regions of the world from their idolatry and superstition. Thus nations who had long been immersed in errors might be led to embrace a religion admirably adapted to the promotion of the happiness of mankind on earth, and to prepare a rational agent for some higher stage of existence when the drama on this tragic theater is finished. End of section 27. Section 28 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 17, Part 1. Distressed situation of the Army and the country from various causes. General Gates sent to the southward. Surprised and defeated at Camden by Lord Cornwallis. Superseded. General Greene appointed to the command in the Carolinas. Major Ferguson's defeat. Sir Henry Clinton makes a diversion in the Chesapeake in favor of Lord Cornwallis. General Arnold sent there. His defection and character. Detection, trial, and death of Major Andre. Disposition of the Dutch Republic with regard to America. Governor Trumbull's character, and correspondence with the Baron van der Capellen. Mr. Lawrence appointed to negotiate with the Dutch Republic. The year 1780 was a year of incident, expectation, and event, a period pregnant with future consequences, interesting in the highest degree to the political happiness of the nations, and perhaps ultimately to the civil institutions of a great part of mankind. We left England in the preceding chapter in a very perturbed state, arising both from their own internal dissensions and the dread of foreign combinations relative to their own island and its former dependencies. At the same time, neither the pen of the historian or the imagination of the poet can fully describe the embarrassment suffered by Congress, by the Commander-in-Chief, and by men of firmness and principle in the several legislative bodies through this and the beginning of the next year. The scarcity of specie, the rapid depreciation of paper, which at once sunk the property and corrupted the morals of the people, which destroyed all confidence in public bodies, reduced the old army to the extremes of misery, and seemed to preclude all possibility of raising a new one, sufficient for all the departments, were evils which neither the wisdom or vigilance of Congress could remedy. At such a crisis, more penetration and firmness, more judgment, impartiality, and moderation were requisite in the commander-in-chief of the American armies than usually fall within the compass of the genius or ability of man. In the neighborhood of a potent army, General Washington had to guard with a very inadequate force, not only against the arms of his enemies, but the machinations of British emissaries, continually attempting to corrupt the fidelity both of his officers and his troops. Perhaps no one but himself can describe the complicated sources of anxiety that at this period pervaded the breast of the first military officer, whose honor, whose life, whose country hung suspended, not on a single point only, but on many events that quivered in the winds of fortune, chance, or the more uncertain determinations of men. Happy is it to reflect that these are all under the destination of an unerring hand that works in secret, ultimately to complete the beneficent designs of Providence. Some extracts from his own pen very naturally express the agitations of the mind of General Washington in the preceding as well as the present year. In one of his letters to a friend he observed, footnote, this original letter was to James Warren, Esquire, Speaker of the Assembly of Massachusetts, March the 31st, 1779. End of footnote. Our conflict is not likely to cease so soon as every good man would wish. The measure of iniquity is not yet filled, and unless we can return a little more to first principles and act a little more upon patriotic ground, I do not know when it will, or what may be the issue of the contest. Speculation, peculation, engrossing, forestalling, with all their concomitants, afford too many melancholy proofs of the decay of public virtue, and too glaring instances of its being the interest and desire of too many who would wish to be thought friends to continue the war. Nothing, I am convinced, but the depreciation of our currency, proceeding in a great measure from the foregoing causes, aided by stock jobbing and party dissensions, has fed the hopes of the enemy and kept the arms of Britain and America until now. They do not scruple to declare this themselves, and add that we shall be our own conquerors. Cannot our common country, America, possess virtue enough to disappoint them? With you, sir, I think that the consideration of a little dirty pelf to individuals is not to be placed in competition with the essential rights and liberties of the present generation and of millions yet unborn. Shall a few designing men for their own aggrandizement and to gratify their own avarice overset the goodly fabric we have been rearing at the expense of so much time, blood, and treasure? And shall we at last become the victims of our own abominable lust of gain? Forbid it, Heaven! Forbid it all, in every state in the Union. by enacting and enforcing efficacious laws for checking the growth of these monstrous evils and restoring matters in some degree to the pristine state they were in at the commencement of the war. Our cause is noble. It is the cause of mankind, and the danger to it springs from ourselves. Shall we slumber and sleep, then, when we should be punishing those miscreants who have brought these troubles upon us, and who are aiming to continue us in them, while we should be striving to fill our battalions, and devising ways and means to appreciate the currency, on the credit of which everything depends? I hope not. Let vigorous measures be adopted to punish speculators, forestallers, and extortioners, and above all, to sink the money by heavy taxes, to promote public and private economy, encourage manufactures, etc. Measures of this sort, gone heartily into by the several states, will strike at once at the root of all our misfortunes, and give the coup de grace to British hope of subjugating this great continent, either by their arms or their arts. The first, as I have before observed, they acknowledge unequal to the task. The latter, I am sure, will be so, if we are not lost to everything that is good and virtuous. A little time now must unfold in some degree the enemy's designs, whether the state of affairs in Europe will permit them to augment their army with more than recruits for the regiments now in America, and therewith attempt an active and vigorous campaign, or whether, with their Canadian and Florida force, they will aid and abet the Indians in ravaging our western frontier, while their shipping with detachments harass, and if they mean to prosecute the predatory war, threatened by administration through their commissioners, burn and destroy our seacoast, or whether, contrary to expectation, they are more disposed to negotiate than to either, is more than I can determine. The latter will depend very much on their apprehensions of Spain and their own foreign alliances. At present, we seem to be in a chaos, but this cannot last long, as I presume the ultimate determinations of the British court will be developed at the meeting of Parliament after the holidays. An extract of another letter from General Washington to the governor of Pennsylvania, dated August the 20th, 1780, discovers the same anxiety for the fate of the contest as the above. In this he said, "To me it will appear miraculous if our affairs can maintain themselves much longer in their present train, if either the temper or the resources of the country will not admit of an alteration. We may soon expect to be reduced to the humiliating condition of seeing the cause of America held up in America by foreign arms. The discontent of the troops have been gradually nurtured to a dangerous extremity. Something satisfactory must be done, or the army must cease to exist at the end of the campaign, or it will exhibit an example of more virtue, fortitude, self-denial, and perseverance than has perhaps ever been paralleled in the history of human enthusiasm." While thus impressed with these apprehensions of the depreciation of public virtue, General Washington had to balance the parties and to ameliorate the distresses of the inhabitants, alternately ravaged by all descriptions of soldiers in the vicinity of both armies. It was impossible for him to strike any capital blow without money even for daily expenses, without a naval force sufficient to cover any exertions, his battalions incomplete, his army clamorous and discontented, and on the point of mutiny, from the deficiencies in their pay and the immediate want of every necessary of life. At the same time, the legislatures of the several states were in the utmost anxiety to devise ways and means to supply the requisitions of Congress, who had recently laid a tax of many millions on the states, in order to sink the enormous quantity of old paper money. The calls of an army, naked, hungry, and turbulent, even to the discovery of symptoms of revolt, were indeed alarming. The pressing necessities of the army and the critical exigencies of the times crowded upon them in every department and required the utmost wisdom, vigilance, and fortitude. Nothing depicts the characters, the sentiments, and the feelings of men more strongly than their private letters at the time. Perhaps this may be evinced by giving the reader a paragraph of a letter from the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Massachusetts to a private friend in this critical area of embarrassment and perplexity. Footnote: the Honorable James Warren, Esquire. End of footnote. Our public affairs were a most disagreeable aspect. Embarrassments increase from every quarter. My contemplations are engrossed by day and by night for the salvation of my country. If we succeed, I shall have pleasure, which a fortune cannot give. If we fail, I shall feel consolations that those who are intent only on making fortunes must envy. In a country abounding with men and provisions, it would torture a Sully to raise and support an army in the field. Everything is resolved into money, but the great question is how to get it. Taxes, though so great and often repeated, do not bring it in fast enough. We cannot borrow because no one will lend, while the army is in danger of starving or disbanding. If we lay more taxes, the very people who have been used to tender the one half of their property, or even their all, for the service of their country, will now revolt at the idea of paying a 200th part, and it might perhaps create uneasiness that might break the Union. On the other hand, if we do not lay more taxes, for aught I see, there must be an end of the contest. All these difficulties are increased by the successes of the enemy, which clog our measures by dispiriting the army and the people. But I do not despair. One vigorous and grand campaign may yet put a glorious period to the war. All depends on proper exertions. We have to choose glory, honor, and happiness, or infinite disgrace and misery. The complicated difficulties already depicted clearly prove that such a spirit of avarice and peculation had crept into the public departments and taken deep hold of the majority of the people, as Americans a few years before were thought incapable of. The careful observer of human conduct will readily perceive that a variety of concurring causes led to this sudden change of character. The opulent, who had been used to ease, independence, and generosity, were reduced to spirit and deprived of the ability of rendering pecuniary service to their country by the unavoidable failure of public faith. Great part of the fortunes of the widow, the orphan, and the aged were sunk in the public funds, so that the nominal income of a year would scarcely supply the necessities of a day. End of section 28. Section 29 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 17, Part 2. The depreciation of paper had been so rapid that at this time, $120 of the paper currency was not an equivalent to one in silver or gold, while at the same time, a sudden accumulation of property by privateering, by speculation, by accident, or fraud, placed many in the lap of affluence who were without principal education or family. Footnote. See Scale of Depreciation. End of footnote. These, from a thoughtless ignorance and the novelty of splendor to which they had been total strangers, suddenly plunged into every kind of dissipation, and grafted the extravagancies and follies of foreigners on their own passion for squandering what by them had been so easily acquired. Thus avarice without frugality and profusion without taste were indulged, and soon banished the simplicity and elegance that had formerly reigned, instead of which there was spread in America among the rising generation a thirst for the accumulation of wealth unknown to their ancestors, a class who had not had the advantages of the best education and who had paid little attention to the principles of the Revolution, took the lead in manners. Censured by the breach of public faith, the private obligations of justice seemed to be little regarded, and the sacred idea of equity in private contracts was annihilated for a time by the example of public deficiency. The infantile state of government, the inexperience of its leaders, and the necessity of substituting a medium with only an imaginary value brought an impeachment on Congress without voluntary deviations from probity or willing breaches of faith. Perhaps nothing is more true than an observation of a member of that body that the necessity of affairs had often obliged them to depart from the purity of their first principles. The complaint that the fountain was corrupt was artfully diffused, however that might be. The streams were undoubtedly tainted, and contamination, with few exceptions, seemed to run through the whole body of the people, and a declension of morals was equally rapid with the depreciation of their currency. But a superintending providence that overrules the designs and defeats the projects of men remarkably upheld the spirit of the Americans, and caused events that had for a time a very unfavorable aspect to operate in favor of independence and peace, and to make a new nation of the recent emigrants from the old and proud empire of Britain. But they had yet many difficulties to struggle with, which will be sufficiently evinced as we follow the route of the British Army and detail the transactions in the Carolinas, the embarrassments and distresses, the battles, skirmishes, and disappointments, the alternate successes and defeats, flight and pursuit that took place between the contending parties there, must be more copiously related previous to the maneuvers through the state of Virginia that led to the last capital stroke, which finished with glory and renown the grand contest between Great Britain and her colonies, and sealed the independence of America. Indeed, a considerable time had elapsed before the distresses of the country, the situation of the army naked, hungry, and clamorous, the pressing importunity of General Washington, the addresses and declarations of Congress, and the remonstrances of the several legislative bodies could arouse from the pursuit of private interest those who thought themselves secure from immediate danger, though for many untoward circumstances a cloud for a time has seemed to hover over the minds of many. The people again awaked, both from the dream of secure enjoyment in some, and the dread apprehension in others of falling under the British yoke. The patriotic exertions and unshaken firmness of the few in every state again had their influence on the many, and all seemed ready to suffer anything but a subjugation to the crown of Britain. Not the loss of Charleston, a captured army, the destruction of their marine, the sinking state of their medium, the internal ravages of their country, and their seacoast blazing under the fire of their enemies, had the smallest tendency to bend the Americans to a dereliction of their claim to independence. A confidence in their own good fortune, or rather in that Providence, whose fiat points out the rise and marks the boundaries of empire, supported the more thoughtful, while the constitutional hardiness, warmed by enthusiasm and whetted by innumerable and recent injuries, still buoyed up the hopes of the soldier, the statesman, the legislator, and the people at large, even in the darkest moments. Immediately after the news reached Congress that General Lincoln had surrendered Charleston, and that himself and his army were prisoners to the British commander, the Baron de Kalb, a brave and experienced Prussian officer, who had been some time in the American service, was ordered to Virginia with sanguine hopes of checking the further progress of the British arms. Though the Baron de Kalb was an officer of great military merit, his command at the southward was only temporary. General Gates, the successful conqueror in the northern, was vested with the chief command in the southern department. It was an appointment of great responsibility. This might be a reason, in addition to the great respect which this foreign nobleman had for General Gates, that led him to express in all his letters to his friends the peculiar satisfaction he felt on his arrival to take the chief command. An officer of his name and experience at once emboldened the friends of their country and intimidated the wavering and disaffected. The renowned soldier who had captured one proud British general and his army was at that time viewed with particular awe and respect by another. Nor was it long before most of the British commanders were convinced of the desultory nature of those assurances they had received from the Loyalists, that a general disgust to the authority of Congress prevailed, that the defection, more particularly in North Carolina, was such that the people were ready to renounce all American usurpations as soon as the royal standard should be erected among them. But experiment soon convinced them of the futility of such expectations. The Baron de Kalb had been sent on earlier from headquarters. He had with him a detachment of 1,400 men. He stayed only a few weeks in Virginia and moved from thence to Carolina, where he soon after met General Gates. After the junction of General Gates and the Baron de Kalb, they, with unexampled patience and fatigue, marched an army of several thousand men through a barren country that afforded no subsistence except green fruits and other unwholesome aliments. They reached the borders of South Carolina and encamped at Claremont the 13th of August. On his arrival in the vicinity of the British headquarters, General Gates published a proclamation inviting the patriotic inhabitants of South Carolina to join heartily in rescuing themselves and their country from the oppression of a government imposed on them by the ruffian hand of power. In this proclamation, he promised forgiveness and perfect security to such of the unfortunate citizens of the state as had been induced by the terror of sanguinary punishments and the arbitrary measures of military domination, apparently to acquiesce under the British government. He observed that they had been obliged to make forced declaration of allegiance and support to a tyranny, which the indignant souls of citizens resolved on freedom, inwardly revolted at with horror and detestation, that they might rest satisfied that the genuine motive which has given energy to the present exertions is the hope of rescuing them from the iron rod of oppression, and restoring to them those blessings of freedom and independence which it is the duty and interest of the citizens of these United States, jointly and reciprocally, to support and confirm. The situation of General Gates at Claremont was not very advantageous, but his design was not to continue long there, but by a sudden move to fall unexpectedly on Lord Rawdon, who had fixed his headquarters at Camden. This place was about 13 miles distant from Claremont, on the borders of the River Santee, from whence the communication was easy to the internal parts of the country. Lord Cornwallis had gained early intelligence of the movements of the American army, and had arrived at Camden himself with a similar design, by an unexpected blow, to surprise General Gates and defeat his arrangements. His lordship effected his purpose with a facility beyond his own expectations. The two armies met in the night of the 15th of August, 1780. Mutually surprised by the sudden necessity of action, a loose skirmish was kept up until the morning, when a general engagement commenced. The British troops were not equal in numbers to those of the Americans, including the militia, while the renowned character of General Gates heightened the ideas of their strength. But the onset on both sides began with equal spirit and bravery, and was continued with valor equally honorary to both parties, until the militia intimidated, particularly those from Virginia and North Carolina, gave ground, threw down their arms, and fled with great precipitation. The order of the army was immediately broken, and fortune no longer favorable forsook the American veteran at the moment of his reputation courted, and depended on her smiles. His troops were totally routed, and the general himself fled, rather than retreated in a manner that was thought for a time, in some measure, to sully the laurels of Saratoga. The Baron de Kalb, an officer of great military talents and reputation, was mortally wounded in this action. He died rejoicing in the services he had rendered America in her noble struggles for liberty, and gloried with his last breath in the honor of dying in defense of the rights of man. Before his death, he dictated a letter to a friend, expressive of the warmest affection for the Americans, containing the highest encomiums on the valor of the Continental troops, of which he had been so recent a witness, and declaring the satisfaction which he then felt in having been a partaker of their fortune and having fallen in their cause. Footnote: when Lord Cornwallis was informed of the rank and merits of the Baron de Kalb, he directed that his remains should be respectfully interred. He was buried near the village of Camden, but no memorial to the deposit of this distinguished hero has been preserved, though Congress some time afterwards directed a monument should be erected to his memory. Nothing was, however, done except planting an ornamental tree at the head of his grave. End of footnote. The proportion of slain among the Americans was much greater than that of the British. Brigadier General Gregory was killed, with several other brave officers. Rutherford and others were wounded and captured. The total rout of the Americans was completed by the pursuit and destruction of a corps at some distance from the scene of the late action, commanded by Colonel Sumter. He was advancing with a strong body to the aid of General Gates, but meeting the news of his defeat, he endeavored to retreat, and being unfortunately overtaken by Colonel Tarleton, his whole party was dispersed or cut off. Censure for a time fell very heavily on General Gates for the precipitation and distance of his retreat. He scarcely halted until he reached Hillsborough, and 100 miles from the field of battle. Yet neither the courage nor the fidelity of the bold and long-tried veteran could be called in question. The strongest human fortitude has frequently suffered a momentary eclipse from that panic-struck influence under which the mind of man sometimes unaccountably falls, when there is no real or obvious cause of despair. This has been exemplified in the greatest military characters, the Duke of Parma and others, and even the celebrated royal hero of Prussia has retreated before them as in a fright, but recovered himself, defied and conquered his enemies. Footnote: the masterly retreat of the Duke of Parma before the King of France was indeed a hasty flight, but he soon recovered himself, and asked the king by a trumpet what he thought of his retreat. The king was so much out of humor that he could not help saying he had no skill in retreating, and that, in his opinion, the best retreat in the world was little better than a flight. The Duke, however, gained rather than lost reputation thereby. He resumed his high rank as a commander of the first abilities, and lived and died crowned with military fame and applause. Siege of Rouen. Modern University History. End of footnote. End of section 29. Section 30 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren, Chapter 17, Part 3. General Gates, though he had lost the day in the unfortunate action at Camden, lost no part of his courage, vigilance, or firmness. After he reached Hillsborough, he made several efforts to collect a force sufficient again to meet Lord Cornwallis in the field, but the public opinion bore hard upon his reputation. He was immediately superseded, and a court-martial appointed to inquire into his conduct. He was indeed fully justified by the result of this military investigation, and treated with the utmost respect by the army and by the inhabitants on his return to Virginia. Yet the tide of fame ebbed fast before him, but the impression made by his valor and military glory could never be erased. The most exalted minds may, however, be clouded by misfortunes, chagrined by his defeat and the consequences attending it. The climax of his affliction was completed by the death of an amiable wife and the loss of his only son, a very hopeful youth, who died about the same time. This honest Republican, whose determined spirit, uncorruptible integrity, and military merits had been so eminently useful to America in many critical emergencies, retired to Traveller's Rest, his seat in Virginia, where he continued until the temporary prejudice against him had subsided, when he again resumed his rank in the army. After a little time had dissipated the sudden impression made by his ill success and retreat, it was allowed by almost everyone that General Gates was not treated by Congress with all the delicacy or indeed gratitude that was due to an officer of his acknowledged merit. He, however, received the orders for supersedure and suspension, and resigned the command to General Greene with becoming dignity. With the generosity and candor characteristic of himself, General Greene, who succeeded in the Southern Command, on all occasions vindicated the reputation of General Gates, who was fully restored to the good opinion of his countrymen, and continued to act an honorable part till the conclusion of the war. General Greene invariably asserted that if there was any mistake in the conduct of Gates, it was in hazarding an action at all against such superior forces, not in his retreating after the battle was irretrievably lost. There was a large class who, from various motives after the misfortunes of General Gates, endeavored to vilify his name and detract from his character. It may be observed in this, as in innumerable instances in the life of man, that virtue and talents do not always hold their rank in the public esteem. Malice, intrigue, envy, and other adventitious circumstances frequently cast a shade over the most meritorious characters, and fortune, more than real worth, not seldom establishes the reputation of her favorites in the opinion of the undiscerning multitude, and hands them down to posterity with laurels on their brow, which perhaps they never earned, while characters of more intrinsic excellence are vilified or forgotten. General Gates, however, had the consolation at all times to reflect on the just and universal plaudits he received for the glorious termination of his northern campaign, and the many advantages which accrued to America from the complete conquest of such a formidable body of her foes. Lord Cornwallis did not reap all the advantages he had expected from his victory at Camden. His severity did not aid his designs, though he sanctioned by proclamations the most summary executions of the unhappy sufferers, who had by compulsion borne arms in the British service, and were afterwards found enlisted under the banners of their country, in opposition to royal authority. Many of this description suffered immediate death in consequence of the order of the commander-in-chief, while their houses were burned and their families obliged to fly naked to the wilderness to seek some miserable shelter. Indeed, little less severity could have been expected from circumstances not favorable to the character of a British nobleman. Whether stimulated by resentment, aroused by fear, or prompted by a wish to depopulate a country they despaired of conquering is uncertain. It is true, however, that some of the British commanders, when coming to action, observed in general orders that they wanted no prisoners, and it was said that even Lord Cornwallis had sometimes given the same cruel intimation to troops too much disposed to barbarity without the countenance of their superiors. The outrages of Tarleton and other British partisans, who cruelly and successfully ravaged the Carolinas, exemplified in too many instances that the account of this disposition is not exaggerated. Their licentiousness was for several weeks indulged without any check to their wanton barbarities, but the people daily more and more alienated from the royal cause by a series of unthought-of miseries inflicted and suffered in consequence of its success. The inhabitants of the state of North Carolina, as well as of South Carolina and Georgia, and indeed the settlers on the more distant borders, were, in a few weeks after the Battle of Camden, everywhere in motion to stop the progress of British depredation and power. For a time, these fierce people were without connected system, regular discipline, or subordination, and had scarcely any knowledge of each other's designs. Small parties collected under any officer who had the courage to lead them on, and many such they found, ready to sacrifice everything to the liberty they had enjoyed, and that independence they wished to maintain. From the desultory movements of the British after the Battle of Camden, and the continuing resistance and unceasing activity of the Americans, attack and defeat, surprise and escape, plunder, burning, and devastation pervaded the whole country, when the aged, the helpless, the women, and the children alternately fell the prey of opposite partisans. But the defeat of Major Ferguson, a brave and favorite officer, early in autumn, was a blow that discovered at once the spirit of the people, and opened to Lord Cornwallis the general disaffection of that part of the country, where he had been led to place the most confidence. Major Ferguson had for several weeks taken post in Tryon County, not far distant from the western mountains. He had there collected a body of royalists, who, united with his regular detachments, spread terror and dismay through all the adjacent country. This aroused the action of all who were capable of bearing arms in opposition to his designs. A body of militia collected in and about the highlands of North Carolina, a party of hunters' riflemen, a number of the steady yeomanry of the country, in short, a numerous and resolute band, in defiance of danger and fatigue, determined to drive him from his strong position on a spot called King's Mountain. Under various commanders who had little knowledge of each other, they seemed all to unite in the design of hunting down this useful prop of British authority in that part of the country. These hardy partisans effected their purpose, and though the British commander exhibited the valor of a brave and magnanimous officer, and his troops acquitted themselves with vigor and spirit, the Americans, who in great numbers surrounded them, won the day. Major Ferguson, with 150 of his men, fell in the action, and 700 were made prisoners, from whom were selected a few who, from motives of public zeal or private revenge, were immediately executed. This summary infliction was imposed by order of some of those fierce and uncivilized chieftains who had spent most of their lives in the mountains and forests, amid the slaughter of wild animals, which was necessary to their daily subsistence. Perhaps the local situation of the huntsman or savage may lessen their horror at the sight of blood, with streams continually pouring down before them from the gasping victim slain by their own hands, and this may lead them with fewer marks of compassion to immolate their own species when either interest or resentment stimulates. In addition to this, all compassionate sensations might be totally deadened by the example of the British, who seem to estimate the life of a man on the same grade with that of the animal of the forest. The order for executing 10 of the prisoners immediately on their capture was directed as previously threatened by a Colonel Cleveland, who with Williams, Sevier, Shelby, and Campbell were the principal officers who formed and conducted the enterprise against Ferguson. Footnote. This step was justly complained of in a letter to General Smallwood from Lord Cornwallis. He particularly regretted the death of a Colonel Mills, a gentleman of a fair and uniform character, also a Captain Otis and others who were charged with no crime but that of royalism. End of footnote. After this victory, most of the adherents to the royal cause in the interior parts of the Carolinas either changed sides or sunk into obscurity. Lord Cornwallis himself, in a letter to Sir Henry Clinton about this time, complained that it was in the militia of the northern frontier alone that he could place the smallest dependence, and that they were so totally dispirited by Ferguson's defeat that in the whole district he could not assemble 100 men, and even in them he could not now place the smallest confidence. Footnote. Sir Henry Clinton observed on this occasion that the fatal catastrophe of Ferguson's defeat had lost Lord Cornwallis the whole militia of 96, amounting to 4,000 men, and even threw South Carolina into a state of confusion and rebellion. End of footnote. There had been repeated assurances given by the Loyalists in North Carolina that their numbers and their zeal would facilitate the restoration of His Majesty's government in their province, but it appears by many circumstances that these promises were considered as very futile in the opinion of several of the principal officers of the British Army, as well as to the chief commander. Soon after the affair with Ferguson, Lord Cornwallis's health was so far impaired that he directed Lord Rawdon to make communications to Sir Henry Clinton and to give him a full statement of the perplexed and perilous situation of His Majesty's forces in the Carolinas. After stating many circumstances of the deception of the Loyalists, the difficulty of obtaining subsistence in such a barren country, and other particulars of their situation, Lord Rawdon observed in his letter to General Clinton that they were greatly surprised that no information had been given them of the advance of General Gates's army, and no less grieved that no information whatever of its movements was conveyed to us by persons so deeply interested in the event as the North Carolina Loyalists. After the defeat of General Gates and the dispersion of his army, the Loyalists were informed that the moment had arrived when they ought immediately to stand forth and exert themselves to prevent the reunion of the scattered enemy. Instant support was in that case promised them. Not a single man, however, attempted to improve the favorable opportunity or obeyed that summons for which they had before been so impatient. It was hoped that our approach might get the better of their timidity, yet, during a long period, whilst we were waiting at Charlottesburg for our stores and convalescents, they did not even furnish us with least information respecting the force collecting against us. In short, sir, we may have a powerful body of friends in North Carolina. Indeed, we have cause to be convinced that many of the inhabitants wish well to His Majesty's arms, but they have not given evidence enough, either of their numbers or their activity, to justify the stake of this province for the uncertain advantages that might attend immediate junction with them. There is reason to believe that such must have been the risk. End of section 30. Section 31 of History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Rise, Progress, and Termination of the American Revolution, Volume 2, by Mercy Otis Warren. Chapter 17, Part 4. Whilst this army lay at Charlottesburg, Georgetown was taken from the militia by the rebels, and the whole country to the east of the Santee gave such proofs of general defection that even the militia of the high hills could not be prevailed upon to join a party of troops who were sent to protect the boats upon the river. The defeat of Major Ferguson had so far dispirited this part of the country, and indeed the loyal subjects were so wearied by the long continuance of the campaign that Lieutenant Colonel Kruger, commanding at 96, sent information to Earl Cornwallis that the whole district had determined to submit as soon as the rebels should enter it. Footnote: Lord Rawdon's letter to General Clinton, October 29th, 1780. End of footnote. While Lord Cornwallis lay ill of a fever, Lord Rawdon wrote to Major General Leslie in terms of disappointment and despondence. He observed that events had unfortunately taken place very different from expectation, that the first rumor of an advancing army under General Gates had unveiled a spirit of disaffection of which they could have formed no idea, and even the dispersion of that force did not extinguish the ferment which the hope of its support had raised. This hour, the majority of the inhabitants of that tract between the Petit and the Santee are in arms against us, and when we last heard from Charleston, they were in possession of Georgetown, from which they had dislodged our militia. Footnote: see printed correspondence of the Generals Clinton, Cornwallis, Rawdon, etc., published in London, 1783. End of footnote. While Lord Cornwallis was thus embarrassed and disappointed by various unsuccessful attempts, and the defeat of many of his military operations in the Carolinas this year, Sir Henry Clinton made a diversion in the Chesapeake in favor of his lordship's designs. A body of about 3,000 men was sent on, under the command of General Leslie. He was under the orders of Lord Cornwallis, but not hearing from his lordship for some time after his arrival, he was totally at a loss in what manner to proceed. But sometime in the month of October, he received letters from Lord Cornwallis, directing him to repair with all possible expedition to Charleston, to assist with all his forces in the complete subjugation of the Carolinas. Sir Henry Clinton, from an idea that Cornwallis's prime object was the reduction of the Carolinas, and sensible of the necessity, at the same time, of solid operations in Virginia, paid all proper attention to the expedition into the Chesapeake. After General Leslie, in obedience to the orders of Lord Cornwallis, had marched to the southward, the command of the armament in Virginia was given to General Arnold, who now acted under the orders of Sir Henry Clinton. In consequence of his defection, he had been advanced to the rank of a brigadier general in the British Army. General Arnold had recently deserted the American cause, sold himself to the enemies of his country, and engaged in their service. He was a man without principle from the beginning, and before his defection was discovered, he had sunk a character raised by impetuous valor and some occasional strokes of bravery, attended with success without being the possessor of any intrinsic merit. He had accumulated a fortune by great crimes and squandered it without reputation, long before he formed the plan to betray his country and sacrifice a cause disgraced by the appointment of a man like himself to such important trusts. Proud of the trappings of office and ambitious of an ostentatious display of wealth and greatness, the certain mark of a narrow mind, He had wasted the plunder acquired at Montreal, where his conduct had been remarkably reprehensible, and had dissipated the rich harvest of peculation he had reaped at Philadelphia, where his rapacity had no bounds. Montreal he had plundered in haste, but in Philadelphia he sat himself down deliberately to seize everything he could lay hands on in the city, to which he could affix an idea that it had been the property of the disaffected party, and converted it to his own use. Footnote: see Resolutions of the Governor and Council of Philadelphia, February the 3rd, 1779, relative to Arnold's conduct in that city. End of footnote. Not satisfied with the unjust accumulation of wealth, he had entered into contracts with speculating and privateering, and at the same time made exorbitant demands on Congress in compensation of public services. In the one he was disappointed by the common failure of such adventures, in the other he was rebuffed and mortified by the commissioners appointed to examine his accounts, who curtailed a great part of his demands as unjust, unfounded, and for which he deserved severe reprehension, instead of a liquidation of the accounts he had exhibited. Involved by extravagance and reproached by his creditors, his resentment brought him up to a determination of revenge for public ignominy, at the expense of his country and the sacrifice of the small remains of reputation left after the perpetration of so many crimes. The command of the very important post at West Point was vested in General Arnold. No one suspected, notwithstanding the censures which had fallen upon him, that he had heart base enough treacherously to betray his military trust. Who made the first advances to a negotiation is uncertain, but it appeared on a scrutiny that Arnold had made overtures to General Clinton, characteristic of his own turpitude, and not very honorary to the British commander, if viewed abstractedly from the usages of war, which too frequently sanctions the blackest crimes and enters into stipulations to justify the treason, while generosity despises the traitor and revolts at the villainy of the patricide. Thus his treacherous proposals were listened to, and Sir Henry Clinton authorized Major Andre, his adjutant general, a young gentleman of great integrity and worth, to hold a personal and secret conference with the guilty Arnold. A British sloop of war had been stationed for some time at a convenient place to facilitate the design. It was also said that Andre and Arnold had kept up a friendly correspondence on some trivial matters, previous to their personal interview, which took place on the 21st of September, 1780. Major Andre was landed in the night on a beach without the military boundaries of either army. He there met Arnold, who communicated to him the state of the army in garrison at West Point, the number of men considered as necessary for its defense, a return of the ordnance, and the disposition of the artillery corps in case of an attack or alarm. The accounts he gave in writing with drafts of all the works. These papers were afterwards found in the boot of the unfortunate Andre. The conference continued so long that it did not finish timely for the safe retreat of Major Andre. He was conducted, though without his knowledge or consent, within the American post, where he was obliged to conceal himself in company with Arnold until the ensuing morning. It was then found impracticable for Clinton's agent to make his escape by the way he had advanced. The Vulture, sloop of war, from whence he had been landed, had shifted her station while he was on shore, and lay so much exposed to the fire of the Americans that the boatman whom Arnold had brought to bring his new friend to the conference refused to venture a second time on board. This circumstance rendered it impossible for Major Andre to return to New York by water. He was therefore impelled, by the advice of Arnold, to a circuitous route, as the only alternative to escape the danger into which he was indiscreetly betrayed. Thus was this young officer, whose former character, undoubtedly rendered him worthy of a better fate, reduced to the necessity of hurrying as a disguised criminal through the posts of his enemies, in fallacious hopes of again recovering the camp of his friends. In this painful state of mind, he had nearly reached the British when he was suddenly arrested within the American lines by 3 private soldiers. His reflections may be more easily imagined than described. Taken in the night, detected in a disguised habit, under a fictitious name, with a plan of the works at West Point, the situation, the numbers, and the strength of the American army, with a pass unto the hand of General Arnold in his pocketbook. He urged for a few moments the man who first seized his horse's bridle to let him pass on, told him that his name was John Anderson, that his business was important, and that he could not be detained. But 2 other soldiers coming up, and in a peremptory manner saluting him as their prisoner, after challenging him as a spy, he attempted no farther equivocation, but presented a purse of gold, an elegant watch, and offered other very tempting rewards if he might be permitted to pass unmolested to New York. Generously rejecting all pecuniary rewards, the disinterested privates who seized the unfortunate Andre had the fidelity to convey their prisoner as speedily as possible to the headquarters of the American army. Such instances of fidelity and such contempt for private interest, when united with duty and obligation to the public, are so rare among the common classes of mankind that the names of John Paulding, David Williams, and Isaac Van Wert ought never to be forgotten. Footnote: these were the names of the 3 soldiers who detected and secured Major Andre. End of footnote. General Washington immediately informed Congress of the whole business and appointed a court-martial, consisting of the principal officers of the army, to inquire into the circumstances and criminality of this interesting affair. The day after Major Andre was taken, he wrote to General Washington with frankness becoming a gentleman and a man of honor and principle. He observed that what he had as yet said of himself was in the justifiable attempt to extricate him from threatened danger, but that, too little accustomed to duplicity, he had not succeeded. He intimated that the temper of his mind was equal, and that no apprehensions of personal safety had induced him to address the commander-in-chief, but that it was to secure himself from the imputation of having assumed a mean character for treacherous purposes of self-interest, a conduct which he declared incompatible with the principles which had ever actuated him, as well as with his condition in former life. In this letter he added, "It is to vindicate my fame that I speak, not to solicit security. The person in your possession is Major John Andre, Adjutant General to the British Army." He then detailed the whole transaction, from his going up the Hudson in the Vulture sloop of war, until seized at Tarrytown, without his uniform and, as himself expressed, betrayed into the vile condition of an enemy within your posts. He requested His Excellency that he might be treated as a man of honor, and urged that, in any rigor policy might dictate, I pray that the decency of conduct towards me may mark that, though unfortunate, I am branded with nothing dishonorable, as no motive could be mine, but the service of my king, and that I was involuntarily an impostor. End of section 31.